IIT Madras. Please join towards the sides. You can join anywhere. You can go in the front or something like that. All the external delegates, except from the home delegation. The tall people go in the back and welcome it. So delegates, please rise up. Please rise up. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 8th edition of the United Nations Replica, powered by Labour India, hosted by Labour India Group of Educational Institutions. We have the guest of honors. First, we have George Kulangara, Founder Chairman, Labour India Group of Educational Institutions. Chief Mentor, Ambassador T.P. Srinivasan, IFS. Managing Director, Labour India Group of Educational Institutions, Rajesh George Kulangara. Principal of Labour India Public Schools, Suja K. George. Then we have the principal from Labour India College, followed by Rosemary Mentor, UN Replica. I, as the mentor of the United Nations Replica 2023, welcome each and every one of the guests as well as the delegates to this particular occasion. Thank you so much. Also special mention, Director Labour India Public School, Tinu Rajesh. Thank you, ma'am.
I request all the delegates to once again give a round of applause and let's welcome our chief guest for the inaugural ceremony. And now we'll be having the photo session, and I request all the other delegates to kindly be seated. After the photo session, we'll be shortly starting the inaugural session. I request all the distinguished guests to kindly be in the dais, and I request each delegates to kindly move back to your seats. I request all the delegates to kindly be seated according to your name cards. Once again, good morning all, and on behalf of Labour India Educational Institutions, I extend a warm welcome to all of you. It's a profound privilege to acknowledge the esteemed presence of our distinguished guest and chief mentor, Sri T.P. Srinivasan Sir, whose unwavering guidance has been a beacon since the inception of the inaugural UN Replica in 2016 at Labour India campus. His commendable contributions to the UN Replica over the preceding years are truly noteworthy. It brings us immense pleasure also to welcome Srimati Veena Sikri, the esteemed chief guest of this session, and we are delighted with the presence of Sri George Kulangara Sir, Chairman of Labour India Group, whose pivotal role has been instrumental in shaping the concept of UN Replica. We also take great pleasure in welcoming Sri Rajesh Raj Kulangara Sir, whose exceptional efforts have played a pivotal role in realizing the dream of the 8th edition of UN Replica. Our heartfelt appreciation extends to our esteemed school principal, Srimati Suchaki Josh ma'am, our director Tinu ma'am, and both of whom have provided unwavering support throughout the entire journey of bringing the UN Replica to fruition. And I also welcome Ms. Dormal and Ms. Rosemary for their constant support, and all the judging panel and all our other distinguished guests. So I request all the delegates to give all the distinguished guests a round of applause once again. We are now formally moving into the inaugural session. Sri Rajesh Kulangara Sir, Manager Director of Labour India Educational Institution, is a true leader and a man of willpower who took great initiative to make this UN Replica 8th edition a dream come true. His tireless efforts and dedication is commendable. With immense pleasure, I invite Sri Rajesh Kulangara Sir to deliver the welcome address.
Distinguished Chief Mentor of UN Replica, Ambassador T.P. Srinivasan Sir, Chairman of Labour India Group, George Kulangara Sir, Principal Sujama, respected dignitaries, mentors, our dear Principal of Teachers College of Labour India, Trainer Benny Kurian Sir, our respected academic director, our Director Tinu, Domil, Rosemary, distinguished delegates of UN Replica 2023, and all the spectators who have come to support the distinguished delegates. I'm happy to stand here on this occasion of the 8th edition of UN Replica. We started UN Replica in 2016 as a very small dream. A very small dream to recreate the UN General Assembly and the UN Security Council in all its glory in this tiny, remote, rural village, not Marangatapalli, but Labour India Hills. Not even in Marangatapalli, but in the remotest part of Marangatapalli, which is Labour India Hills. And after the 2016 edition, I'm proud to say that we have not looked back. We were able to take this to pan-India. We made this possible in one of the top schools in the country, the Satpal Mittal School, where we did UN Replica for 2 years consecutively, the school owned by the Airtel Group. The chairman of the school was the CII National President, Ragesh Mittal. We are proud that we could do UN Replica in its new avatar in online version while we were struggling with COVID-19. And I am so happy that one of our student, Domil, he went on to create a world record from the inspiration he got from UN Replica, and he took the real spirit of UN Replica to all those forums he got across the globe just because it was online. In a challenge, he found an opportunity and he created world record in the maximum number of participation in UN Replicas, model events as it is called. And I'm proud to say the General Secretary of 2016 UN Replica is here with us as the chief mentor, assisting our leader, Ambassador T.P. Srinivasan sir. And again, one more proud thing, the first delegate who won the Best Delegate Award in 2016, he is a shining star in the community of UN Replica alumni. He just won the National Kendra Sahitya Akademi Award for his literary work. And he is shining like a star in all the academic fronts, whether it is UG, PG, or in all the academic performance that he is putting forward. And I hope next year, in the 9th edition, we will get to showcase all the alumni that has performed extraordinarily well in their career, in their admissions, in their past 9 years. And I have a small dream to share with all of you, including our leaders, Ambassador Srinivasan sir and George sir. The 10th edition of UN Replica, can we do it in UN? And this is the one small dream that my mentor, my trainer, my guru, Dr. Ambassador Srinivasan sir has been sharing with me from the very beginning. If you can take this program from Marangathavalli and at least for a day, if we can go to New York and do the UN Replica in UN, that will be a dream come true. And I believe some of you will join in that trip to New York. And we will do this UN Replica in UN in New York, maybe in its 10th edition. But let's pray to God and let's strive hard, but let's work hard. And if we work smart and if we work hard with a vision and with a dream, we can do it. That is proven in the 8th edition of UN Replica, and still we are doing it in the 8th year. Whether it is COVID or it is anything else, nothing can stop us. And I believe, and I truly believe, with the kind of enthusiasm and spirit you have shown for this program, we can do this together and we will get it done in the 10th edition. And this is the dream that we all share, and I want you to take the lead and you to take this mission forward and accomplish it. Whether I am there or not, you have to make it happen, each one of you. Domil, Rosemary, I'm proud. I'm emotional. Look at them. They were like you. They were just like you. And now sitting there mentoring UN Replica. More than happy. So each one of you has to go beyond what they have accomplished. You have to go to the best of the best institutions. You have to perform at your best and be a role model to each one of the UN Replica delegates, those who are coming after you in 2025, in 2026 and 2027. They should discuss about you. They should talk about you, the kind of accomplishment you have achieved just with the inspiration and spark you got from UN Replica. I will not make it long. I want to get into my duty of welcoming each one of you to the UN Replica 2023. I take this opportunity on behalf of Labour India, on behalf of UN Replica fraternity, the leader, the inspiration, the man who made this dream a reality, a possibility, and still actively involved in each and everything to the minutest details he handholds. None other than our Guru, our mentor, Ambassador T.P. Srinivasan. I welcome you, sir, on behalf of the family of UN Replica. What we see today in this small remote village is just because of one decision of one human being who just passed a normal college in Kottayam district. And that one decision he had, he will not leave this village, he will make the world come to this village. And that he achieved. I'm proud to welcome Sri George Kulangara. We have 193 countries sitting in Marangathavalli today. So that's a small step for us, but it's a big job for him in the last 50 years. I will not take much of the time. I want to welcome each one of you, all the distinguished delegates of UN Replica 2023, including the people behind and in front, including the principals of Labour India, who are the foundation pillars of this institution, each and every teacher who made this happen, each and every student who made this happen, each and every member of Labour India Gurukulam who made this happen. I welcome each one of you wholeheartedly, and let's make this the biggest UN replica of all. Looking forward to see you again next year. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that heartfelt welcome address. Today we have Sri George Kulangara, sir, Chairman of Labour India Group, amidst us to preside over this inaugural ceremony. He is a successful entrepreneur, environmentalist, author, and a social enabler who guides and supports us in all our ventures. Moreover, he is also a great visionary and a leader who envisions to mold the future generations with the thought of global learning. With immense pleasure, I invite Sri George Kulangara, sir, for the presidential address.
Very warm good morning to all. You relax. Let me see your smiling on your face. Smile. 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 Okay, thank you. Most respected, our chief guest of the day, Sri T.P. Srinivasan sir. Our MD of Labour India Group of Institutions, Sri Rajesh George Kulangara. Srimati Sujake George. Sri Madi Tinu Rajesh. Oh, Kannadi nahi. Okay. And Dr. Babu Kachagunnel, Rosemary, future doctor, not a gynecologist, but in English literature, and the organizer, and young UN members, most dear children and students, guests of today. First of all, I congratulate Sri Rajesh George Kulangara and his team for conducting this wonderful and the 8th UN Replica at a small village called Marangatuville. Now, Marangatuville is though a small village but internationally reputed. Rajesh already told you that years back it was my dream that we have to make a small village and a global educational hub, and we have to make the name of Marangatuville reach even New York, Washington, and all capital cities of the world. Now it is happening in different ways. Let us come to our point. You feel that you are now in UN Assembly. UN Assembly is now at Marangatuville, in a small village of the world, which we can. You believe that I can, I will. But we have to take, each one of you take a decision in your mind. You use your mind power. That mind power determines everything. Not a physical power, but mind power. Here you are using your mind power to solve the problems of the world. We is here to solve the problems, different problems of the countries of the world. Russia and Ukraine, what is going on? And Hamas, Israel, what is going on? Thousands and thousands of people, women, children, women. We got to think that. League of Nations, you have studied about League of Nations. After the First World War, League of Nations framed, but it was a failure. And when it failed, they started the Second World War. The Second World War killed millions and millions and millions of children, youth, gents, ladies, aged. At present, the same war is going on in different countries in the world. But UN is watching. Now UN has become a watcher of these all tragedies of the world. But you have to think, you have to act. I tell you think globally and act locally. And this is a local action, but our thought is universal, global. Therefore, my children, you are getting a wonderful opportunity to come up. So excellent opportunities are waiting for you. But our confidence, you have to build up that confidence. You should be ready to speak out. Tell the truth. The confidence is the most important thing. Therefore, you build up, you are getting wonderful opportunities to build up your confidence. You have seen different prime ministers, different leaders in the world. In the past, Mahatma Ji, Jesus, Muhammad Nabi, Krishna, many, Sri Narayana Guru in Kerala. There are number of leaders which we have seen them. Therefore, you be courage and confidence and build up your mind. You empower your mind. And here I tell you, and at the same time, I once again wish you all the success. You actively participate. You don't mind whether you are wrong or correct. You speak out. Whatever you feel in your mind, you speak out. That courage is enough. Once again, my best wishes. Once again, I congratulate Rajesh. Next time, Rajesh already told you, our MD told you, next UN Assembly will be in New York. All get ready. Passport is ready with you? Passport is ready with you? How many of you have a passport? Please raise your hands. Others, okay, thank you. And others, please immediately get ready with your passports. And visa will be arranged later. Once again, I thank you and wish you the best luck.
Thank you, sir, for that enlightening presidential address. As a Labour India family, we are very fortunate to have Sri T.P. Srinivasan sir amidst us as our mentor and guide for this UN replica. He is a former ambassador and is one of the most experienced UN diplomats of India. He is the only Indian diplomat who has served at the ambassadorial level at New York, Nairobi and Vienna, and the head of the United Nations divisions in the Ministry of External Affairs, New Delhi. He has chaired UN General Assembly committees on UN reform and financing of development and the UN Security Council committees on arms embargo against South Africa and Article 50 of the UN Charter. He has lectured and written extensively on the UN in India and abroad. He has designed the UN replica and mentored it to be the UN to our temples of learning for the benefit of our youth. With immense honor, I would like to invite Sri T.P. Srinivasan sir for the keynote address and to introduce the chief guest for the inaugural session.
Distinguished Chairman of the Labour India Group, Sri George Kulangara, Sri Rajesh George Kulangara, and the entire family of dedicated young people who are behind this UN replica, and distinguished delegates. To me, visiting Marangatapalli is a pilgrimage every year, because I see here the future of India in various ways. Every time I tell somebody that I am going to Marangatapalli, I have to give an explanation. They think it is somewhere in Africa. I never heard of it. Then I have to say it is near Pala, it is near Kottayam. By the time you describe, they get some picture. But next year again they ask me. But this is not just a pilgrimage and also an opportunity to pay respects to Mr. George Kulangara for this fabulous institution he has built up here. But also for my own nostalgia, because going into the General Assembly Hall is always very nostalgic for me. I entered the UN General Assembly Hall for the first time in 1979. Most of you are not born at that time. And since then I have attended 20 General Assembly sessions. and also served on the Security Council twice when India was a non-permanent member. So nothing makes me happier than seeing young people taking interest in the United Nations and also trying to learn. The only difference between UN Replica and the normal model UNs that you see in different parts of India is that we recreate the United Nations in all its authenticity and grandeur. The whole idea of creating a General Assembly hall and a Security Council chamber was in fact a dream come true. Because when I was asked 8 years ago whether I could come and help organize an MUN, I said, if you let me do it the way I would like to project the UN in authentic manner, then I'll do that. And then they gave me a free hand to do whatever I wanted, and that is how UN Replica was born. If we had the time and the energy, we could have spread this all over India, but we have done, to some extent, gone with the message of UN Replica to many parts of India. So coming back for the 8th time, even after the pandemic when we had it all online, each time it is a dream come true for me. So I'm very grateful to this institution and all my friends here for asking me again and again to come to Maringattupalli. I do not need to tell you that the United Nations is going through a very, very difficult time, I would say a critical time. Because since the dawn of the 21st century, there have been many global crises, starting with 9/11, the bombing of New York, the economic collapse of 2007-2008, then the pandemic, which was the greatest threat to international peace and security, threat to mankind itself, and then the Russia-Ukraine war, and latest, the Hamas-Israel war. In all these, United Nations was simply a spectator, because no action was possible without the unanimous consent of the 5 permanent members. When the Cold War ended, we thought the UN would be able to act unitedly. And the only occasion when the United Nations acted unitedly was at the time of the Iraq-Kuwait episode. When Iraq captured Kuwait, the whole world thought it was the final. Kuwait is finished from the face of the earth. But in a most unprecedented manner, the 5 permanent members and others agreed that a war should be waged against Iraq. Imagine 194 countries fighting a war against one of its members. Unthinkable in human history. But it worked. Kuwait was liberated. The beginning in international relations. But again, we went back into the Cold War mode soon afterwards. And after that, we have not been able to deal with any of these crises except as a spectator, because the 5 permanent members could not agree. There has been a clamor for reform ever since I joined the UN in 1979 for the Security Council to be reformed. The Security Council today reflects the reality of 1945, when there were only 52 members in the Security Council. And they chose themselves, the winners of the Second World War, decided to give themselves the power of veto. And now we have 193 countries, and there is no change. If there are 5 permanent members at the time of 52 members, how many should be in the Security Council now? As pure arithmetic, we should have expanded it. But these 5 permanent members has rigidly opposed any expansion or change in the Security Council. And you cannot change anything in the United Nations without the support of not only the 5 permanent members, but also 2/3 majority of the General Assembly. There have been hundreds of proposals to reform the United Nations. But none of them enjoys the 5 permanent members' support as well as 2/3 of the General Assembly. So the UN is in a crisis. It is virtually paralyzed. It could not even act during the pandemic because China vetoed everything relating to the pandemic. So it's an extremely difficult situation. People are losing faith in the United Nations. But 48 hours ago, something very significant happened. I don't know whether you noticed it. The Security Council was able to pass a resolution on the happenings in Gaza. The permanent members did not veto it. Even the United States did not veto it. And so that is the conscience of the people, the public, coming into the UN. Often UN Security Council remains away from the mood of the people. But when this little country called Malta introduced a resolution in the Security Council, after many efforts, every resolution was vetoed by one of the permanent members. But Malta had the courage to move a resolution 48 hours ago. In fact, I was able to get the text only after I arrived here from the our permanent member in the UN. It was not available on any international in the network. It was still not publicized. Only last night I got a copy of that resolution. It is very remarkable for the very fact that the Security Council was able to take a decision on an issue of extreme importance to the world. All of us have seen pictures of what is happening in Gaza. How can you not take action on a situation like that? And more than a month has passed and more than 10,000 people have been murdered. The whole city of Gaza is lying in ruins. Still the Security Council could not speak. So you are in a new phase in which the emotions of the world are finally being seen by the Security Council. Of course, shame on us that they could not ask for a ceasefire, because the word ceasefire is not liked by either the Israelis or the Palestinians, because both sides want to win and they both think that they will win. And what the Palestinians have achieved is to bring the Palestine issue to the forefront, because they were seeing in the last few years Arab country after Arab country is joining the Israel in a new friendship, and they were about to sign. Saudi Arabia, Israel and the United States were supposed to sign an agreement any time now, and if that agreement was signed, Palestine issue would have been thrown to the dustbin. So in a sense, the action taken by Hamas, of course they took terrorist action which we do not approve, but they were at the bottom of despair, and that is why they decided to sacrifice their lives to save the Palestine issue. So such is the complexity of life. So this resolution does not ask for anything major. They are simply asking that a humanitarian corridor is created so that the innocent people of Gaza can go out and save themselves. And it's remarkable that Israel and its champion and its benefactor, the patron, United States, also did not veto that resolution. So you are at a moment of historic success of the UN, first time in the 21st century. Don't forget that. So that's why I think it is auspicious that we are meeting here today, because we are not discussing Palestine issue in the General Assembly. In the General Assembly, we are discussing something which is very important for us, the outer space. The outer space has been free for all, and only a few countries were able to do anything there. And when India became one of the biggest space powers, people were surprised. In fact, there was a cartoon in the New York Times where these 5 countries are sitting inside a glass house, and a man outside knocking at the door. And who is that man? An Indian farmer with a bullock in his hand. That is how the world picturized India, trying to break into this club of space countries. And that is what we did about 4 or 5 years ago. And today we are so proud that we have not only landed on the moon, we have landed on the side of the moon which nobody else had explored. We have found so many new elements, including the presence of water on the moon. And we are already going to launch a man program. I don't know when it will happen, but first tests have started. So we have a vital interest in the outer space. And we'll be discussing it, various aspects of it. The most important thing to remember is that the outer space should not become a militarized place. It's very easy to militarize outer space because from there you can reach any part of the world. But it's very important for us to make sure that outer space does not become a field for war. So we are engaged in building a future. Today there is no global order. Whatever was there after the Second World War was completely destroyed. There are no friends, there are no enemies. Everyone is dissatisfied with his situation. Even the most powerful state, the United States, is unhappy with their state of affairs. So there is a huge movement taking place of new alliances, new groups. And there India has emerged as a peacemaker, as a builder. And therefore that is the reason why G20 in Delhi was so successful, that we need to build a new world order. And that is what we have done in Delhi. We cannot build a whole global order by ourselves. But we have created some blocks, concrete blocks, which can go into this huge global order which we are in the way of creating. And that is why you, the young people, will live to see a new global order. And all that you do here, all that you say here, will be little blocks to build this new global order. And that global order has to be to fulfill the dream of the UN Charter. What does the UN Charter say? UN is established in order to rid the world, rid the future generations of the world of the scourge of war. But after the United Nations was established, there have been 800 wars. So, but UN has done more things for children, for women, for so many development activities, etc. Anyway, I don't want to go into all those details, but I just wanted to express my sense of satisfaction that we are building a society, a community, which takes interest in the UN, studies the UN, and try to find new ways of making the United Nations active. And I'm very pleased to invite Ambassador Veena Sikri. Unfortunately, she could not be here, but she has recorded an inaugural address for us yesterday. And she is one of the most eminent, one of the brightest Indian diplomats. She also, like me, retired from the Foreign Service, but engaged still in studies, in education, doing so many things. She and her husband, Rajiv Sikri, they were together with me in New York as well as in Moscow. So good friends. And so I was very delighted that she is going to appear before us to give you a message of inauguration. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, Ambassador Veena Sikri. Thank you.
I am distant, I'm on virtually, I'm online, but it is a great pleasure and honor to be here and to inaugurate the UN Replica session being carried out at by the Labour India Group. Respected Shri George Kulangara, Chairman Labour India Group, Shri Rajesh George Kulangara, Managing Director of Labour India Educational Institutions, and respected Ambassador T.P. Srinivasan, Mentor of the UN Replica, and distinguished delegates. Let me first begin by congratulating the organizers on bringing together the 8th edition of UN Replica. In particular, I would like to congratulate Ambassador T.P. Srinivasan on his successful mentorship of the UN Replica over the last 8 years. He has conceptualized an excellent format which brings the UN to life for all the participating students and which allows the students to experience the reality of debating issues both at the UN General Assembly and at the UN Security Council, thereby giving them greater insights into the complexities of the most serious problems facing the world today. Ambassador Srinivasan is a dear friend, and I thank him for inviting me to deliver the inaugural address today. My husband Rajiv and I have had the privilege of serving together with Ambassador Srinivasan in cities as far apart as Moscow and New York. I would like to, at this point, pay very special homage to Srimati Lekha Srinivasan. She is no longer with us, but we can never forget her charm, her gracious, friendly personality, and her outstanding talent in so many fields. This is a very crucial time for organizing the UN Replica. The UN is completing 8 decades of its existence, and the 51 founding members in 1945 have today become 193 members. As it approaches the 80th year of its existence, this will also be the 10th edition of UN Replica if you continue with the program. So I'm sure Ambassador Srinivasan will be planning how to create a very special assessment of the UN as it turns 80. At this point, I would like to take you back a little bit, relating to my own experience at the UN when I was there in the late 70s and early 80s. It sounds a long time ago, but there are 2 aspects of my experience at the UN that I would like to particularly focus upon and bring you into it, because that experience is very relevant today, and it will bring to life for you what was happening in the UN, how the UN evolved in the early decades of its existence. Now, I was there from 1997 to 81. For the first 2 GAs, 1977 and 1978, I worked on the 4th committee, which was dealing with decolonization. It's now called the Political Special and Decolonization Committee. Now, at that point, we were in the midst of one of the biggest success stories that the UN has so far achieved, which is the process of decolonization. From the original 51 founding members in 1945, more than 80 members had joined through the process of decolonization, and this was a great success. How could they achieve it? And when we were there, when we were working on it, there were 3 committees, all reporting to the 4th Committee of the UN, which was the UN Council for Namibia, which was the UN Special Committee Against Apartheid, and which was the UN Special Committee of 24 on decolonization. I was involved with all these committees, but I was particularly involved with the UN Council for Namibia. And can you imagine that I just spoke about the 80 additional countries who have joined the UN as members through the process of decolonization. But when the UN was formed in 1945, 750 million people, 1/3 of the population at that time, was living under colonial rule, was living a life of oppression. And India, as a founding member of the UN, even though we were not independent, but still we were a founding member of the UN, right from 1946, we started raising concerns about decolonization, about apartheid, about racial discrimination, and about economic growth. So this is how we were able to play a very big role in this process of decolonization, and India was the first chair of the Special Committee of 24 on decolonization. The Council for Namibia was a very particular body that was set up to achieve independence for Namibia, which was then being controlled by South Africa. And South Africa, as you know, had the apartheid regime, and they were resisting ending the apartheid regime, and the West countries were entirely with them. In fact, when the UN Special Committee against Apartheid was formed, the Western countries even refused to join this committee. So there was such a great deal of, shall I say, collaboration between the apartheid regime and the Western countries. But when we took up this Council for Namibia, during my time that we were there, the Council of Namibia had already been in operation, but at this time we were forcing the issues to come together to the UN Security Council, and India was a non-permanent member of the Security Council for 77 and 78. In that capacity, I was the alternate representative on the Security Council, and I was able to directly speak and negotiate on the Security Council. The particular negotiation that is very vivid in my mind, and that was very relevant to the work of the UN Council for Namibia, was UN Security Council Resolution 435, which was adopted on September 29, 1978. It was a unique experience, negotiating with the P5 countries, with the permanent members of the Security Council, which, as you know, USA, UK, the then Soviet Union, China, and France. And we were negotiating with them on giving independence to Namibia. We, as the Council for Namibia, were negotiating with the P5 and other members of the Security Council for this process of independence. With us on the Council for Namibia, side by side with us, was this organization called SWAPO, Southwest Africa People's Organization, which was the freedom movement, represented the freedom movement of the people of Namibia. And we had leading figures like Sam Nujoma, who later served as the first president of Namibia for 3 terms. And we had Theo Ben-Gurion, who became the foreign minister of Namibia and later the second Prime Minister of Namibia, and he was also later the President of the General Assembly of the UN. So we were able to successfully negotiate this resolution, and it was under this resolution that Namibia finally got its independence, although it took another 10 to 12 years before the elections could be held, because South Africa resisted the implementation of this resolution. And South Africa, only agreed and signed on it much later, 10 years later in 1988, when because of the fighting in Angola and the Cuban forces in Angola, there was a tripartite accord between South Africa, Angola, Cuba and Namibia, under which Namibia got its independence. Elections were held. The UN TAG mission, Transition Assistance Group, actually took position in Namibia. The elections were organized, and Sam Nujoma became the first president. So it was a great moment for me at that time in 1978 to negotiate that resolution. All of you youngsters, distinguished delegates, you are all born in the post-colonial era. You have no idea of life under colonial rule, the kind of repression, the kind of lack of any kind of rights, social rights, economic rights, political rights. It's a terrible occasion. You take freedom for granted today, but in those decades, we really did fight for the freedom of the developing world, and it was a great success that this actually came about. And I hope that some of you will like to look into those old debates to see how we could actually get agreement among the P5. How did they come to this agreement? How did they see the writing on the wall and then agree to this resolution? That was one very important aspect of my work there. The second, because the next 2 General Assemblies that I was there in New York, 1979 and 1980, I worked on the second committee of the UN. Now, the second committee is the Economic and Financial Committee. All of you know about that. And at that time, UNCTAD was already in existence, the non-aligned movement was already in existence, but there was a great deal of dissatisfaction about the economic growth of the developing country. The developing countries were mired in complete poverty. As you know, that even in India, when the colonial powers left India accounted for just 3% of the world GDP. And this from a time beginning maybe in the right from the time that records have been kept, maybe 1,000, 1,500 years ago, when India's economy was something like 24% of the world economy. And then you have all the colonial countries coming in because they wanted to share in the wealth of India. And with that process, we saw that then they took took away the wealth of India, stole it, I would say, literally, and we were reduced to 3% of the world economy. And that was the condition in almost all the newly independent, decolonized countries of the world. They were very poor. They even did not have control over all their resources, because the Western countries, companies had kept control of the economic resources, of the wealth of these countries, and they were selling at very poor terms of trade. There was no return for the goods that they had to sell, and it was a terrible situation. So when I started work on the second committee, 1979 and 1980, Ambassador Mishra was the PR, we decided that in this work of the second committee, we would push for a North-South dialogue. Because if you recall, at this time, well, it was long before, you may not be aware of it, but I'd like to tell you that this was the time when the developing countries, through the non-aligned movement, where again India was a leader, India was a founder member of the non-aligned group, together with Egypt and Yugoslavia, the then Yugoslavia. Then through the UNCTAD, UN Conference on Trade and Development, there was this group of G77. At that time, the number was 77, the developing countries, and we had a very strong group in these organizations, in NAM and it wasn't called the G77 in NAM, but in UNCTAD context, it began to be called the G77. So in around the mid-1970s, around the time that I was there, the G77 then moved to New York for the first time. There had not been a G77 organization in New York among the countries that were there. There had not been a formal G77 organization. We put it together. And India was the first chair of the G77 in New York. And Ambassador Mishra was the chair, and I was the spokesperson of the G77 for 1 year. And it was a very, very interesting and very exciting time, because India, as leader of the G77 at that time, took up this need for a North-South dialogue, because we had on our own, the developing countries had been putting together their positions again and again and again. We were taking up what we calling the new international economic order. We wanted a new international economic order, the NIEO. That was the demand of the developing countries at that time. And we were looking at the best way of achieving. We had spelled out the details of the NIEO. They had been spelled out in many NAM declarations, in many UNCTAD conferences that were held in different countries, and the individual points were known. But of course, there was rarely any response from the developed countries, and there was no participation by the developed countries, either in NAM or in UNCTAD or many of the other groups. So we thought, as chair of the G77 in New York, India thought that we should work for this North-South dialogue, to bring the North into the dialogue. Let it be participatory. It should not be confrontational. We should not, look for any kind of confrontation on this, but if we wanted to get control of our own resources, let's make it participatory. And that's what we try to do through these through the work of the second committee in 1979 and 1980. And I must say that we got a good response. There were many issues. We laid an agenda for the countries of the North. We had meetings of the G77, and then we had meetings with the countries of the North. A small group was formed, and they were prepared to look at it. At this time, around this time, based on a lot of these discussions that were taking place in 1980, the Willy Brandt report also came out. And that also spoke in favor of a cooperative dialogue between North and South. So with all this support, we finally managed in October 81, the first North-South conference was held. There were 22 countries from 5 continents that participated in this. And this first North-South conference in Cancun in Mexico took a lot of interest in individual problems, whether it was agriculture, trade, science and technology, and other issues that were of interest to developing countries, and that we felt were important if we wanted our economies to grow as independent, vibrant economies, and we wanted the people of our countries to benefit from this economic growth. So this was actually really a very exciting time that was there for the second committee. For my work in the second committee, I worked very closely with Ambassador Mishra on this, and it was very interesting because during the time that I was on this second committee and working with the G77, we had also been working with NAM. There was the NAM summit which took place in Cuba in 1979. I was a member of that delegation. Before that, in 1976, when I was in Delhi as Undersecretary in the UN division, there was the NAM summit in Colombo in Sri Lanka. I was a member of that delegation. I participated in that. And 4 years later, even though by that time I was posted in Nepal, but I still was invited to come to the NAM summit in India, which was held in 1983. And I was secretary of the economic committee of that NAM summit. So we actually drafted the entire document on the new international economic order, on what the NAM countries wanted from it, how we wanted a dialogue with the North, all that. It was all there in that document. So this was, it was a starting point, this North-South dialogue. The first Cancun North-South summit had a vast range of countries, as I said, from 5 continents, but also had countries, of course, like USA and UK and France and Japan, but also had India and Saudi Arabia and Mexico and Nigeria, and even Bangladesh was a member of that conference in 1981. So I would like to say that this laid a very good starting point for the North-South dialogue, which then widened. There was never another North-South conference that was held, but this dialogue widened into specific areas. For example, I would like to say that subsequently there was the Copenhagen Summit on social development, which was held later. But that was a summit with North and South together. So then we started having these global conferences with the North and the South being jointly present and jointly negotiating on individual themes, on individual subjects. Social development in Copenhagen, and then later in 1995 you had the World Conference on Women in Beijing, which laid out a very ambitious program of action for gender empowerment, for gender development. And going along this road, gradually, then we had the Millennium Conference in the UN, and the Millennium Development Goals were adopted. Again, this was a very major move, that the Millennium Development Goals were adopted by the North and the South working together. Now, these Millennium Development Goals were supposed to be adopted, worked on and achieved, by 2015, but there was not very much achievement on that. And then by that year, 2015, we adopted the Sustainable Development Goals, which are now supposed to go until 2030 and be achieved by then. But as we all know, the 2 years of the pandemic have really set back the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals in many areas. Though now we are ourselves very involved in each country, the NGOs, the individual groups, sub-regional groups, regional groups. We are all involved in seeing how we can achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. And me, myself, even though now I've left government, and I have a group of my own. It's called the South Asia Women's Network, and one of our major objectives in the South Asia Women's Network, which brings together women from 9 countries, is to bring about sustainable development, achievement of sustainable development goals for the women of South Asia. So we have been in existence for 15 years. I started this immediately after I retired from government, and we've been working on the sustainable development goals, and we have been talking about women-led development as a precondition. You cannot have these sustainable development goals achieved until you have women-led development. So we've been working on this, and I'm very glad that right from that first North-South conference in Cancun, when we had the world financial crisis, the G20 was formed. Subsequently, and India this year, a few months ago, has hosted the summit of the G20 countries in Delhi, which was a grand success. It was a consensus document, a very specific consensus document, which was adopted at that time. Which was adopted at that time, and which was then presented to the world with specific targets in very, very important areas. And I feel that this movement from that first North-South conference in Cancun, through the individual summits, through the Sustainable Development Goals, and then seeing that the UN and the Sustainable Development Goals have not been able to achieve much, we have had the G20 summit in India, where India is once again, as the leader of the Global South, has taken up the cause of the Global South for achieving what we feel is essential for our development. So these, I would like to say that these are very interesting areas of work of my direct experience. Before I conclude, I'd like to just mention a little bit about why the UN came into being and where is it now. And I'm mentioning this more to let all of you distinguished delegates think about this, because this is very important. I'd like to say that when the UN Charter was adopted in 1945, the main objective was to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. It was a post-World War II document, and the importance of preventing another world war. 2 world wars had already taken place, and to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war was the main target. Has the UN been able to achieve it? And how can the UN achieve it? That is the big scope for thought for when you're looking at the 80th anniversary of the UN. But I'd like to remind you of one more point here, that in the same year, 1945, there was a UNESCO Constitution adopted. And the UNESCO Constitution says a very important thing. It says that since wars are made in the minds of men, it is in the minds of men and women that the defenses of peace must be constructed. Now, this is a very important point, that when you say it's in the minds of men and women that the defenses of peace must be constructed, then this is a mindset issue. And the mindset issue has to be looked at. How do you change mindsets? Is it through the family system? Is it through values in the family system? Is it through ethics? Is it through your school curriculum? Is it through your college curriculum? At which point do you want to have the defenses of peace constructed in the minds of men? And when I say defenses of peace, we're not being pacifist. We're not being pacifist at all. In fact, if you know another phrase, it says, if you want peace, prepare for war. I mean, you have to be prepared. You have to be prepared to protect your national interest, prepared to protect your sovereignty. All that is very important. But this does not mean that you have to go to war. So the defenses of peace means, again, preventing people from going to war by creating a mindset that makes you prepared for every eventuality, but tells you that war is destructive of families, of individuals, of women and children, and so it must be prevented. So I think when you look at it, you must look at this aspect, and I think we must here, I would say that in the 21st century, one of the aspects that we must look at very strongly is how to prevent international terrorism. I think this is here another area where India is playing a major role, and we have proposed in the UN a comprehensive convention on international terrorism. We proposed it way back in 1996, but even though there's been some progress, that there's been an international convention on the suppression of terrorist bombings adopted in 1997, there's been an international convention for the suppression of the financing of terrorism adopted in 1999, and a third international convention for the suppression of acts of nuclear terrorism adopted in 2005. But the overall comprehensive convention on international terrorism is still, I would say, unfulfilled, because the very definition of terrorism is not being agreed upon. So maybe when all of you have your discussions, distinguished delegates, you should look at this aspect and think about it as well. But even when we look at my last sentence, even when we look at the areas of peacekeeping, the areas of war, and how far the UN has been successful or not successful in preventing war, we must look at the great success of the UN in its peacekeeping operations. I think this is one important point that is often left out, even taken for granted, that since 1945, the UN has undertaken more than 55 peacekeeping operations, and even today, 12 peacekeeping operations are underway in Mali, in Western Sahara, in Democratic Republic of Congo, in South Sudan, in Lebanon, and so on. And it's very interesting to see the role that these peacekeeping operations have played, and India has played a leading role. India is the third largest supplier of troops after Bangladesh and Nepal to the UN peacekeeping operation. I think in some years India has even been the first supplier. We have sent more than 250,000 Indian troops, and they have served in 49 out of the 71 UN peacekeeping operations. So, and in fact in 2007, we even sent an all-female formed police unit to serve in one of the peacekeeping operations. It was in Liberia, I think. And it was a great success. It was greatly welcomed by the people of Liberia. So I think that on this note, a note of hope that peacekeeping operations will effectively prevent any further troubles across the world, I would like to wish you every success in the UN Replica, and may you continue this very valuable tradition you have done and graduate initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing. Thank you, ma'am, for sharing and empowering us with your valuable thoughts and officially inaugurating the event. Now we are having the honor to call out the B.Ed rank holders and give them the shields and medals they have secured the ranks from MG University for the B.Ed examination 21-23 batch. So I invite Honorable T.P. Srinivasan sir to come forward and give away the shields and medals. And I also request all the other dignitaries to come forward. Ginny John, who have secured 3rd rank of the MG University for the B.Ed examination 21-23 batch. Ginny John secured the 3rd rank. Next we have Deepthi S. Nair, who have secured 5th rank in B.Ed examination 21-23 batch. The following will be the A+ holders of the college, and I request T.P. Srinivasan to distribute the medals for the winners. Teresa P. Sebastian of English Optional, Aditya K.P. from Malayalam Optional, Jisha S. Thomas from Hindi Optional, Amita Anthony from Mathematics Optional, Parvati K. Nair from Mathematics Optional, Alina Jose from Physical Science Optional, Anjana Raj from Physical Science Optional, Anjana Raj from Physical Science Optional, Christy Maria Anthony from Physical Science Optional, Nuba and Tom, Ashwati K.A., Jarina Josh, Donia Matthew, Meera Elsa Madhu, Rekha P. Josh, Roshni Joshi, Deepthi S. Nair, Ginny John, Ronnie Joseph, and Jeannie John. Congratulations to all the prize winners, and I request all the distinguished guests to kindly to be back in their seats. Thus, we have come to the close of our inaugural session, and thank you, Sri T.P. Srinivasan sir, and all the other esteemed guests for your valuable presence throughout the session. And now, we are officially moving into the General Assembly session. And over to you, sir.
Well, thank you very much for this exemplary inaugural session that you all participated. As the chairman asked, all of you were smiling, right? That was very nice of you. So that shows the future is bright, since all of us are smiling. So now we proceed with the General Assembly session, the first formal session under the President. I hope the President is there. Is he up there, President? Are there? Okay, okay.
So the Secretary General comes to the right of President, right?
Secretary General actually should have been on this side.
Oh, so that's it.
And Under Secretary General on this side. Applaud the President. And the Secretary General and the Under Secretary General. Welcome. Mr. President, we are in your hands now. Thank you.
Greetings to the distinguished delegates present here. It's an honor to address you as the President of the United Nations General Assembly. In a world where borders may define nations, the realm of outer space transcends terrestrial borders. The agenda, international cooperation in the peaceful uses of outer space, calls for collaborative efforts to ensure that outer space remains a domain of peace and prosperity. In anticipation of a highly enriching deliberation on this agenda, I call to order the 78th General Assembly of the United Nations. The agenda item considered by this Assembly will be the international cooperation in the peaceful uses of outer space.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, it is an honor to stand before you as Secretary General of the United Nations General Assembly addressing the issue of international cooperation in the peaceful uses of outer space. As we embark on this crucial journey together, let us recognize the boundless possibilities that lie beyond our earthly borders and the responsibility we share in ensuring the peaceful exploration and utilization of outer space for the benefits of all humanity, and build a future where the vastness of the cosmos become a symbol of our shared aspirations and unity. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary General. I have the list of speakers and I request the distinguished delegate of the state of Qatar to make their statement. The next three sets of delegates that are going to present their statements are Democratic People's Republic of Korea, Iceland, St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Hello. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Your Excellency President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency Secretary General of the General Assembly, and dear delegates. I'm proud to stand here and talk about this session's agenda, international cooperation and peaceful uses of outer space. The state of Qatar participates in international economic forums through its membership in international, economical, regional and Arab organizations that work in different economical, social, cultural and scientific fields. The state of Qatar also actively contributes to the fields of international cooperation and attaining global partnership for development and enhancing international development, aid and assisting developing countries to achieving development goals. Qatar also attaches great importance to international cooperation that is enslaved in its National Vision 2030 and which calls for enhancing its regional, promoting civilization dialogues and contributing to achieve international security and peace. As of Qatar's National Vision 2030, it is pointing to the state of interest in expanding and utilizing space technology for the purpose of sustainable social development, preparing national experts for space science and technology. We, Qatar, have also signed a joint cooperation project with the US Space Agency, NASA, to design and launch a specialized scientific satellite to study climate, the effects of climate change, underground water resource, and their properties at a depth of 50 meters from the Earth's surface and measuring the impact of rising sea levels on the desert and dry regions, which include the Arabian Peninsula and the North Africa, in addition to several other tasks related to addressing climate change and promoting sustainable development. The state of Qatar has made peaceful use of outer space an essential driver for sustainable development, and that outer space activities are an indispensable tool for economical, social, environmental and health development and the manager of natural resources. Accordingly, we ask within the ways of strengthening the role and effectiveness of United Nations system in the global economic governance that the United Nations takes an instrumental role in harnessing international trade as an incentive overall economic growth by strengthening and re-energizing the global partnership for sustainable development. I thank everyone for spending their time listening to me. Barakallah, free shukranlah.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the state of Qatar. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Democratic People's Republic of Korea to make the statement. The delegate of Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Now,
that outer space can benefit all nations, but especially small island developing states like Samoa. For example, space technology can be used to improve food security and water management, monitor and manage natural resources, enhance disaster preparedness and response, improve access to education and healthcare, promote sustainable development. Samoa is committed to working with other nations to ensure that peaceful uses of outer space are accessible to all. We support the work of United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Use of Outer Space, and we call on all nations to uphold their obligations to international law to use space for peaceful purposes only. We also call for the increased investment in space technology, education and training, particularly for developing countries. This will help to ensure that all nations have the capacity to benefit peaceful use of outer space. Mr. President, Samoa is a small country, but we have big ambitions for the future. We believe that space technology can play a vital role in helping us to achieve our sustainable development goals. We are committed to working with other nations to ensure that peaceful use of outer space are access to all. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the independent state of Samoa. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Republic of Moldova to come forward and present their statement.
Honorable President, Secretary General, and distinguished delegates, we, as Republic of Moldova, would like to congratulate the delegate of Trinidad and Tobago for being elected as President on the United Nations General Assembly. I, the distinguished delegate of Republic of Moldova, would like to express my views on the United Nations General Assembly agenda, international cooperation in the peaceful uses of outer space. The Republic of Moldova successfully deployed its first satellite from the International Space Station ISS. This achievement was made possible with the support of United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs and the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency under the Kibo Q program. This program is part of the Access to Space for All initiative and enables teams from developing nations, economies in transition to develop and deploy CUBE satellite CubeSat from ISS. The CUBE satellite, termed Nanosat, was constructed by the Technical University of Moldova in the 4th round of Kibo Cube. The primary objective of the mission is technological demonstration in various modules and subsystems of the CubeSat. It will test the behavior of sensors and gain experience with satellite communications, solar electric power management, and the endurance of electronic components. Though the development and operation, termed Nanosat, hopes to attract young people in Moldova to pursue STEM education, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, and to strengthen scientific research in the field of space. Successful
space research, Asia Pacific Space Cooperation Organization, Asia Pacific Regional Space Agency, and actively takes parts in their activities. Pakistan is a state for all 5 core multilateral treaties on outer space, carry out its all outer space activities in a peaceful and transparent, safe manner in accordance with the relevant international norms, with the ultimate objective of enhancing the well-being of humankind. Giving the utmost significance to outer space as a common heritage of humankind, Pakistan aspires that it must be explored and used for peaceful purpose in accordance with the principles set out in relevant international law, in particular the 1967 Outer Space Treaty. We acknowledge the inactivities and mechanism undertaken by UN Corpus for increasing transparency and confidence building measures among the member of states for maintaining sustainability, global peace and security under ambit of international space laws. Pakistan also appreciates the role of Corpus, the global legal regime of outer space and framework for space governments. Pakistan one of the view that behind consensus-based international framework is required. To this end, Pakistan continues its constructive engagement to evolve consensus. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Islamic Republic of Pakistan. Now, the distinguished delegate of Republic of Romania come forward and make your statement. I request the delegates of Paraguay, Colombia, Marshall Islands, Madagascar and Myanmar to come forward and occupy your seats.
Honorable President, Excellencies and distinguished delegates, we as the delegate of Romania would like to congratulate the delegate of Trinidad and Tobago as the appointment as the President of United Nations General Assembly. Romania, as a European Union country and a European Space Agency member state, is participating to their programs and applications. Romania is also a country having its own space agency and is developing its own space program according to the national strategy and in concordance and complementarity with other international programs. Romania is participating in the European Space Agency's all major programs on science and exploration, human space flights, safety and security, Earth observation, telecommunications and integrated applications, navigation, space transportation. Romania continued the participation to space science mission as Euclid and JUICE. Romanian scientists are involved in the important LISA collaboration on gravitational waves in participation of a large space gravitational observatory. Romania continues support in developing tools for the monitoring and protection of our planet. As concerning space debris, I would like to mention the continuing participation of Romania and scientists in the development of collision avoidance tools and the commitment to the ESA program developing in-orbit service and active debris removal mission. My country supported the development of the Space 2030 agenda within the United Nations system, and we could see its development as a necessity due to the major contributions of space to the achievements of sustainable development goals. I hope that this successful Space 2030 agenda might create a framework for taking into account the planned sustainable activities of countries and space agency. In particular, this resource for the Office of Outer Space Affairs should adapt with the current rapid increase in space activities and needs of regulations and global coordination. Thank you, distinguished delegate, for your kind attention.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Romania. Now, I would like to call upon the distinguished delegate of Republic of Paraguay to make their statement.
Honorable President and distinguished delegates, we as the delegate of Paraguay would like to congratulate Trinidad and Tobago as your appointment as the President of United Nations General Assembly. Paraguay recognizes the rights and obligations that derive from the peaceful uses of outer space in accordance with international law and its sustainable use for the benefit of humanity. Regardless of economic and technological development, our country is making progress towards becoming a spacefaring nation. We ratify its position against the arms race in outer space opposed to it becoming a theater of conflict and supports legally binding regime that covers the aspiration of international community. The United Nations has been at the center of international cooperation in space activities since the beginning of space age. Our country is trying to look over the space debris mitigation guidelines of committee, the safety framework on nuclear power sources application. The guidelines of the long-term sustainability of outer space activities of the committee represent important instruments of non-legally binding nature. Through our agendas and the work of deliberation and being undertaken with several working groups under multi-year work plans, such as those on the use of nuclear power sources in outer space. Long-term sustainability of outer space activities such as application for the 5 United Nations treaties on outer space, definition and elimination of outer space resources activities. In 2013, the first woman to be appointed as Minister of Defense in Paraguay took the initiative to propose the creation of Space Agency of Paraguay. Our main objectives are to promote and develop space activities supporting innovation by specific means, to carry out research work looking plan to access technology and application by developing highly skilled groups in this field, to propose policies and development, use and exploitation of space in a peaceful manner. This is to ensure the accomplishment of treaties and international agreements. To promote the creations of human resources in this field, we as a country are trying to take part in outer space activities at a time when new technologies are arising. Commitment in agendas also include ensuring the committee and its subcommittees supported by the Office for Outer Space Affairs continue as appropriate response to such changes. In the spirit of cooperation, our country is actively participating in international space initiatives. We are open to collaboration with other countries, space agencies and organizations. We support joint ventures in satellite technology, space research and space-based application that promote sustainable development. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Paraguay. Now, I request the distinguished delegate of the Kingdom of Colombia to make their
Mr. President, just to be noted, we are winding up with the formal consultation with the delegate of Marshall Islands. After that, we'll continue after the lunch break. So we'll break for lunch at 1:00 p.m. And so the last speaker for this round of formal consultation would be delegate of Marshall Islands. Thank you.
Duly noted, Om.
Mr. President, next person. Colombia is absent.
I request the distinguished delegate of Marshall Islands to make their statement.
Good afternoon. We as the delegate of Marshall Islands would like to congratulate the delegate of Trinidad and Tobago as your appointment as the President of United Nations General Assembly. The Marshall Islands, like many other countries, recognize the immense potential and benefits that outer space offers to humanity. From satellite communication to Earth observation and scientific research, space technology has become an integral part of our daily lives and quest for knowledge. However, the peaceful use of outer space faces various challenges, including the risk of militarization and proliferation of space debris. The Marshall Islands hold a special significance in the context of the United Nations and outer space. It was the site of numerous nuclear tests conducted by the United States during the mid-20th century. The impact of these tests conducted by the environment and the health of Marshallese people underscores the importance of international cooperation to ensure the peaceful uses of outer space for scientific, commercial and peaceful purposes. Together we can improve and make it the realm of peace and discovery for future generations. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Marshall Islands. The delegates of the United Nations General Assembly, we are adjourned.
Honorable President and distinguished delegates, we as the delegate of Madagascar knows that outer space and its exploration gives us a lot of opportunities for technological advancements, development for our countries and many more. We, Madagascar, know that outer space has become an integral part of our lives. It also opens ways for militarization. Outer space should be used for keeping peace and not posing threat to other nations. We also support the international efforts to develop guidelines and regulation for debris mitigation and removal to safeguard the sustainability of space. As a spacefaring nation, Madagascar understands the importance of utilizing space-based assets for achieving the non-appropriation of outer space, moon and other celestial bodies, non-militarization and international cooperation in the outer space. The 1967 Outer Space Treaty bans the stationing of weapons of mass destruction in outer space, prohibits military activities on celestial bodies, and details legally binding rules governing the peaceful exploration and use of space. In conclusion, we, the Madagascar, believes that international cooperation is necessary for achieving the peaceful, responsible use of outer space. Let's work together to explore the limitless potential of space for the advance of humanity. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Madagascar. I request the distinguished delegate of Republic of Myanmar to make the statement. I also request the delegates of Equatorial Guinea, San Marino, and the Republic of Colombia to come forward.
Sorry, there's a slight correction. Our lunch break is going to scheduled at 1:30. And so sorry for the inconvenience caused. But we'll break at sharp at 1:30. So be hopeful, wait for your lunch, and people who are yet to speak, best wishes, please.
The Republic of Myanmar, you have the floor.
Greetings, Mr. President, distinguished delegates, and fellow nations. We, as the delegate of Myanmar, would like to congratulate the delegate of Trinidad and Tobago as your appointment as the President of the United Nations General Assembly. We, as the delegate of Myanmar, recognizes the importance of international cooperation for the peaceful use of our space, as we stand at the brink of an era where space exploration and utilization are paramount. It's crucial to ensure that space is used for peaceful and collaborative purposes. Myanmar advocates for enhanced cooperation, transparency, and equitable access to outer space resources, fostering global harmony and sustainable development. Since the National Satellite Project is in an ongoing stage, the Republic of the Union of Myanmar has not yet adopted the space debris mitigation standards. However, after completing the process of launching the national satellite, the cooperation with the international space community will be done to reduce the space debris as an important issue for building secure and peaceful use of our space. As a nation which is formulating a space program to launch national communication satellite in the future, Myanmar is always pleased to carry out the affairs of the development of space debris mitigation and the safety and peaceful use of our space, cooperating with the international communities as under the space debris mitigation guidelines of the Committee on the Peaceful Use of our Space. Also, Myanmar totally supports such guidelines, and we will apply those as national practices and principles in our space activities. Moreover, as Myanmar is one of the members in ITU, International Telecommunication Union, the recommendation of ITU on environmental protection of the geostationary satellite orbital slot provides us in the procedures of launching and operating the satellite network system and service associated with the used technologies. By upholding transparency, reinforcing legal frameworks, promoting collaboration, safeguarding sustainability, and ensuring equitable access and benefit sharing, we can collectively pave the way for a harmonious and prosperous future in space exploration. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Myanmar, along with the delegates of Equatorial Guinea, San Marino, Colombia. I request the delegates of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka, Afghanistan to come forward and take your seat. Now, the delegate of Equatorial Guinea, please come forward and make your speech. The delegate of San Marino. I request the distinguished delegate of San Marino to come forward and make your statement.
Honorable President and distinguished delegates, we, San Marino, recognizes the value of outer space in advancing scientific knowledge, technology, and innovation. The peaceful use of outer space has the potential to address global challenges such as climate change, natural disasters, and sustainable development. San Marino is committed to working with other countries and international organizations to promote the responsible and peaceful exploration and utilization of outer space for the betterment of humanity. San Marino has been actively engaged in various international forums and working groups dedicated to outer space issues. The Republic supports the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space and the Outer Space Treaty, which emphasize the peaceful exploration and use of outer space. the prohibition of military activities, and the prevention of the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction in outer space. San Marino also values the importance of international cooperation in space science and technology. The Republic has participated in collaborative space research projects with other countries and has supported initiatives aimed at increasing access to space technology for developing nations. San Marino believes that partnerships and cooperation in space exploration can lead to breakthroughs in science, technology, and innovation that can benefit all humankind. Furthermore, San Marino emphasizes the need for responsible space governance and the development of international norms and guidelines for the peaceful use of outer space. The Republic supports efforts to promote transparency, confidence-building measures, and the prevention of space debris and space-based threats. San Marino recognizes the importance of a rules-based international order in outer space to ensure the continued peaceful and sustainable use of this critical domain. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of San Marino. Now I call upon the distinguished delegate of Cyprus to come forward and make your statement.
Outer space, Mr. President, distinguished delegates, outer space is a vast and mysterious place that has long captivated the imagination of humans. In recent years, we have begun to explore this new frontier in the earnest, and we have made many exciting discoveries. One of the most important uses of outer space is for communication. Satellites orbit and the Earth and relay signals from one place to another, providing us with a vital link with the rest of the world. Satellites are also used for navigation, weather forecasting, environmental monitoring. Outer space is also a valuable resource for the scientific research. Astronomers use telescopes to study the stars and planets, and they have made many groundbreaking discoveries about the universe. Scientists are also using outer space to study the effects of zero gravity on the human body. In addition to its practical applications, outer space also has a profound impact on our culture. Science fiction has long been inspired by the possibilities of space travel. It has helped to shape our understanding of the universe. And the Apollo missions to the moon were a defining moment in the human history, and they have continued to inspire us from the day. The future of outer space is full of possibilities. We are developing new technologies that will allow us to travel to Mars and beyond. We are also exploring the possibility of mining resources in outer space. The potential of outer space is limited only by our imagination. Cyprus has a long history of the involvement in space exploration. In 1962, Cyprus became a founding member of the European Space Agency, or the ESA. This ESA is an intergovernmental organization that develops, implements, and space programs for its member states. Cyprus has also participated in a number of ESA projects, including the development of Ariane space rockets and the International Space Station. In recent years, Cyprus has begun to develop its own industry. The Cypriot Space Exploration Organization, or the CSEO, was established in 2012 to promote the space exploration and research in Cyprus. The CSEO has a number of projects underway, including the development of small satellite and the construction of the ground station. Cyprus is also home to a number of private companies that are involved in space exploration. These companies are developing a variety of technologies, including the satellite system, space tourism, and asteroid mining. The future of space exploration in Cyprus is bright. The country has a strong foundation in science and technology and is committed to exploring the potential of our outer space. With its continued investment in the space exploration, Cyprus is poised to play a leading role in the development of the space industry. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Cyprus. Now, I would like to call upon the distinguished delegate of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to make the statement.
Tahiyati Il Said Al Rais, We, the distinguished delegate of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, would like to take this opportunity to reaffirm the commitment on the peaceful use of outer space. We believe that space is a common heritage of all mankind and that its benefits should be shared by all. In recent years, Saudi Arabia has made significant progress in its space program. We have established a national space agency, launched our first satellite, and embarked on ambitious space exploration missions. We are also actively engaged in the international cooperation on space matters. We believe that international cooperation is essential to ensure the peaceful and sustainable use of outer space. We are working with our partners to develop new space technologies, data and knowledge. I would like to call on all the member states to work together to strengthen the peaceful use of outer space. Saudi Arabia is collaborating with international partners on a number of space exploration missions, including the International Space Station, the Moon, Mars, and the asteroid belt. Saudi Arabia is providing training and assistance to developing countries in space science and technology. Saudi Arabia is committed to work with international committee to ensure that space is used for peaceful purpose and for the benefit of all humanity. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Saudi Arabia. Now, I request the distinguished delegate of Afghanistan to make their statement. I also request the distinguished delegates of Eritrea, Republic of Finland, Solomon Islands, Kingdom of Morocco, and Malawi to come forward and take your seats. The delegate of Afghanistan, you have the floor.
Mr. President and esteemed delegates, we, the delegate of Afghanistan, congratulate the delegate of Trinidad and Tobago for appointed as the President of UN General Assembly. As a representative of the people of Afghanistan, I stand before this distinguished assembly to emphasize the paramount importance of harnessing the peaceful uses of outer space for the betterment of our global community. In a world often marked by strife and discord, the exploration and utilization of outer space offer a unique avenue for furthering collaboration and unity. Afghanistan, a nation with rich history and resilient spirit, seeks to actively contribute to the collective efforts aimed at realizing the full potential of outer space for peaceful purposes. Our commitment to the peaceful use of outer space is rooted in the belief that space exploration can serve as a catalyst for sustainable development, scientific advancement, and international cooperation. By promoting the responsible and inclusive use of space technologies, we can bridge gaps, enhance communication, address shared challenges such as climate change, disaster management, and resource sustainability. Let us wave a minority of cooperation where satellite technology becomes a conduit for connectivity, education, and sustainable development. In the boundless expanse of space, we find an arena where nations can collaborate on scientific endeavors, pushing the boundaries of human knowledge to new frontiers. Afghanistan, while facing its own set of challenges, envisions a future where the benefit of outer space are accessible to all nations, irrespective of their economic or technical standing. Let us, as a united global community, work hand in hand to ensure that the peaceful uses of outer space become a beacon of hope, progress, and collaboration for the generation to come. I thank you for your attention.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Afghanistan. Now, I request the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Sri Lanka to come forward and make your statement.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, we, the distinguished delegate of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka, would like to congratulate Trinidad and Tobago as the President of United Nations General Assembly. I honor to address the distinguished assembly on the important topic of international cooperation in the peaceful use of outer space. We believe that the international cooperation is essential for the peaceful exploration and use of outer space. Outer space is a global common and all the countries have a right to benefit from the resources and applications. Outer space can be used to monitorize and respond to the natural disasters like flood, cyclone, disasters. These information can help to save the people, lives and properties. In 2019, Sri Lanka launched its first satellite, Ravana-1. The satellite is used for Earth observations, disaster maintenance, communications. We believe that transparency is for building trust and confidence between states and peaceful use of outer space. The countries support to ensure that the increase in transparency in space and countries support effort of increasing the transparency in space activities. In conclusion, we are committed to collaborate the international nation to harmless and benefits of outer space. To permit the response, and Sri Lanka will look forward to working together with the international community to achieve the shared goals. Thank you for your time.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Eritrea to make their statement.
Do we have the delegate of Eritrea present? Seeing none, Mr. President, you can proceed. Are you a delegate of Eritrea? So please. Just a common instruction and a reminder for everyone present here. Whenever Mr. President is calling out your name, please make sure that you are seated there. We don't want to waste any more time in the process of logistics. So please, just be attentive. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished delegates and ladies and gentlemen of the UN Assembly. The profound, intertwined and multiple challenges the international community is facing today are of war, climate change and space researchers. They are the byproducts and manifestations of systemic failure of the unipolar world order that has prevailed for years. Eritrea, after Egypt, has the second highest archaeological historical discoveries in Africa. But our country has an indefinite military conscription and forced labor. As a member of an underdeveloped country, it is ridiculous that less than 1% of the population owns 99% of global wealth, noting growing consumerism and individualism and their potentially dangerous impacts on social stability. Eritrea is a signatory to the Outer Space Treaty of 1967, which establishes the basic principles of international space law, such as the prohibition of the placement of weapons of mass destruction in orbit, the non-appropriation of celestial bodies, and the obligation to use outer space for peaceful purposes only. Even though my country Eritrea longs to have a lot of space institutions and researchers, our financial state doesn't allow us for that. Eritrea has borne the burden of this unfair international order through illicit sanctions. The use of surrogate supports us to create a situation of permanent conflict and instability, and the weaponization of human rights to isolate and ostracize the young nation. Eritrea requests urgent remedial action to the situation. As the prevailing global governance architecture has lost legitimacy and corroded vital global equilibrium that is crucial for continuity and sustainability, our global village and United Nations system must devise a new international order. This must be anchored in consensus with the full equal participation of its constituencies, equality of all member states, and respect for state sovereignty. Equitable representation of all member states in all decision-making international bodies through viable mechanisms. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, this winter we saw a tragedy unfold in Middle East. We all witnessed this situation desperately. No one can relinquish the people who need philanthropic aid
and whose rights are stoned, especially women and children. UN is our eyes and ears on the ground, and they are also the one whose hands reaches the victims of war. Thank you. Have a nice day.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Eritrea. Now, I request the distinguished delegate of Republic of Finland to come forward and make your statement.
Thank you, Mr. President. Most compassionate Mr. President, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Finland stands before you today as a beacon of peace, cooperation and sustainable development. In our commitments to the principles of the UN, we emphasize the importance of global collaboration to address pressing issues. We advocate for inclusive dialogue to foster understanding among nations seeking solutions that transcend borders. Finland remains dedicated to promoting education, space technologies, and environmental sustainability as pillars for a better future. In this interconnected world, Finland advocates for fair trade practices and sustainable economic development that uplift nations. By fostering a global environment that prioritizes economic equity and space technologies, we pave the way for a stable and inclusive world. Finland has developed and launched several satellites, and there are currently 23 satellites in the outer space. Finland was one of the founding members of the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. We promote scientific technical development, renewable energy and vulnerable ecosystem. We believe in empowering human and marginalized communities, fostering inclusivity and eliminating discrimination. Finland had tried to transform itself. The talent and wisdom needed for the transformation was that to listen, discuss, tolerate, and yield. War is a dirty mess that destroys everything which human beings built up through centuries. The present war with Israel and Palestine tarnished the peace and tranquility of Middle East. So, the intervention of the UN is required to mitigate or alleviate the devilish cudgels of war. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in recent months, we have been confronted with our own vulnerability and that of the world. As the philosopher Karl Popper once wrote, we are all responsible for what the future holds in store. Thus, it is our duty not to prophesy evil, but rather to fight better world. Finland is committed to contributing the peaceful uses of outer space, and we will surely continue it. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Finland. Now, I request the distinguished delegate of Solomon Islands to come forward and make your statement.
Honorable Chair, Excellencies and distinguished delegates, we, the delegate of Solomon Islands, is like to congratulate the delegates of Trinidad and Tobago for their appointment as the President of the United Nations General Assembly. The Solomon Island is a small island and a developing country with a vast and rich maritime territory. The country is situated in the part of Oceania in Australia. As a nation, and talking about the agenda, we are committed to the peaceful uses of outer space and believe that it holds immense potential to the benefit of all humanity. We are actively engaged in international efforts to promote cooperation while also facing the problems such as climate change and global warming. The Solomon Islands is concerned that the accumulation of space debris, which poses a threat to the safety and sustainability of space activities, and the lack of access of space technology and resource for developing countries. The Solomon Islands calls for the following actions to promote the United Nations General Assembly agenda. We support and are responsible for the development of small satellites to democratize space access and enable broader participation in space activities. And also we promote space education and awareness to generate broader support for international cooperation and responsible space activities. Mr. President, the Solomon Islands is committed to the peaceful uses of outer space and believe that it holds immense potential for the benefit of all humanity. We call for the international community to work together to ensure that outer space remains a peaceful and beneficial domain for all the humankind. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Solomon Islands. Now I request the delegate of Kingdom of Morocco to make their statement.
Honorable Chairs, distinguished delegates, we the Delegate of Morocco would like to congratulate the Delegate of Trinidad and Tobago as your appointment as the President of the United Nations General Assembly. The Kingdom of Morocco is thorough in its commitment to the peaceful use and responsible use of outer space for the advancement of humanity and the greater good of all nations. We stand before this esteemed assembly to articulate our stance and proposals on the matter of international cooperation for the peaceful use of outer space. Our country contributes to development in Africa, particularly in the terms of international legislation on outer space. As such, Morocco has organized an annual introductory course on international space legislation for 10 years at the Regional African Center of Space Science and Technology in Rabat. Morocco will continue to promote the knowledge of space technology through the Royal Center of Remote Sensing Space Technology and also play a significant role in Morocco's effort in relation to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, citing environmental protection, water resource management, and agricultural development. In conclusion, Morocco remains resolute in the advocating for international collaboration and solidarity in the peaceful use of outer space. Together, let us uphold these principles of cooperation, transparency, and the responsible behavior to ensure the preservation and prosperity of outer space for the betterment of all humanity. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the Kingdom of Morocco. Now, I request the delegate of Malawi to make their statement. The distinguished delegate of Malawi, you have the floor.
Delegates, we'll take two more speakers. All right, after that we'll wind up for the session. In the meantime, from next session, we'll continue with the formal session for a while as well. So in the, one second, delegate. So in the meanwhile, whenever you are going to be the next speaker, please take and occupy the seats in the front. Call one more person and we'll complete it for now.
Respected President and distinguished delegates, I, the distinguished delegate of Malawi. The Republic of Malawi is the southeastern Africa. We maintain a positive diplomatic relations with most countries and participates in several international organizations, including the United Nations, the Commonwealth of Nations, the Southern African Development Community. We have participated in international forums and organizations related to the space activities such as United Nations Committee on the peaceful uses of outer space. Malawi's government plans to develop itself as a spacefaring nation by establishing a space agency to explore countries' potential for harnessing space resources for the scientific and technological advancement we envision in a vibrant digital environment and space exploration. It's an enables for the future we envisage we are realizing to need develop its own space sector and the aim of benefiting the nation. Either these activities may be military or civil. We are to establish a space agency to explore the country's potential is using space resources. for the scientific and technological advancement. With the space programs to send satellite into the space, we would be able to provide it as with the broadcasting services fixed. It is important to note that Malawi's specific views on the space corporation may involve over time its priority may be influenced by its national interest and the change in dynamic of global space community. We voice our perspective on space policy and collaborating with other nations on space related to issues, as we believe a star is not only for us, it's for all. We are a space small nations, we are lead collaborating nation to make space related issues stronger. Satellite telecom services in accordance with the slot allocated to the country by the International Telecommunication Union. We will also be able to use space-based data to manage existing activities such as agriculture mapping and climate change. We are also envisioning a dynamic digital environment and space exploration as a key drive for the future we envisage. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Malawi. I request the distinguished delegate of Barbados to come forward and make your statement. I also request the distinguished delegate of Canada to take your seat in the front. The distinguished delegate of Barbados, you have the floor.
Honorable President, distinguished delegate, good morning all. We Barbados is a strong advocate for the peaceful uses of outer space and has been actively involved in international efforts to prevent the militarization of space. The country has participated in a number of international treaties and agreements aimed at preventing the militarization of space, including the Outer Space Treaty of 1967, the Agreement on the Rescue and Return of Astronauts and Objects Launched into Outer Space of 1968, and the Convention on the Prevention of the Uses of Nuclear Weapons in Outer Space and the Threat thereof to the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space of 1966. In addition to its participation in international treaties, Barbados has also developed its own national space program. The country established the Barbados Space Agency, BSA, in 2019 to coordinate the country's space activities and develop a national space policy. The BSA has a number of goals, including the promoting the uses of space technology for disaster management, environmental monitoring, and climate change research. Barbados has been particularly interesting in the uses of satellite technology for the disaster management. The country has developed a number of satellite-based applications that are being used to monitor natural disasters such as hurricanes and floods. For example, the Barbados Meteorological Services use of satellite imagery to track the movement of storm and issues warning to the public. The country has also developed a satellite-based system for monitoring sea level, which is being used to track changes in climate. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Barbados. Now, I request the distinguished delegate of Canada to make their statement.
Good morning all. Honorable President and the fellow delegates, we, the delegate of Canada, which plays a significant role in peacekeeping activities in space. Canada is dedicated to working together with the member state as well as with an intergovernmental organization to contribute to this process. The objectives of Canada's space program is to promote the peaceful uses and the development of space, to advance the knowledge of space through science and technology to ensure the socio-economic benefits of the country. We are actively participating in the supply of high performance of remote sensing data, products and services for the domestic and foreign clients. Our space security includes that the remote sensing of Earth using satellites
is regulated to ensure that the observation of Earth from space is conducted in a peaceful manner. We support the international initiatives suggesting an approach to address the space security. It also works as a partnership with outer space faring nation to ensure the safety, secure and sustainable uses of outer space. In conclusion, we strongly support the Unispace resolution before the committee and its commitment for the prevention of outer space affairs and for the development of outer space 2030 agenda. And Canada's space policy as national sovereignty, security and prosperity will be the key drivers of the Canada's activities in space. We believe that this policy will increase the peace and security in the uses of outer space. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Canada. Good afternoon, delegates. It is time for lunch. Therefore, we adjourn the 78th United Nations General Assembly for lunch. The assembly will resume at 14 under hours.
So kind attention of the delegates. For the delegates of other institutions, your food counter is on the top floor of this convention center and the teacher volunteers kindly lead them to the food counters. And for the delegates of Labour India School, kindly move to the mess hall. And the Labour India students can move through the right side of the convention center. And I request the delegates of other institutions to kindly move to the left side with the volunteers, teacher volunteers to the left side of the convention center. We'll be resuming the session right at 2 p.m. So I request all the delegates to come back and get in your seats at sharp 2 p.m. Thank you all. Kind attention of the delegates. Those who have not taken the food coupons yet, you can get it from the registration counter. Those delegates who have not yet received your food coupons, kindly inquire with the registration counter. I request all the delegates of Labour India Public School to kindly move to the right side of the convention center. Only the delegates from other institutions are allowed to move through the left side of the convention center. will not be allowed to move around after the session starts. And I request all the delegates to kindly get in the hall as soon as possible. I request the President, Secretary General and the Under Secretary to get back to their positions.
Good afternoon, delegates. Can we have you back in your places, please? We are facing a shortage of time, as you already know, and we need you to cooperate with us. Who will be? The delegates of Brazil, Ghana and Nambia are ready with their prepared statements. We request you to please come inside fast and settle down faster so that we can start. Yes. Please come in quickly, everyone. Thank you. Delegates, we request you to please settle down as soon as you can. You will have time for informal teet-a-teet with other delegates later on. Please settle down. Is the President, the Secretary General and the Under Secretary General ready? Yes. Delegates, this is the final call for you to settle down, and I would like you to keep in mind that your response and your reactions within this hall will also go into the consideration of your representation towards the best delegate post. Please keep that in mind. I don't want anyone wandering around this hall. Please settle down in 5 seconds. You need not gather around, you need not stand around, you need not walk around. Please come down. Please settle down. Let's get the program back on the wheels. Over to you, President.
Good afternoon, distinguished delegates of the United Nations General Assembly. We are going to resume with the General Speakers list by saying that the 70th United Nations General Assembly has been resumed. We'll be continuing with the statements. I request the distinguished delegate of Federative Republic of Brazil to make their statement.
Good afternoon, all. Thank you, Mr. President. We, as the delegate of Brazil, would like to congratulate the delegate of Trinidad and Tobago on their appointment as the President of the United Nations General Assembly. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, all countries, regardless of their state of development, are entitled to explore outer space in conditions of equality, and space exploration activities should be conducted so as to preserve international peace and security. Mr. President, space should be used in a sustainable manner to benefit the whole of humankind. It is Brazil's expectation that the Working Group of Long-Term Sustainability of Outer Space Guidelines will continue to ensure a balance between the needs of developing countries and the protection of space environment. Therefore, we will continue to advocate the importance for developing countries of having full access to the benefits of space technology and applications. International cooperation is a key element of the Brazilian space policy. Brazil believes that the benefits of space technology and the further research should be made widely available, and that developing countries receive the proper support to make full use of them. We favor a free data policy to facilitate access to satellite data by users in areas that need them most. Brazil also supports programs aimed at training and educating users in developing nations so that they can receive, interpret, use, and make this data available to end users in a meaningful way. Mr. President, we would like to present a brief overview of some of the activities carried out by Brazil regarding the agenda in the past years. The National Space Council was established within the Presidency of the Republic with the task of formulating, following up, and evaluating the Brazilian space policy. Furthermore, Brazil and Portugal signed a Memorandum of Understanding for cooperation on the peaceful use of space, science, technology, and space applications. Brazil also signed the Memorandum of Understanding to advance our cooperation on the exploration and peaceful uses of outer space. Brazil and China signed the 2023-2032 Space Cooperation Plan, as well as an additional protocol for the joint development of satellite CBERS-6. Mr. President, finding a common understanding of the definition and delimitation of outer space is essential to provide proper guidance about the applicable guarantees and corresponding legal frameworks. Brazil will continue to be fully committed to the discussions on the working group on matters relating to the definition and delimitation of outer space. To conclude, Brazil believes and will act upon the interest of preserving peace and security of outer space, and we will continue to advocate for the need of developing countries to have full access to space technology and its applications. This sums up the Brazilian opinions and activities regarding the given agenda. Thank you, Mr. President and distinguished delegates.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Brazil. Now I would like to request the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Ghana to make their statement. I also request the delegates of Guyana, Republic of Vanuatu, Republic of Uzbekistan, Republic of Sudan, and Republic of Turkey to take their positions.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, we, the Republic of Ghana, would like to thank the distinguished delegate of Trinidad and Tobago for their appointment as the President of the United Nations General Assembly. We also congratulate the Republic of India for its success of the Chandrayaan-3 mission, as it is a major milestone for the growth of space exploration worldwide. In light of this, we have to address the need for international cooperation in the peaceful uses of outer space. Ghana, being a member of the Committee on Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, COPUS, since 2013, we stand together with the committee to achieve all the goals set by it, which is the utilization of space, science, and technology for sustainable economic and social development. We support the notion of outer space being international territory, and we condemn any sort of monopolization of outer space. We also condemn any member state trying to start an arms race under the guise of military weapon testing. We also request that the United Nations to provide assistance and funding to countries with upcoming space programs. Ghana's space program is headed by the GHSA, Ghana Space Agency, and the GSSTI, Ghana Space Science and Research Technology Institute. Our space policy outlines the commitment of the nation into international partnerships and collaborations in space missions, research, and tech development. This includes joint missions with other countries. Mr. President, we propose the formation of an international organization that regulates and controls all space programs worldwide in order to prevent any misuse of outer space, provided that the organization is directed by the United Nations only. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Republic of Ghana. Now I would like to request the distinguished delegate of Republic of Gambia to make their statements.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Human civilization was teetering on the brink of catastrophe. Greed and exclusion led to international tensions, wars, death, and destruction. There were lamentable inactions on the part of the United Nations as powerful member states to advantage of weaker members. Gambia confronted many such issues. Space activities and infrastructure today are critical to international security and the global economy. Even though Gambia is an underdeveloped country, the Gambian people believe that there should be peace and tranquility even in the space. Gambia's major source of income is agriculture. The nation has great potential for irrigated agriculture with fresh water from the river Gambia and fossil water that can be drilled. The founding fathers of the organization had intended a world body committed to promoting the principles of peace and security, respectful of the cultural values of all people. To uphold those principles, the member states needed to avoid all forms of aggression by exercising maximum restraint in their pursuit of national interest. When there were wars, the world economy suffered. The world economy tumbled down like a house of cards. Gambia lacks infrastructure. The United Nations must be an all-encompassing global body working in the service of all and not just for a few. A significant portion of the country, of the population in my Gambia live below the poverty line, facing challenges regarding to access to basic necessities such as food, clean water, and healthcare. And education is also one of the problems faced by Gambian people. Classrooms are overcrowded, infrastructure is dilapidated, and because of these problems, we cannot relate with international relations and outer space. The Gambia is a multi-party republic under the 1997 Constitution. The President is the head of state and government. International community should build from the implementation of a Millennium Development Goal to face problems of the days. The world has witnessed the bloodiest and most heinous forms of terrorism. Those human vermin were claiming to act in the name of Islam. That religion could not be divided into different branches such as modern Islam and so on. The situation in the Middle East remains dire, decrying in the loss of life in Palestine, especially that of women and children. The United Nations had played a strategic mediating role in the past and must take up a leading role to achieve durable and peaceful settlements. Thank you. Have a great day ahead.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Gambia. Now I request the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Guyana to make their statement.
We, as the delegates of Guyana, would like to congratulate the delegate of Trinidad and Tobago for appointment as the President. Honorable President and distinguished delegates, I would like to quote the words of Mr. Isaac Asimov. Science in the service of humanity is technology, but lack of wisdom may make the service harmful. For more than 50 years, humans have explored space, and this has produced a continuous flow of societal benefits. Space exploration stimulates the creation of both tangible and intangible benefits for humanity. In addition, space exploration also attracts young people into careers in science and technology to the general benefit of the society and economy. We are located on the northern mainland of South America. We have been an active member of the UN since 1966 and adhere to international agreements and guidelines related to outer space activities. Even though we are not a prominent player in space research, we recognize the importance of using outer space for peaceful purposes to foster global cooperation, scientific discoveries, and technological advancements. We are one among the first countries who have signed the Outer Space Treaty in 1967. We would like to talk about space, the changes taking place in space, and what it means for security and defense. First of all, space is about technology. Data and services have become indispensable in our daily life. We rely on them while using almost everything. Mobile phones, navigation in our cars, or withdrawing money. Satellites are there. They provide information in real time. Also, when disasters strike us, earthquakes, forest fires, floods, they enable us to frame a better response. So space is part of the peaceful life of all of us. Today, there are more than 130 million pieces of debris, which are smaller than 1 centimeter orbiting around the Earth. Impact with any of these objects can be very dangerous as they can impair the functioning of working spacecrafts. In order to ensure peaceful use of outer space, we together have to encourage and strengthen international association in space research. We have to promote collaborations between space agencies, scientific institutions, and private organizations from various countries to work together on space mission projects. It seems that from the beginning, mankind has been dreaming about space. I think it was the poet Virgil who said that people look at the paths that would bring them to the stars today, to some other continents some hundreds of years ago. Every time that humankind has been looking for new paths to go somewhere else, unhappily it has become a scenario for war. Let us hope that it will not happen in discovering the path to the stars. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Guyana. Now I would like to invite the distinguished delegate of Vanuatu for their statement.
Thank you, Mr. President. We, as the delegate of Vanuatu, congratulate the delegates of Trinidad and Tobago for your appointment as the President of UNGA. Mr. President and distinguished delegates, the delegate of Vanuatu truly believe that to keep up with the objectives of Sustainable Development Goals, like protect the planet and improve the lives and prospects of everyone, everywhere, the role of international cooperation in the peaceful uses of outer space is vital. Our country will involve and support on every decision made by the UN Assembly. Vanuatu is showing the world that there is a third standard need for real, affordable broadband, even in remote parts of the Pacific, by moving into the satellite manufacturing phase. It is a decisive step towards the realization of a totally connected Pacific region. Vanuatu has become the first Pacific island nation to have its flag hung in the prestigious Hall of Flag at the Boeing Satellite System International Factory in Los Angeles, California. No one is immune to the extreme weather events now ravaging our islands, cities, and states. No one can escape the rising tides. Vanuatu is an island archipelago. Mainly the islands are of volcanic origin. Volcanic activities is commonly with the ever-present danger of major eruption. A nearby undersea eruption of 6.4 magnitude occurred in November 2008 with no casualties, and an eruption occurred in 1995. 7 months ago, the historic movement for climate justice, for the first time in the UN Assembly, to consult the International Court of Justice on the role of states in the fight against climate change. A resolution was launched by the government of Vanuatu, the Pacific archipelago, which has been hit by 2 powerful cyclones. With the GNSS, Global Navigation System, and Boeing satellite system, we would like to be accountable about the climate and disaster that could be prevented from further destruction by the satellites. The outer space international cooperation had to be done in a way that it would help the world in needs, which can cause severe destruction, but not for competition and space wars among the countries, which cause space debris. The member states ought to pay attention to the problem in gradually increasing probability of collision of space objects, especially those with nuclear power source, frameworks for powerful promoting peace, international law, and digital cooperation. The outer space must be explored and utilized for peaceful purposes and for the benefit of the states. Thank you.
Thank you, the delegate of Vanuatu. Now I request the delegate of Republic of Uzbekistan to make their statement.
Bit of instruction here. As of now, since we are running short of the remaining timing and seeing that a lot of other delegates are yet to give their statements, what we try to do is that we are going to cut short the per speaker's time from 180 seconds to 120 seconds. So a 2-minute speech time is the current state of mind. This is for the best interest of everyone to ensure the playing field. Now, what we say here is that despite of the fact that somebody gets to speak 3 minutes or somebody gets to speak 2 minutes, what we instead do is that we take the average. So I can assure you one thing, that no one has been negatively impacted because of the timing reduction. So this is for the instruction of the President and all the delegates in the room. Thank you so much.
Honorable President and distinguished delegate, we, as the delegate of Uzbekistan, would like to congratulate the delegate of Trinidad and Tobago for appointment as the President of United Nations General Assembly. We, the delegate of Uzbekistan, recognizes the importance of peaceful uses of outer space. According to the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs, Uzbekistan has applied for the membership with United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. The head of UNUSA welcomed the creation of the Agency for Space Research and Technology in Uzbekistan. He noted that the department is closely following the activities of the agency. The United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs was established to govern the exploration and use of space for the benefit of all humanity, for peace, security, and development. The Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space was set up by the General Assembly in 1959 to review international cooperation in peaceful uses of outer space, study space, and related activities. The benefit of outer space must be accessible to all countries regardless of their development level and should not be restricted to those with space program. The Outer Space Treaty is a foundation of international space law for signatory nations. It presents principles for space exploration and operation. Space activities are for the benefit of all nations, and any country is free to explore orbit and beyond. And the moon, the planets, and other celestial bodies can only be used for peaceful purpose. Any astronaut from any country is envoy of mankind, and signatory states must provide all possible help from astronaut when needed. The Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space has been instrumental in the creation of 5 treaties and 5 principles. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Uzbekistan. For the attention of the delegates, we will have a bell sounded at the end of your time. You can sound the first bell, a single bell, at 1 minute and 30 seconds. And when it's complete, you will have a double bell. Please make sure you finish your speech within that time, and please be mindful of time. We don't have much of it. Thank you, everyone. Please proceed.
1 second, very 1 second. A sort of feedback as being the mentor of this event, I would like to give to everyone. See, you telling facts like, my country is located in Africa, my population is this, the head of state is responsible for maintaining the outer space affairs. Does it actually make sense? I don't know. Being very honest, extremely blatantly honest. I listened to 35 speeches and I have it verbatim on me. So what I can say is that you saying stuff like that, it doesn't make an impact. The reason why we have asked you to cut short on the time is because cut the crap down and rather we focus on things which are actually, which are actually much more negotiable and, actually that makes sense in that way. Sorry for the impolite use of the word crap, but yes, my apologies.
But at this point of time, what instead we focus here is that try to bring in arguments which are solution oriented. Make sure that while you speak about outer space, where does your country stand is something we got to hear from 35 speeches. So as the debate further evolves, one needs to understand is that, what is the next agenda? So you discuss the problems first, then you come to the impacts. Now it's time to move into impact and oriented solutions. So try focusing on that on the debate, because that's how you've been marked. So thanks so much, and over to the President.
Thank you, Domal. Now I would like to invite the delegate of the Republic of Sudan for their statement. I also urge the delegates of Republic of Austria, the Kingdom of Denmark, Federal Republic of Nigeria to take the seat in the front.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am the delegate of the Republic of Sudan. Sudan has been involved in various international and religious agendas. One of the most important agenda of the country is peace in the South Sudan. It plays a significant role in implementing peace agreements in the South Sudan. Some of the major components of the agenda includes peace and security, human rights and humanitarian issue, environmental sustainability and climate changes, human beings and their well-being, and finally, women's rights and gender equality. And it also plays role in development, a significant role, and some of the key components are political transition, peace agreements, economic reforms, human rights and rule in law, public sector reforms. Development is a complex, multifaceted process. Along with the country, it shares its boundaries with 7 other countries such as Egypt, Libya, Chad, Ethiopia, Kenya, etc. The history and culture is a mix of Arab, African, Islamic tradition. As of my last knowledge, there is no space mission or satellite launch capabilities. Sudan's journey represents a story of cultural richness. In conclusion, Sudan stands as a country with a rich and diverse tapestry of culture, history, and natural beauty. Positive aspects of Sudan include the vibrant culture, heritage from ancient civilization to modern influence. The Sudani people are known for their hospitality, warmth, and resilience in the face of challenges. Sudani culture is vibrant with a diverse tapestry of music, dance, art, and literature. Its archaeological sites such as pyramids of Mir and natural attraction like the Red Sea coast make it a place of historical and natural significance. Thank you.
Thank you, the delegate of Sudan. Now I would like to call upon the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Turkey for their statement.
Marhaba, ladies and gentlemen. I, as a delegate of Turkey, would like to congratulate Trinidad and Tobago as your appointment as the President for United Nations General Assembly. I stand before you to shed light on groundbreaking endeavor embarked upon by the great nation of Turkey. The country's ambitious space mission. This mission not only reflects Turkey's commitment to scientific and technological advancement, but also its aspiration for international recognition as a leading player in space exploration. Turkey is an emerging force in the field of space research and development, and its mission holds great significance with vision to increase its scientific and technical capabilities. Turkey aims to venture into scientific technology, remote sensing, and communication system. By doing this, we will prove the groundbreaking discoveries and innovation in this sector. Additionally, Turkey's space mission encompasses the development of Earth observation satellites. These satellites will be instruments in monitoring and protecting Turkey's natural resources, managing agriculture practices, and accessing environmental changes. Its acquiring and satellising Earth observation capabilities, Turkey will have access to accurate and timely informatively contribution informed decision-making and sustainable development strategies. In conclusion, Turkey's space mission symbolizes a new chapter in the nation's history, one where scientific achievement, technological advancement, and international recognition covers with the determination strategic planning. Thank you and have a great day ahead of you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Turkey. Now I would like to call upon the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Austria for their statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, we as the delegate of Austria would like to congratulate Trinidad and Tobago as your appointment as the President of United Nations General Assembly. Austria supports the establishment of the working group on legal aspect of space resource activities. We need legal certainty and predictability for all public and private actors intending to explore, exploit and utilize space resources. I would like to highlight on recommendation the strengthening of the global coordination of space weather activities within the Committee on Space Research, the International Space Environment Service and the World Meteorological Organization. This will enable COPs to advance the goal of improved global resilience against the threat of space weather. Austria highlights the need to promote space education and outreach programs to foster public interest in space exploration and encourage young people to pursue careers in science and technology. Such programs could inspire future generations to contribute to the peaceful and sustainable use of outer space. We have provided financial and technical assistance to developing countries to help them use space technology to address challenges such as climate change, disaster management, and food security. Austria is also an active member of the European Space Agency, and we contribute to a number of ESA programs, including the Galileo Satellite Navigation System and the Copernicus Earth Observation Program. Austria underscores the critical need for enhanced international collaboration to effectively address the challenges and opportunities presented by outer space endeavors. We call on all states to work together to strengthen international cooperation in the peaceful uses of outer space. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Republic of Austria. Now I would like to invite the distinguished delegate of Kingdom of Denmark to make their statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, and esteemed members of United Nations, the Kingdom of Denmark is honored to address this assembly on critical matters of international cooperation and peaceful uses of outer space, ensuring that the outer space remains available for peaceful uses. We believe the responsible parties' transparency and international cooperation are primary in ensuring free and equitable utilization of celestial bodies for benefits of our nation. In context of satellite technology, we recognize the importance it plays in modern life for communication. Satellites contribute to the well-being of our planet. In 1991, we became the space-farming nation after successfully launching the Eurostat satellite. This was a submission of a successful partnership, Danish Research Institute and several high-tech companies. In July 2016, our country has signed and ratified 4 UN treaties on outer space. Our country is also the founding member of European Space Agency, ESA, and relieved on agency to prioritize technology and space activities. We support space technology researchers and develop through ESA, EAS, E3P, GSTP, ProPEX, and many more evolution programs. European Space Agency's 5th Earth Explorer missions was launched successfully in late 2013. This mission was originally proposed by Denmark. It's a constellation of 3 satellites aiming to the map of magnetic field of the Earth. Our country is deeply involved in a significant European Space Agency project, the ASIM, European Atmosphere Space Interaction Monitor System. ASIM will carry optical X-ray sensors to study discharge from large thunderstorms into the upper atmosphere, known as the red spirits. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Kingdom of Denmark. Now I would like to invite the distinguished delegate of Federal Republic of Nigeria for their statement.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, we, the distinguished delegate of Federal Republic of Nigeria, would like to express my stance on the agenda, International Cooperation for the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. Nigeria has been an active participant in the international community's effort to promote the peaceful uses of outer space. Nigeria has pursued formalized space projects since 1999, when the National Space Research and Development Agency was established. The country has launched a total of 5 satellites, in which 3 are still operating as of 2022. The first satellite, designed and built by the engineers of African countries, Nigeria SATEX, was also launched by Nigeria. Nigeria has also signed the Artemis Accords. The sector has been breaking new grounds regarding the undertaking of regular socio-economic tasks such as security surveillance, weather predictions, agriculture control, and more. However, Nigeria has faced several space challenges in the recent years. The country's investment in small satellites had helped it leapfrog its space program, especially in the areas to improve the ability of space and technology. Nigeria is committed to work with other nations to ensure that the peaceful uses of outer space are accessible to all. Investing in space technology could have a significant impact on the socio-economic development of Nigeria. However, that will need to be overcome if Nigeria is to develop a thriving space program. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Federal Republic of Nigeria. I would like to invite the distinguished delegate of Bulgaria. Along with, I request the delegate of the United States of America, Japan, Tanzania, and the Republic of Zambia to come forward and take your positions in the front.
Just a minute. Just a pointer to everyone who is going to speak next. Once the speaker has exited the podium, please make sure you reach the podium without much delay. Okay? Don't wait for the president to introduce you, but it's okay to be there when the president is introducing you. I hope that is clear to you. Okay? Once the speaker exits the podium, don't wait for the president to call you. Start from there before that. Get here by the time president introduces you. Okay? Thank you.
Honorable Chair and fellow delegates, I, the delegate of Bulgaria. As we know, outer space is truly common environment for mankind. Thus, the international cooperation is fundamental to keep the outer space universally beneficial. In this regard, my delegation welcomes the fact that the peaceful use of outer space to operate successfully with international crew with astronauts from many countries benefiting this collaborative enterprise. Our leadership will help to ensure humanity's journey to the moon and beyond is done peacefully, safely, and transparently. We also involved in the development of satellite application, control system, and automatic navigation spacecraft. The active development of number of areas in space research led to the creation of scientific purpose equipments for the experiments of satellite. Our country, which has a rich and successful history related to space explorations, lags behind the global trend for national legal regulation of the field. The speed with which technology and telecommunication are developing, the increasing number of countries that have a potential in space activities, and involvement in the activities of states in exploration and use of outer space. In conclusion, the Republic of Bulgaria gradually built its reputation as a reliable partner in bilateral and multilateral international cooperation in the peaceful use of outer space. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Bulgaria. Now I would request the distinguished delegate of the United States of America to come forward and present your statements.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates. First of all, we would like to congratulate the delegate of Trinidad and Tobago for their appointment as the President of United Nations General Assembly. We, the United States of America, commence this speech by wishing India for their success on the Chandrayaan-3 mission, which was imaged by a lunar reconnaissance orbiter. Being the country which landed the first human on moon, Neil Armstrong, on our Apollo 11 mission, we, the USA, strongly aims to promote sustainable use of outer space. We also insist to develop practices which helps in minimizing space debris and pollution. We also support adoption of multilateral agreements which addresses issues on space activities, space resource utilization, and space debris mitigation. Our space agency, NASA, has contributions such as Mylar, anti-icing formula, virtual reality technology, and also great achievements such as the Apollo 11 mission, the Hubble telescope, and Mars Science Laboratory. The USA welcomes the collaboration of all nations for the outer space activities and space programs, regardless of their space capabilities. We support the sharing of information related to space activities between all the countries to improve the transparency and to prevent conflict among the nations. We, the USA, believes that all countries should agree with the principle and treaties given by the International Space Law. We also insist the UN to ensure the agreement of space law by all countries working in space activities. We also insist UN to take reports of all space programs and testings done by member nations in space to ensure the prevention of militarization of space race. We are seeking forward to see the international cooperation for the peaceful use of outer space for the benefit of all humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of the United States of America. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Japan to come forward and make your statement.
Honorable President and distinguished delegates, the delegate of Japan would like to congratulate Trinidad and Tobago for getting appointed as the President of UN General Assembly. Firstly, we would like to congratulate India for the successful soft landing of Chandrayaan-3. This would enable more information for other missions on outer space. Japan reiterates its strong commitment to international cooperation on the peaceful uses of outer space in accordance with international law. We demonstrate this commitment through our contributions to multilateral fora and by utilizing our experience and technology. We welcome the achievements of the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, COPUS, and the ongoing discussion towards ensuring the security, sustainability, and stability of outer space by recognizing the importance of the Office for Outer Space, USA. Japan is committed towards the suggested guidelines on cooperation and capacity building, which are adopted by COPUS. We will take measures to enhance implementation of existing rules by developing domestic policies and technical standards by strengthening research and development. In addition to multilateral efforts in ensuring the rule of law in outer space, Japan has developed its own program, JAXA, to expand the peaceful uses of outer space with international partners. JAXA's latest Martian exploration mission, MMX, has also signed an MOU with NASA, which we believe will give us a foothold in space exploration race. We co-host Asia-Pacific Regional Space Agency Forum every year, which is the largest space-related conference in the Space Asia-Pacific region. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, space activities have brought tremendous benefits to our everyday lives in a variety of areas. We would like to work closely with all stakeholders to promote international space cooperation and establish the rule of law in outer space. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Japan. Now I invite the distinguished delegate of Tanzania to make their statement. I also request the distinguished delegate of Kingdom of Belgium to come forward and take your seat.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I, the delegate of United Republic of Tanzania, I am honored to stand before you today to speak on behalf of Tanzania on the important topic on international cooperation in the peaceful uses of outer space. We committed to peaceful uses of outer space and we are actively involved in a number of international space cooperation projects. We are hosting a number of international space workshops and conferences around the world. We already benefiting from the international cooperation in the peaceful uses of outer space. We are working with United Nations for outer space affairs and other countries to develop new satellites, technologies and applications for a verified purpose, including agriculture, disaster management and education. Our international cooperation is our membership in the African Resource Management Satellites. ARMS is a satellite-based Earth observation system. Tanzania is the one of the beneficiaries of ARMS data, which is used to monitor our forest, water resources and agriculture hand. And also, our international cooperation is our membership with NASA, international cooperation in the space sector is beneficial for all countries. By working together, we can use space technology to improve the people and build a better future for our planet. We also urge all countries to work together, develop international standards for space activities, and to ensure that space is used for peaceful purposes only. We are also working to train our people in the space science and technology, and we are sending the students to study space engineering and the other related fields at university around the world. Tanzania have a bright future in the space sector. We have young and growing population, and we are committed to invest in the space sector. We are confident that we will continue benefit from international cooperation in the peaceful uses of outer space in the years to come. We believe that has the potential to improve the lives of people all over the world. We urge all the countries to work together to ensure that space is useful for benefit of all humankind in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Tanzania. Now I request the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Zambia to make the statement.
We, the delegate of Zambia, would like to congratulate the delegate of Trinidad and Tobago for her appointment as president in the UNGA. Esteemed delegates and Honorable President, we stand before you as the representative of Zambia to express our commitment to the international cooperation on outer space. Zambia is a firm supporter of peaceful uses of outer space and believer that all members of the United Nations must abide by 5 UN treaties and agreements to activities in outer space. We strongly believe that outer space should only be used for peaceful purposes and not be used as a tool of war and destruction. The ZSPA is developing a national space program that outlines the country's space activities. The ZSPA working on the number of projects. The ZSPA is building a satellite ground station that will allow Zambia to receive and transmit data from satellites. Zambia is using satellite imagery to monitor crop growth and access agriculture productivity. This information is used to improve agriculture planning and decision making. Zambia is exploring the use of space technology to deliver educational content to students in remote areas. Zambia is committed to the peaceful use of outer space and is working to develop its space capabilities to improve the lives of its citizens. The country is also committed to sharing its knowledge and experience with other African countries to help them develop their space technology. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Zambia. Now I request the distinguished delegate of the Kingdom of Belgium to make their statement.
Mr. President, distinguished delegate, Belgium strongly supports the peaceful uses of outer space and has been actively involved in promoting international cooperation on space matters. The country recognizes the immense potential of outer space for scientific research, environmental monitoring, communication, and navigation, and it believes that these benefits should be shared by all nations. In addition to its participation in the international initiatives, Belgium also has a strong national space program. The Belgium Institute of Space Aeronomy conducts research in various areas of space science, including atmospheric physics, solar system physics, and space plasma physics. Belgium also have a growing private space sector, with companies developing innovative technologies for satellite communication, Earth observation, and space tourism. The principles of international space law are also reflected in the resolution of United Nations General Assembly and the decision of the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. The Committee on Peaceful Uses of Outer Space is the main forum of the development of international space law. It has adopted a number of principles, guidelines on the peaceful uses of outer space, such as Declaration on the International Cooperation in the Exploration and the Use of Outer Space and Benefits All Mankind of 1962, and the principles relating to remote sensing of the Earth Forum, Outer Space of 1986. One of the key areas where Belgium has focused its effort in the development of space law. The country has actively participated in the work of United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, which is the main forum of international cooperation on the space matters. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of the Kingdom of Belgium. Now I request the distinguished delegate of the Republic of France to come forward and make your statement. I also request the delegate of the Republic of Italy, Antigua and Barbuda, Kingdom of Netherlands, the Russian Federation, Gabon, to come forward and take your seats.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished members of the General Assembly, I have the honor to speak on behalf of France. France, a leading space nation, is committed to the improvement of implementation of the rules set by space conventions in compliance with the three main principles which must govern space activities. Those are freedom of access to space for peaceful uses, preserving security and integrity of satellites in orbit, taking into account the right of self-defense of states. For this reason, France is attached to particular importance to the work of Committee for the Useful Use of Outer Space. Through our space agency, the National Center of Space Studies, we are adopting and developing new approaches and tools to understand current and economic and technological dynamics in the space domain. France is also pressing ahead with cutting-edge space technologies and developments such as securing telecommunication and satellites. The coming of 2025, our collaboration with Germany is due to launch a mission that studies methane levels and concentration in the Earth's atmosphere. As we venture beyond our planet, we understand collaboration becomes essential. In this spirit, we support multilateral efforts to address the challenges and opportunities presented by outer space. We advocate for the development of international norms and frameworks and preventing weaponization of this unique and vital domain. We, together with our international partners, aim to foster innovations, discoveries, and economic development. We believe in open communication and information sharing among nations to prevent misunderstanding and maintenance of peaceful space environment. France stands firm in its commitment to international cooperation in the peaceful use of outer space. By working together, we can unlock the full potential of space exploration to ensure the long-term sustainability and security of outer space. Let us continue to build a future where the exploration of outer space serves as a testament to our shared aspirations for peace and progress. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of the Republic of France. Now I request the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Italy to make the statement.
Thank you, Mr. President. The delegate of Italy would like to congratulate the delegate of Trinidad and Tobago for their appointment as the President of the United Nations General Assembly. Mr. President and distinguished delegates, Italy fully supports with conviction the efforts aimed at ensuring that the use of outer space is carried out in a way that maintains its potential to meet the needs and aspirations of the present and future generations. Today, more than ever, there is a need to promote greater international cooperation to prevent outer space from becoming an arena of conflict. Thus, Italy believes that the best solution for developing effective norms, rules, and principles of responsible behavior is to attract the broadest possible support in order to ensure the legitimacy of any multilateral effort. In 2020, Italy participated with other countries in negotiation and signature of the Artemis Accords, currently accepted by 19 countries, which provides non-legally binding guidance for outer space and celestial bodies, exploration and sustainable use. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Republic of Italy. I request the distinguished delegate of Antigua and Barbuda to come forward and make a statement. I also request to the distinguished delegates of the Republic of Cameroon, Hellenic Nation, Greece, and the People's Republic of Congo to come forward and take your seat.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Honorable President, Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I am the distinguished delegate of Antigua and Barbuda. Antigua and Barbuda congratulates His Excellency Trinidad and Tobago on his appointment as President on this session of General Assembly. Antigua and Barbuda reiterates its strong commitment to international peace and peaceful uses of outer space in accordance with international law. Proudly, we have launched our first galactic O2 spaceflight on 10th August 2023, which is a commercial spaceflight. The Virgin Galactic spaceflight was launched with its passengers, Keisha Shahaf and Anastasia Mayers, the first mother-daughter duo to space. The main aim of this mission is to provide researchers with reliable and repeatable access to a high-quality microgravity environment, which is vital to our mission of expanding human knowledge and enabling scientific discoveries. We recognize the answers to many of the challenges we face in sustaining life on our beautiful but fragile planet lie in making better use of space. That's why we seek to inspire young people through space-inspired science, technology, engineering, mathematics initiatives. Together, we seek to drive a positive change for young people by channeling our collective energy and resources, working to ensure that future generations are equipped to apply the space perspective to Earth's greatest space challenges. Outer space, including the moon and other celestial bodies, shall be free for exploration and use by all states without discrimination. We would also like to work with all stakeholders willing to promote international space cooperation and establishing the rule of law in outer space. Thank you.
Thank you, the delegate of Antigua and Barbuda. Now I would like to invite the distinguished delegate of Cameroon for their statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, we, the delegate of Cameroon, would like to congratulate Trinidad and Tobago for being appointed as the President of United Nations General Assembly. Today, we Cameroon is honored to share our perspective on the international cooperation and the peaceful uses of outer space. Cameroon firmly believes that outer space with its boundless possibilities should be explored and utilized for the benefit of all humanity. Our nation is committed to actively participating in international initiatives at fostering cooperation and space exploration. We emphasize the importance of adherence to international treaties and agreements. Our country supports transparency and the sharing of information among spacefaring nations to build trust and confidence in the international community. We believe that open communication is essential for preventing misunderstandings and enhancing the overall security and stability of outer space. Our country is committed to engaging in partnership that promote knowledge sharing and the peaceful advancement of space-related technologies. In conclusion, Cameroon stands as the proponent of international cooperation and the peaceful uses of outer space. Let us work together, respecting the principles of international law and cooperation, to explore and utilize outer space in the ways that benefit us to all. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Cameroon. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Hellenic Republic, that is Greece, to present their statements.
Honorable President and distinguished delegates, we as the delegate of Greece believes that outer space is a common heritage of all humankind and that it should be used for peaceful purposes only. We are committed to upholding the principles of Outer Space Treaty, which prohibits the placement of nuclear weapons in outer space. We have also made a number of contributions in the field of outer space, and we have also developed our own space technologies, which is the Hellenic Space Agency. We have established a number of programs to provide training and assistance to developing countries in the field of space technology. However, we still face a number of challenges, such as our space budget is relatively small, which limits our ability to develop and launch new satellites and spacecraft. Another challenge is that lack of access to launch facilities. In order to address these challenges, Greece is seeking assistance from other countries to UN General Assembly in a number of areas, including funding for space research and development and access to launch facilities. We also want to collaborate with other countries on joint space research and development projects, which would allow us to achieve its space exploration goals more quickly and efficiently. Adding to this, we strongly believe that in recent years, there have been a number of developments that have raised concerns about the militarization of outer space. We also need to strengthen international cooperation and build trust among nations, and also develop new norms and rules to govern the use of outer space. Finally, We need to invest in non-military space programs which will help us to create a more peaceful and sustainable future for all of us. In conclusion, Greece is fully committed to continuing its involvement in space exploration with the support of other countries. Finally, we call on all nations to join us in our efforts to prevent the militarization of outer space and to ensure that outer space is used for the benefit of all humankind. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Hellenic Republic. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Democratic People's Republic of Congo to make their statement.
Honorable President and distinguished delegates, the Democratic People's Republic of Congo has a long history of supporting international cooperation in the peaceful uses of outer space. We firmly believe that outer space should be used for peaceful purposes only. We believe that space exploration and development can benefit for all of humanity, and it is committed to working with other countries to ensure that space is used for peaceful purposes. The DRC is a country with limited financial resources. This makes it difficult for the country to invest in its space program and participate in international cooperation in the peaceful uses of outer space. In addition to the challenges posed by limited financial resources, we also face other challenges including political instability. The DRC has a history of political instability. This has made it difficult for the country to develop a long-term plan for space exploration and development. The DRC government has been working to address these challenges, and it has also been seeking assistance from other countries and international organizations. In recent years, we have been particularly focused on the use of satellite technology to address national development challenges. We also established a national space agency which is responsible for coordinating the country's space activities. Overall, our contributions of outer space are positive developments that are likely to benefit the country in a number of ways. We are committed to continuing this participation in the important area of international cooperation. We believe that outer space has the potential to help the country to address some of its most pressing challenges, and the country is committed to working with its partners to develop a strong and sustainable space program. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Democratic People's Republic of Congo. Now I request the distinguished delegate of the Russian Federation to make their statement.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished members of the General Assembly, good afternoon to all. Let me begin by expressing our felicitation to the President of the General Assembly, the delegate of Trinidad and Tobago, and our fullest support to the agenda at hand, peaceful use of outer space. I see this as a stage to take stock of our achievements and the challenges that each and every country faces. This council should be a place where we share our dreams and future goals. Russia is, as of now, planning to quit the International Space Station as it's outdated, and due to the fact that Western countries have imposed sanctions on our country and the constant criticism that we face. Primary aim of Russia is to support China's space station Tiangong and send our orbital service station by the year of 2027-2028. This space orbital station is built for the purpose of scientific research and for the study of our wonderful universe. We have offered our allies from the BRICS group to partner up in this venture and show solidarity and make our growth much faster. This space station would have 6 modules and a service platform to accommodate up to 4 cosmonauts at its initial stage. These developments might slow down as the West keeps on interfering by using their satellites to support Ukraine and give off our military strategies. Mr. President, I would like to ask the Western countries, the representative of USA and all the NATO countries, how is this a peaceful use of space, as this might be a trigger for direct military confrontation with us, and it would have a catastrophic consequences. Their continued support to Kyiv by giving military stronghold of Russian troops, the use of commercial infrastructure elements in outer space for military purpose by US and their allies constitute as an extremely dangerous venture. Some of the solutions that Russia is developing to clear off space debris is one, debris removal technology. Russia is developing anti-debris removal ADRs and working on concept prototypes such as electrodynamic tethers to deorbit these debris. Second, space station satellites which are designed to re-ensure the re-entry of controlled re-entry of satellites when it reaches the end of its operation life. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Russian Federation. Now, I would like to call upon the distinguished delegate of Kingdom of Netherlands for the statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegate, we, the delegate of the Netherlands, has a long and distinguished history of involvement in the peaceful use of outer space. The country is a founding member of the European Space Agencies and has participated in the numerous ESA missions, including the development of the Ariane launcher and the International Space Station. The Netherlands also a major contributor to the Square Kilometre Array, the world's largest radio telescope. In addition to its international activities, Netherlands has a strong domestic space industry. The country is home to a number of world-leading space companies, including Airbus Defence and Space Thales Netherlands. These companies are involved in a wide range of space activities, including satellite manufacturing, space transportation, and space applications. Our government is committed to the commitment supporting the peaceful use of outer space. The government has a dedicated space agencies, the Netherlands Space Office, NSO, which is responsible for promoting the development and the use of space technology for the benefit of the society. The NSO also works to ensure the safety and security of space activities. We have a strong track record of innovation in the space sector. The country is home to a number of world-leading research institutions, including the Delft University of Technology and the University of Leiden. These institutions are conducting cutting-edge research in a wide range of space-related fields, including astrophysics, planetary science, and space engineering. In conclusion, the Netherlands' unwavering commitment to peaceful space utilization has earned it a well-deserved reputation. As a global leader in the field, the country's contribution to space exploration, space applications, and international cooperation are testament to its dedication to advancing space scientific knowledge and addressing global challenges through the responsible use of space technology. As the Netherlands continues to push the boundaries of space exploration and the innovation, it remains a driving force behind the peaceful and sustainable use of outer space for the benefit of all humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of the Kingdom of Netherlands. Now I would like to call upon the distinguished delegate of Democratic Republic of Timor and Leste. I also request the delegates of Laos, Niger, Kingdom of Bahrain, the Republic of India, the State of Israel to take your seat.
Honorable President and distinguished delegate, we as the delegate of Timor-Leste would like to congratulate the delegate of Trinidad and Tobago as your appointment as the President of United Nations General Assembly. Timor-Leste would like to emphasize the significance of the Committee on the International Cooperation in the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. We believe that the outer space, such a wide and vast, seemingly boundless expanse, hold the potential for cooperation and innovation to benefit all of humanity. We commend the effort of outer space in facilitating discussion on the space exploration, space management, and space law. So these issues are paramount important not only for the current generation but also for the future generation, who will outcome of our action in space. Mr. President, we as a young and aspiring nation recognize that the space activities hold immense potential for social, economic development. We are urged to participate actively in the work of outer space, harness the benefit of space technology for our sustainable We will continue its effort to promote the international partnership that enable all nations, regardless of their size or economic capacity, to participate in the peaceful exploration and the utilization of space. The principle for space for all should guide our action and decision. Mr. President, additionally, as we navigate through the challenges posed by the space refuse and the growing congestion in orbit, we call for the development of a strong mechanism for space refuse migration and reversing the long-term sustainability, and the outer space must take the lead in addressing these issues. In conclusion, the Timor-Leste reaffirms its commitment to working together within the space and with the international community to ensure that the outer space remains a realm of peace, cooperation, and shared benefit. We are dedicated to embracing the opportunity presented by the space technology for the betterment of our nation and all of humanity. Thank you, delegates.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste. Now I call upon the distinguished delegate of Cuba to present their statement.
Honorable President and distinguished delegates, I am the distinguished delegate of Cuba and has expressed our views on the peaceful use of outer space. Cuba has been a long vocal advocate for the peaceful use of outer space. We believe that outer space is a common heritage for all humankind and that it should be used for all benefit of all. We are concerned about the growing militarization of outer space. The development of weapons in outer space would be a major threat to the future of human species. We call on the international community to prevent outer space from becoming the next target of the arms race. We also support the policy of no first placement of any kinds of weapon in outer space. This policy would help to prevent a space arms race and would ensure the outer space remains a peaceful domain. Another concern of ours is the growing problem of space debris. Space debris is a threat to the safety of satellites and astronauts. We call on all states to cooperate in implementing measures to mitigate the space debris. Cuba is a strong supporter of international cooperation in the peaceful use of outer space. We believe that all countries, regardless of their level of development, have the right to explore space and benefit from its applications. Cuba itself has made significant progress in the development of space application, particularly in the areas of meteorology and disaster management. Our Earth observation satellite is used for the monitor weather and patterns and predict natural disasters. We also have shared our expenditure in the space application with other developing countries. We believe that the peaceful use of outer space has the potential to make a significant contribution to the achievement of sustainable development goals. We call upon all states to work together to ensure that outer space is used for the benefit of all humankind. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Cuba. Now I would like to call upon the distinguished delegate of Laos People's Democratic Republic. I also request the distinguished delegate of Brunei Darussalam to come forward and take your position in the dais.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, we the delegate of Laos People's Democratic Republic would like to share the views on international cooperation and peaceful uses of outer space. While Laos may not be known as a major player in real space exploration, we recognize the significance of space activities and their potential for both national development and global cooperation. Space activities encompass a wide range of endeavors, from satellite technology to scientific research and exploration beyond our planet. These activities have profound implications for our nation's development, our understanding of the universe, and our capacity to address critical challenges such as climate change, disaster management, and sustainable development. We acknowledge the importance of international cooperation in this field and are committed to working collaboratively with other nations and organizations. Space activities provide a unique opportunity for scientific discovery and exploration. We may not have resources to launch our own missions to explore outer space. In conclusion, while Laos may not be a major player in space activities, are committed to harnessing the potential of space technology for our nation's development, scientific exploration, and addressing global challenges. We believe in the principles of international cooperation and peaceful uses of outer space. We look forward to contributing the global community's efforts in this vital field. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Laos. Now I would like to request the distinguished delegate of Brunei Darussalam to make their statement.
Honorable President and distinguished delegates, we, the distinguished delegate of Brunei Darussalam, would like to express our stand to its commitment in the maintenance of international cooperation in the peaceful use of outer space. We as a country have not participated in any treaties or application of the agenda until we signed a MOU with India for cooperation in space research, satellite technology and application. We are cooperating with countries like India to increase its expertise in space research as well as private companies like Starlink. The Outer Space Treaties present principles for space exploration and operation. Space activities are for the benefit of all nations and any country is free to explore orbit and beyond. No nation can own space, the moon or any other celestial bodies. We try to build a new space economy and a space society that can provide space accessibility to activities that can provide those benefits and diplomacy too. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Brunei and Darussalam. Now I request the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Niger to take your statement.
Honorable President and distinguished guests, we as the delegate of Niger would like to congratulate the Trinidad and Tobago as your appointment the President of United Nations General Assembly. We gather here today to address the critical global issue, the peaceful uses of outer space. We recognize the rich history of space exploration marked by the significant milestones such as launch by the Sputnik and the Apollo missions. Niger firmly support the establishment of international frameworks that promotes the peaceful use of outer space. We emphasize the importance of open communication and data sharing among the nation, enhance the trust and promotes the transparency in space activities. We urge the developments and to the developing countries the building the space capability. In the event of disputes or conflicting interests in the space activities, we congratulate the democratic dialogues and conflicting the resolution mechanisms and the space arbitrary process. This approach will be helpful maintaining the stability and prevent potential conflicting. It could escalate the space democracy. Conclusion was the Niger stand committed to fostering international cooperation, peaceful use of outer space, as embracing collaboration, transparency and inclusivity as essential pillar of approach. We believe that together we can unlock the vast potential outer space for the better all this humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Niger. Now I call upon the distinguished delegate of the Kingdom of Bahrain to make their statement.
Honorable President and distinguished delegates, we as a delegate of Bahrain would like to congratulate Trinidad and Tobago for being appointed as President of United Nations General Assembly. Kingdom of Bahrain deeply values the importance of international cooperation for peaceful uses of outer space. We recognize that the shared responsibility of all nations in preserving outer space for peaceful purposes are essential for fostering a better and more harmonious world. In this regard, Bahrain is committed to actively engage with international community to contribute collaborative efforts towards promoting peaceful uses of outer space. Bahrain firmly believes in principles laid out in Outer Space Treaty of 1967, including the prohibition of placing nuclear weapons or any other weapons of massive destruction in orbit or such celestial bodies. In conclusion, Bahrain believes international cooperation is pivotal for ensuring peaceful uses of outer space by collaborating and adhering to the framework of responsible conduct. We harness potential of outer space for benefit of humanity while fostering more harmonious world. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of the Kingdom of Bahrain. Now I invite the distinguished delegate of the Republic of India for making their statement.
First of all, I would like to congratulate the delegate of Trinidad and Tobago for getting appointed as the President of the United Nations General Assembly. Honorable President, distinguished delegates, India as a nation holds a positive view, recognizing the crucial importance of collaboration in exploring the cosmos for the collective benefit of humanity. The agenda aligns with India's commitment to responsible and inclusive space exploration. Turning to India's actions on the agenda, the Indian Space Research Organization has played a pivotal role. We have been at the forefront of launching satellites not only for our own purposes but also for various nations, fostering goodwill and sharing technological advancements on the global stage. In addressing the challenges posed by the agenda, potential solutions lie in strengthening international cooperation frameworks, transparency, information sharing, and joint efforts to mitigate emerging issues such as space debris are key consideration. Collaborative governance informed by international law can pave the way for sustainable and equitable use of outer space, ensuring that the benefits are accessible to all nations. In conclusion, India's perspective on the agenda aligns with the global vision of peaceful and collaborative space exploration. Through its actions and positive reception worldwide, we exemplify the potential for nations to work together in the spirit of cooperation, recognizing that the peaceful uses of outer space are a shared endeavor for the betterment of humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of India. Now I request the distinguished delegate of State of Israel to come forward and make a statement. I also request the delegates of Mauritius, Republic of Ukraine, the Republic of Cuba, the Kingdom of Spain, and the Kingdom of Cambodia to come forward and take your seats.
The delegates of Israel would like to congratulate the delegates of Trinidad and Tobago for your appointment as the President of the United Nations General Assembly. Mr. President and distinguished delegates, Israel wishes to emphasize its appreciation to Corpus and UNOSA as an appropriate forum for all matters related to the peaceful exploration and exploitation of outer space. Israel believes that international cooperation, responsible practices, and adherence to established guidelines can help in implementing peaceful uses of outer space. Israel has been actively involved in various research, advancements, and collaborations in the space sector. Israel Space Agency plays a crucial role in coordinating the country's space activities. Israel has developed and launched several satellites for peaceful purposes, including communication and Earth observation, which has contributed to various applications such as agriculture, environmental monitoring, and disaster management. Israel acknowledges the efforts of the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, as well as the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs, to promote international cooperation in space exploration for peaceful purposes, as well as the working for the development and maintenance of the legal framework for outer space activities. Israel strives to promote transparency and information exchange about space activities, as well as to prioritize scientific research in space exploration for peaceful purposes that benefit humanity. By actively engaging in these measures, we can contribute to the responsible and peaceful use of outer space. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of the State of Israel. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Mauritius to come forward and make
Those who have not spoken yet is given the priority first. So those who have already given their list name in the speakers list, will give them second importance at this point, and will give priority to those delegates who haven't given a statement. Clear? Perfect. With that said, delegate of...
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegate. First of all, I would like to congratulate the distinguished delegate of Trinidad and Tobago as being selected as the President of United Nations General Assembly. We are honored to speak behalf on the Mauritius on the international cooperation in the peaceful use of outer space. Outer space is shared that belongs to the all humanity. It is a vast, unexplored, with the potential and revolutionized understanding of the universe benefit humankind in countless ways. Mauritius, we have a long proud history of participation in the international cooperation in the peaceful use of outer space. We are a member in United Nations Committee in the peaceful use of outer space and subcommittees. We are actively involved in the other international space organizations. In 2018, we launched our first satellite, Maurisat-1, into the orbit. The satellite being used to monitor the environment and provide communication services to our islands. Mauritius is committed to working our international partners to ensure that occurs. It is used to benefit all humankind. We believe that international cooperation is essential to achieve this goal. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Mauritius. Now I request the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Ukraine to make a statement.
Thank you, Mr. President. We as Ukraine would like to congratulate the delegate of Trinidad and Tobago as for being appointed as the President of United Nations General Assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed delegates and honored guests, today I stand before you as a representative of Ukraine to convey our unwavering commitment to international cooperation for the peaceful uses of outer space. Peaceful exploration. Ukraine recognized the immense potential to outer space for peaceful purposes. The discoveries made and knowledge gained from space exploration had the power to advance science, technology, and our understanding of the cosmos. We stand for the peaceful exploration of outer space that contributes to the common good. Prevention of weaponization. Ukraine firmly opposes the militarization and weaponization of space. We understand that such actions pose a grave threat to international security and stability. We call for international agreements that prevent the deployment of weapons in space and maintain its status as a sanctuary for peaceful activities. Transparency and information sharing. Ukraine emphasizes the importance of transparency in space activities. We believe that sharing information related to space missions, space debris, and potential hazards is essential to ensuring the safety and sustainability of outer space activities. Open communication is a centerstone of responsible space governance. Promotion of space environment. Ukraine is deeply committed to the prevention of the space environment. We recognize the hazards posed by space debris and endorse efforts to mitigate its growth and impact. We support the development of guidelines and practices to ensure the responsible use of outer space. Cooperation in space situational awareness. Ukraine encourages the collaborative efforts in space situational awareness. Sharing data on the positions of moments of space objects is vital for preventing collisions and safeguarding for the space environment. We believe in the importance of working together to enhance the safety of space operations. International treaties and agreements. Ukraine references in the strong commitment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of the Ukraine. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Gabon to make their statement.
Honorable President and distinguished delegates, the Gabonese Republic delegate would like to congratulate the delegate of Trinidad and Tobago for his appointment as the President of the United Nations General Assembly. With regard to the agenda at hand, the Gabonese government believes that the priority for the usage of space technology should be on the people and not just on going to the moon or Mars. Space exploration and the development of spacecraft, including space shuttles and exploratory robots, is very expensive. Implementing a real space policy like the Gambian space project AGEOS that prioritizes the citizens and involvement in global programs for the development of space activities over running behind to quench scientific curiosity is a need of the hour. The government has ratified several treaties, including the Convention on International Liability for Damage Caused by Space Objects, the CTBT, and the Rescue Agreement. The United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, COPUS, was established in 1959 to govern the exploration and use of space for the benefit of all of humanity. In the 1967 Outer Space Treaty establishes that all member states should have free access to space and that exploration of the cosmos should be a peaceful enterprise for the benefit and in the interest of all countries. The corpus, the Gabonese government believes, should assign subordinate bodies to improve the space technology available in African countries. Adequate climate monitoring and weather forecasts should be done. New technologies can bridge the gap in infrastructure and bypass barriers facing entrepreneurs and local businesses. Space-based technologies such as remote sensing, satellite-based communication, and global navigation satellite systems are the new technological frontiers capable of enabling African communication to push forward in leaps and bounds. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Gabon. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Kingdom of Spain to come forward and make your statement. I also request the distinguished delegates of the Republic of Mali, the Republic of Burundi to come forward and take your seat.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the President of the General Assembly for providing us with the invaluable opportunity to deliberate on a matter of profound importance to the humanity, the peaceful uses of outer space. Honorable President and distinguished delegate, we, the delegate of Spain, stands before this esteemed assembly with a firm commitment to the promoting international cooperation with the exploration and utilization of outer space for peaceful purposes. We advocate for the promotion of inclusive and equitable access to the space technology with the help of Spanish Space Agency, which is the space agency of our country. Spain, as we entered into a close collaboration with the United States through the Mercury project and the Apollo program since the very creation of the European Space Agency, ESA, in 1945. We have devoted politically and economical effort to be as a reliable player in the outer space. Historically, we have participated within the frameworks of European space policy. International cooperation in the space technology could contribute substantially to the economic and social development and could also be a key to the future processing of development. Countries such as cooperation was essential for solving certain world problems such as protection of Earth's environment. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Spain. Now I would like to call upon the distinguished delegate of Cambodia to make their statement.
Honorable President and distinguished delegates, first of all, we, the delegate of Cambodia, would like to congratulate India on their successful mission on Chandrayaan-3. In recent decades, Cambodia have witnessed an extraordinary surge in activity in outer space. Satellites have become indispensable tools for navigation and weather forecasting. Space exploration has yielded groundbreaking discoveries that have expanded our understanding of the universe. We are proud signatories to the Outer Space Treaty, which serves as a cornerstone for space exploration. However, this progress has come at a cost. The increasing mechanization of outer space poses a grave threat to international peace and security. The propagation of weapons in space to lead an arms race with devastating consequences for all. The accumulation of waste materials in orbit, the result of irresponsible space activity, also poses a serious threat. Collisions between space objects could have destructive effects, disrupting critical infrastructure and endangering human life. Cambodia currently does not have a space program. By working on a small project, CubeSat, which is an early stage, which is helpful in environmental monitoring and communication,
Cambodian government is also exploring possibility of using satellites to monitor its border and provide space-based service. If Cambodia is able to overcome the financial and logistical challenges of developing a space program, it could reap a number of benefits. Cambodia believes that it's time for the international community to take a decisive action to prevent outer space from becoming a battleground. We believe that outer space holds immense potential for the benefit of all humankind. It is a realm of boundless possibilities that we can learn, grow and thrive, but only if we can ensure that it remains peaceful and a secure domain. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of the Kingdom of Cambodia. Now I request the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Mali to come and present her statements.
Honorable President and distinguished delegate, I, the delegate of Republic of Mali. While Mali may not be traditionally associated with space exploration, we recognize the significance of this field in our ever-evolving world. The realm of outer space activities holds immense potential for scientific discovery, technological advancement, and global cooperation. Outer space activities encompass a wide range of endeavors from satellite technology to interplanetary exploration. Satellites have become integral to modern life, providing essential services such as telecommunication, weather forecasting, and navigation. Our nation has made strides in utilizing satellite technology for various purposes, including monitoring agriculture activities, tracking natural resources, and improving disaster management. We acknowledge the importance of satellite technology in supporting our development efforts. Furthermore, we understand the potential of space activities to advance scientific technology in supporting our development efforts. We understand the cosmos is the vast expanse filled with mysteries waiting for unravel. Although we may not have the resources for independent space missions, we are committed to participating in international space research projects and contributing our expertise to fields such as astronomy, planetary science. Moreover, space activities play a pivotal role in addressing global changes such as climate change, disaster response, and sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Mali. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Burundi to come over and present their statements.
Honorable President, Secretary General, and distinguished delegates. We, the delegate of Burundi, would like to address the UNGA on the agenda international cooperation and the peaceful use of outer space. We face an economic crisis that is no secret to the rest of the world. As a non-terrestrial nation with competing priorities, we are caught up in the day-to-day needs of our people, leaving no little room for the greatness of space exploration. The vastness and infinite power of space does not escape our notice. We are willing to contribute to a collective understanding of the universe and use space technology for the betterment of our nation and humanity as a whole. However, the reality is our financial and technological power cannot outweigh the ambitions we hold. By acknowledging these constraints, we turn to our neighbors, friends, and partners. We humbly ask for help, not as a plea for charity, but as an invitation to chart a path to space together. We recognize that some of our neighboring countries have made progress in space exploration, and we look to you for support and perhaps shared work in general. Our call for help is not a reticence, but an acknowledgement for the strength of unity. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Burundi. The distinguished delegates of the United Nations General Assembly, I would like to inform the distinguished delegates of the United Nations General Assembly that I, the President of the United Nations General Assembly, would like to relieve myself from the official duties bestowed upon me and is handovering the Assembly of the 78th United Nations General Assembly to the Vice President, the Delegate of China, with the permission of the Secretary General.
Greetings, delegate. Now we would like to move on to the next delegate, the delegate of Central African Republic.
We have the delegate of Central African Republic present. CAF, Central African Republic. Please, if you're present, just hurry to the podium. Thank you.
For the attention of the Vice President, Delegate of China, you have to call at least 5 people at a time so that they can come and wait, and call them one by one. Clear? Yeah.
I would like to request the following delegates to please occupy this space. The Democratic People's Republic of Korea, delegate of Libya, and the delegate of South Sudan.
Distinguished delegates and Honorable President, we Central Africa Republic believe that outer space is a domain that offers a wide range of opportunities and potential being devised for the betterment of mankind. We strongly believe that outer space should be only used for peaceful purposes and not as a tool for waging wars or anything that endangers human life. We strongly condemn any nation that plan on the militarization of outer space and urges all the member states on following the Outer Space Treaty. We haven't yet made any contribution towards outer space, and it is not because we are poor. It is better to say we were impoverished by the colonization. We attained independence in 1960 and have received hardly any aid from the UN and other developed countries. We are not asking or begging for any kind of sympathy, but acknowledging our situation and help us become a developing country, and coming up with funds guiding us to take the first step in the exploration of outer space. We would also like our comrades, US, Germany, Norway, to give an opportunity to our people to study and work there and send their best researchers so that in the near future we can contribute in the field of outer space. Central Africa Republic calls upon all countries to work together for using outer space for the betterment of mankind. Let's all hope for a world that... okay. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate. Next up, we will be moving on with the delegate of Democratic People's Republic of Korea. I would also like to request the delegate of Levagerin to be present in the space.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, today I am honored to shed light on Democratic People's Republic of Korea's stance on international cooperation for the peaceful uses of outer space, the United Nations General Assembly agenda. Outer space is a realm that offers immense opportunity for advancement, innovation and progress. It holds the key to solving critical challenges facing humanity, from addressing climate changes and environmental issues to enhancing telecommunication, navigation and scientific research. In this pursuit, North Korea advocates for the promotion of international cooperation to ensure the peaceful use and exploration of outer space. Firstly, we emphasize the importance of space as common heritage of mankind. All nations, regardless of their economic or technological capabilities, should have equal access to and opportunities in peaceful exploration and use of outer space. Secondly, North Korea underscores the significance of international agreements and frameworks that promote reasonable behavior in space. We encourage all nations to abide by existing international treaties and agreements such as Outer Space Treaty and principle governing the use of states of artificial Earth satellites for international direct television broadcasting. Compliance with such agreements is essential to maintaining peace, stability and sustainability in outer space. With that, may I also bring to your notice, Mr. President, that many nations, including United States and their allies, have expressed concerns that military operation that the Democratic People's Republic of Korea carrying out may be a cover for building ballistic missile technology and deploying them in space. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Also, guys, please acknowledge the presence of the Chief Mentor, Ambassador T.P. Srinivasan, once again. Thank you.
I now request the distinguished delegate of Libya to make the statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, today we stand before you to share Libya's perspective on the critical topic international cooperation in the peaceful uses of outer space. The vast expanse of the space was always captured in the imagination of humanity, but the practical application are become increasingly significant in the interconnected world. Libya firmly believes that outer space should be a realm of peace and cooperation, free from the treaty of conflict. Space technologies have potential to benefit all nations. We recognize that it is in our collective interest to ensure their responsible use. The exploration of outer space should be shared with nations pooling their resources and knowledge to push the boundaries of human discovery. In the conclusion, Libya firmly believes in the importance of international cooperation in the peaceful uses of outer space. It is our shared responsibility to ensure that space remains a realm, peace, progress, and exploration for further generations. Let us work together to build a brighter future among the stars, where the benefits of space technologies can be enjoyed by all nations. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Libya. Next up, I now request the distinguished delegate of South Sudan to make the statement. I would also like to request the following delegates to please come forward and occupy the space. Delegate of Levazaran, Delegate of Yemen, Delegate of Republic of Lebanon, Delegate of Luxembourg, and Delegate of Kenya.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates and excellencies, I, the distinguished delegate of South Sudan, is here to speak about the UNGA agenda, international cooperation in the peaceful uses of outer space. South Sudan recognizes the significance of outer space as a global commons and emphasizes its commitment to the peaceful uses of outer space for the benefit of humanity. We are dedicated to utilizing outer space for exclusively peaceful purposes. The nation advocates for international cooperation to maintain outer space as a realm free from conflict. South Sudan acknowledges the importance of international collaboration in space exploration and technology. The country supports initiatives that encourages the exchange of knowledge, technology and resources for the mutual benefit of all nations. South Sudan sees the potentials of space technology in addressing terrestrial challenges. The country supports the responsible and sustainable use of outer space for activities such as disaster monitoring, resource management, and climate observation to contribute to the global development goals. South Sudan expresses concern about the increasing issue of space debris and supports international efforts to mitigate its impact. The nation calls for collaborative measures to address space debris, including to guidance that promote responsible space operations. We are committed to engaging constructively with the international community in decisions. Thank you.
I thank the delegate of Republic of South Sudan for making the statement. I now request the distinguished delegate of Levazaran to make the statement.
Mr. President and distinguished delegate,
The delegate of Republic of Lebanon like to congratulate the delegate of Trinidad and Tobago for appointed as the president of UNGA. The Republic of Lebanon was instrumental in the creation of 5 treaties and 5 principles of outer space. In the 21st century, the uses of outer space is becoming wider and wider, such that Lebanon is congratulating India for the successful landing of Chandrayaan-3. The country should be provided with equitable access to space expedition. From 1960 to 1966, a space project was undertaken in Lebanon. The Lebanese space program was not initially an official government-sponsored effort. Rather, it was the initiative was taken by Lebanese Rocket Society. Lebanon is a lover of peace and prosperity, and one of the best founders this international organization in which we met. Today, leaving noticeable marks in drafting the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Lebanon also went through long, extreme, difficult stages during which conflicts occurred frequently on its territory and its surroundings and aggressive wars against it. Today, Lebanon is struggling to face several overlapping crises in light of a weakened international system and a climate of instability. Lebanon is full of tensions. Mr. President, 12 years have passed since the start of the Syrian crisis, and Lebanon is still suffering under the burden of successive waves of a displacement with long-term consequences. Its daily violations of Lebanese sovereignty and its violation of the obligations of Security Council Resolution 1701, which Lebanon confirms its full commitment. On the other hand, the brotherly Palestinian people are still suffering under occupation and are struggling to obtain their rights. This is inalienable humanity. The two states and international references at the forefront of which are Security Council Resolution 242 and 338. Today, I reiterate the Arab Peace Initiatives issued by the Beirut Summit in 2002, in which the foundations of peace were presented. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Delegate of Republic of Lebanon. Now, I would like to request the Republic of Yemen to make their statement. I would also like to request the Delegate of Trinidad and Tobago to please occupy the space.
We, the delegate of Republic of Yemen, would like to congratulate the delegates of Trinidad and Tobago for their appointment as the President of UNGA or United Nations General Assembly. Mr. President and distinguished delegates, the Republic of Yemen is actively participating in space. All over the world, application of space technologies is vital tool for ensuring development in the socio-economical and environmental areas. The major space-faring nations grow their economies, science, technology, and security using space. So, outer space should be used only for peaceful, that is non-aggressive and beneficial purposes. Space is to be used for peaceful purposes only. This means that countries cannot place nuclear weapons or other weapons of mass destruction in Earth orbit, on the moon, or on any celestial body, and the use of moon or any celestial body to test weaponry of any kind, including nuclear weapons. The celestial bodies could not be used for race among countries. That is the way to make it peaceful. Bringing up race will not make it good, or it does not make sense. For example, when India launched the Chandrayaan-3 mission, Russia with a very competitiveness launched their Luna to moon. What has happened? That is what the Yemen want to showcase. Russia used high-speed systems to overtake India, but the lack of planning made the mission flop. So there is no claim for sovereignty in space. No nation can own space. Any astronaut from any nation is an envoy of mankind, and signatory states must provide all possible help. Nations should be responsible for damage caused by them and must avoid contaminating space and celestial bodies. The rescue of any astronaut from any nation should be taken care by other nations as much as they can. The establishment of military bases, installations and fortifications
the testing of any type of weapons, and the conduct of military maneuvers on celestial bodies shall be forbidden. The act of satellite destruction to attack other countries' network connection should be avoided. This is what we want to conclude about the peaceful uses of outer space. We thought that all the delegates of Assembly understood the importance of our proposals. Thank you, distinguished delegates.
I thank the delegate of Republic of Yemen. I would now request the distinguished delegate of Luxembourg to make the statement.
Thank you, Mr. President and the distinguished delegates. The delegate of Luxembourg would like to congratulate the delegate of Trinidad and Tobago for your appointment as the President of the United Nations General Assembly. The Grand Duchy of Luxembourg, who joined the United Nations in 1945, has the vision to contribute to the peaceful exploration and the sustainable utilization of space resources for the benefit of humankind. We recognize the importance of space exploration and believes in utilizing outer space for scientific research, telecommunications, Earth observation, and satellite navigation. We have taken several initiatives to promote and support the peaceful uses of outer space. The member states has established Luxembourg Space Agency in 2018. The main aim of LSA is to promote the development of the space industry, support research and development activities, and facilitate international collaboration in the peaceful uses of outer space. The only surviving Grand Duchy has been a pioneer in promoting the utilization of space resources. In 2016, it passed a law to provide legal and regulatory frameworks for companies to exploit resources in space, including mining asteroids. Since being a part in the European Space Agency, we work closely with other countries and organizations to promote collaboration, knowledge sharing in the growth of space industry. There are numerous organizations that have expressed their views on the agenda. A few of them include the UNOOSA, IAF, SGAC, etc. The territory, despite its small size, has made significant strides in the field of space resources and commercial space activities. Despite of some challenges faced by this country of Luxembourg, the government has taken steps to foster collaboration, advance the frameworks for commercial and space activities. Hence, Luxembourg has a positive view on the agenda. Despite of various obstacles and challenges faced by this country, the country tries to become one with other international space companies with one goal: encourage people and in the peaceful use of outer space. Thank you.
Thank you, Luxembourg. I now request the distinguished delegate of Trinidad and Tobago to make the statement.
Greetings to the Vice President and the distinguished delegates of the 78th United Nations General Assembly. The universe, once an expanse of curiosity and exploration, now witnesses unparalleled advancement in space science and technology. Nonetheless, the escalation of military activities in space presents a significant threat to global security. It is imperative that nations unite to address this concern. We call for transparency, cooperation and strict adherence to the already existing treaties. Let us prioritize international cooperation, ensuring the exploration and use of outer space remain peaceful for the benefit of all. Another threat the world faces is space debris, with collision of space objects jeopardizing vital infrastructure, particularly those equipped with nuclear power sources. Some debris even inches dangerously close to Earth's orbit, raising the specter of crashes. The solution lies in sharing information, especially to those developing countries with limited capabilities to predict and mitigate a near-Earth object. Building capacity for emergency response and disaster management is vital for safeguarding our space assets and minimizing the risk associated with space debris. In the context of peaceful uses of outer space, it's evident that emerging spacefaring nations like India, with its Chandrayaan missions, are contributing significantly to space exploration. It is time for traditional space powers to recognize the evolving dynamics and embrace a more inclusive approach. The agenda for peaceful space exploration should not be monopolized by a selected view. The growing capabilities of nations like India highlight the imperative for a more equitable distribution of responsibilities and decision making in forums such as the United Nations Security Council. Trinidad and Tobago recognizes the significance of treaties such as the Outer Space Treaty and the Prevention of an Arms Race in Outer Space, PAROS resolution. We call upon all member nations, especially those with significant space capabilities, to actively contribute to preventing an arms race in space. In conclusion, by working together and abiding by the established treaties and creating comprehensive resolution by the diplomats of this General Assembly, we can create a framework that promotes responsible space activities. Guided by Trinidad and Tobago's timeless motto, together we aspire, together we achieve. Together, let's navigate the celestial sphere in harmony, fostering a future where the sky above remains peaceful and progressive. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Trinidad and Tobago. I would like to request, I now request the distinguished delegate of Kenya to make the statement. I would also like to request the following delegates to occupy the space: Democratic Republic of Congo, Republic of Togo, and the Republic of Haiti.
Good afternoon, one and all present here. We, as the delegate of Kenya, would like to congratulate the delegate of China for their appointment as the Vice President of United Nations General Assembly. Mr. Vice President and distinguished delegates, Kenya recognizes and appreciates the unique international forums provided by UNOSA for the role they play in promoting international cooperation in the exploration and peaceful uses of outer space and democratizing outer space. My delegation also appreciates the capacity building efforts in the field of space science and technology and other applications, as well as space law and policy, towards the realization of the Space 2030 agenda by addressing long-term sustainable development concerns of humankind, providing essential data for the indicators used to monitor the progress towards achieving the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction 2015 to 2013 and the Paris Agreement. Mr. Vice President, we are happy to report that Kenyan institutions have greatly benefited from 3 tracks of access to space for all. Triangular collaboration initiatives, the satellite development track, the hypergravity or microgravity track, and the space exploration track. Our successful development and launch of Type 1 SAT in collaboration with our partners is a testament to the fruits of UNOSA capacity building initiatives targeted at emerging and developing the spacefaring nations. The launch of Kenya's first operational Earth observation satellite into orbit has been a massive milestone for the space ecosystem in the country. It has created impetus for the use of space technology in various sectors, with the aim to improve the quality of life of all people in line with the aspirations of the Sustainable Development Goals. Kenya is also grateful to UNOSA and the French government for the technical support received through the first tailor-made technical advisory mission for Kenya, organized jointly with the Kenya Space Agency, held from 18 to 20 April 2023 in Nairobi. In conclusion, we reaffirm Kenya's commitment to meaningful partnership with the international space community of win-win basis for the promotion and utilization of space science and technology for sustainable socio-economic development at national, regional and international levels. Thank you, Mr. Vice President and distinguished delegates.
Thank you, Delegate of Kenya. I now request the distinguished delegate of Democratic Republic of Congo to make the statement.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we, the delegate of Democratic Republic of Congo, would like to congratulate the delegate of Trinidad and Tobago for their appointment as the President of UNGA. The vast expanse of the cosmos hold immense potential for scientific discovery, technological advancement, and the betterment of humanity. It is our duty as responsible members of the international community to ensure that this potential is realized in a way that benefits all, not just a select few. In recent years, we have made a significant studies in advancing our space program, thus launching our first satellite in 2018. This achievement was a testament to the integrity and determination of our scientists and engineers, and it marked a new era of scientific exploration for our country. We believe that the peaceful exploration and uses of outer space is essential for the future of our planet. It can help us to achieve sustainable development, ensure peace and security, and promote international cooperation. We call on all nations to join us in this endeavor to work together to build a better future for all. The peaceful uses of outer space has been a long-standing goal of the international community. In 1959, the UNGA adopted a resolution declaring that the exploration and the use of outer space should be for the benefit of all mankind and should be carried out for the peaceful purposes only. Honorable President and distinguished delegates, thank you for spending your valuable time on listening to me.
Thank you, Delegate of Congo. I now request the distinguished delegate of Republic of Togo to make the statement.
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, we as the delegate of Togo would like to congratulate China as your Secretary General appointment of United Nations General Assembly. We recognize the importance of international cooperation for the peaceful use of outer space. It is imperative that nations come together to ensure the responsible and sustainable use of outer space resources. We believe that the following principles should guide our collective efforts towards this goal. We advocate for transparency in space activities. We support initiatives that require nations to provide information about their space missions, space debris, and potential space traffic. We encourage the development of international norms and rules to prevent space militarization and the deployment of weapons in space. We believe in the importance of upholding the Outer Space Treaty and other relevant agreements. We believe in the significance of developing and maintaining an international database for tracking space debris. This database should be accessible to all nations to ensure the safety of space operations. We encourage responsible resource utilization in outer space. We believe in the equitable sharing of benefits from space resources with a focus on environmental sustainability. We committed to capability building in space technology and science. We emphasize the importance of diplomacy and peaceful conflict resolution in space-related disputes. In conclusion, Togo firmly believes in the necessity of international cooperation for the peaceful use of outer space. Togo stands ready to collaborate with all nations to achieve these objectives and build a safer and more sustainable future in outer space. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Delegate of Togo. I now request the distinguished delegate of Republic of Haiti to make the statement. I would also like to request the following delegate to please be ready. Delegate of Mongolia, Delegate of Angola, and Delegate of Honduras.
Honorable President and distinguished delegate, we as the delegate of Haiti raised today to address the critically important issue of maintaining peace and security in outer space. Outer space, once the realm of science fiction, is now an integral part of our daily lives. Satellites orbiting our planet provide essential service from weather forecasting and telecommunication to navigation and disaster monitoring. Space exploration has indicated our imagination and expanded our understanding of the universe. We, like many nations, rely heavy on space-based technology for its development and well-being. We depend on satellites communication for our emergency response systems, our agriculture monitoring, and our efforts to combat climate change. The distribution and the destroying of these critical assets would have devastating consequences of our nation and our people. We must not allow outer space to become a battleground. The consequence of a conflict in space would be far-reaching and catastrophic, affecting not only the nations involved but the entire international community. The destruction of the satellite would plunge the entire region into darkness. distributing essential service and communication networks. The debris from such a conflict would pose a long-term threat to space exploration and the safety of astronauts. The time to act is now. We must work together to strengthen the exciting international framework for outer space governance, including the Outer Space Treaty and its protocols. We must promote transparency and confidence building measures to reduce the risk of misunderstanding and miscalculations. We must invest in developing and deploying technology that can monitor and promote space assistance. We stand ready to join forces with other nations to safeguard and our shared essential heritage. We believe that outer space holds immense promise for the future of humanity, and we must ensure that this promise is not scorned in the pursuit of narrow nation interests. Let us work together to create a future where outer space is a place of peace, cooperation, and scientific discovery, not a threat of war. Let us harness the power of space exploration to address the challenges we face on Earth, from climate change to poverty and disgust. Let us ensure that the cosmos remain a source of wonder and inspiration of a generation to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Republic of Haiti. I now request the distinguished delegate of Mongolia to make the statement.
Oro Inmet, Honorable Vice President, distinguished delegates, Mongolia firmly supports the peaceful use of outer space and is actively involved in international efforts to promote cooperation and prevent the misuse of weapons in space. The country recognizes the potential of outer space for scientific research, technological advancement and economic growth, and believes that its peaceful utilization and can yield substantial benefits for all humanity. Our country is also developing its own national space program focusing on peaceful application of space technology, particularly in areas such as disaster management, environment monitoring, and telecommunication. The country is investing in infrastructure, training, and research to enhance its capabilities in space technology. Our country's dedication to peaceful use of outer space is evident in its international engagement, national space program, investment in space infrastructure, and emphasis on space education. The country is steadily advancing its position as a key player in the peaceful exploration and utilization of outer space in Asian region. In conclusion, we believe that international cooperation is essential to maximizing the benefits of space technology for all countries, regardless their level of development. We urge all countries to work together to create a peaceful and sustainable future for space exploration and use. Mashik Bayara.
Thank you, Delegate of Mongolia. I now request the distinguished delegate of Angola to make the statement.
Thank you, Mr. President. We the distinguished delegate, we the delegate of Angola. Angola is committed to use outer space for peaceful purposes and has a national space program guided by the Angola National Space Strategy 2016 to 2025. The country has made significant progresses in achieving the goals of this strategy, including developing and launching satellites, creating a national space industry, and promoting the use of space technology for education and research. Angola is using satellites for Earth observation, communication, and navigation. It is also using satellites to provide education and research opportunity to its citizens. Angola committed to use outer space for peaceful purposes in an example of how the country is working to improve the life of its citizens and to contribute a better future for all. By using space technology to address its challenges and pursue its goals, Angola is demonstrating its commitment to sustainable development and its desire to play a leading role in the global space community. Angola's national space program is expected to complete in 2025. The aim to use space technology to address the country developing challenges in both effort to the economy. The government believes that the space technology can be used to create jobs, improve education and healthcare, and protect the environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Angola. I now request the distinguished Delegate of Honduras to make the statement. I would like to request the Delegate of St. Kitts and Nevis, the Republic of Nicaragua, and the Hellenic Republic to please be ready.
Honorable Mr. Vice President, distinguished delegates, we as the delegate of Honduras believe in an era of fast industrial advancements and uses of the outer space holding overwhelming potential for focusing on global challenges, from global warming to global health crisis. There is a lot of issues in the world that can utilize. Honduras ushers to the convention consecrated in the Outer Space Treaty, emphasizing the friendly uses of the universe for the benefit of all nations. As we deliberate on the UN schedule regarding the peaceful uses of outer space, Honduras significantly of worldwide assistance. Honduras spurs worldwide society prioritize cooperative action proposed at sharing information, knowledge and engage of space investigation. By international cooperation, we can solve new frontiers of experimental findings and concerning details of innovation, eventually donating to the comfort of our worldwide community. Honduras is a poor country in the Latin America. The main income of our country are production of coffee, tropical fruits, as well as textile industries. Although we are not economically stable for a space agency, we support the initiative like the ISS, International Space Station. That is what can be achieved through international cooperation. We also congratulate India for successfully landing Chandrayaan-3. In conclusion, Honduras stands ready to energetically execute worldwide efforts. Let us commit ourselves to a future position that benefits the scope of expedition and are accessible to all, promoting a realm of partnership, modernization and shared progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate of Honduras. I would like to relieve from my duties and I would like to call back the President, Trinidad and Tobago, to resume the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. We would like to recognize the presence of our patron, Mr. T.P. Srinivasan, sir. Now I call upon the distinguished delegate of St. Kitts and Nevis.
Before that, do we have the delegate of Germany present here? Delegate of Germany, are you present in the room? Thank you.
Honorable President, Excellencies, and to all my fellow delegates, as the delegate of St. Kitts and Nevis, would like to express our stance on this year's agenda, International Cooperation in the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. We recognize that outer space has the potential to play a significant role in sustainable development, particularly in developing countries. Space-based technology can be used to address a wide range of challenges, including climate change, disaster management, and food security. We believe that participation in international agreements and collaboration aimed at ensuring the responsible and beneficial use for space for scientific, economic, and societal purposes. Mr. President, St. Kitts and Nevis calls on all member states to work together to strengthen international cooperation in the peaceful uses of outer space and to ensure that the benefits of the space are shared equitably by all. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of St. Kitts and Nevis. Now I request the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Nicaragua to come forward and present their statements. I also request the distinguished delegates of Tunisia, Tajikistan, People Democratic Republic of Algeria, Republic of Thailand to come forward and take your seats in the front.
We, as the delegate of Nicaragua, would like to congratulate Trinidad and Tobago as their appointment as the President of United Nations General Assembly. Honorable President, distinguished guests, we, as the delegate of Nicaragua, like many countries, recognize the importance of international cooperation in the peaceful uses for the benefit of all humanity, and that cooperation among countries is essential to achieve this goal. We strongly support the principles enshrined in international agreement such as the Outer Space Treaty, which emphasize the peaceful use of outer space, the prohibition of placement of nuclear weapons in space, the prevention of harmful contamination of celestial body. The country is committed to promoting transparency, trust and responsible behavior in outer space activities. We also value collaboration with the International Space Organization and other countries to space knowledge, resource and technology for peaceful space exploration and research. The nation believes that space, a realm of cooperation where scientific discovery, environmental monitoring and the advancement of human knowledge can flourish. We as a nation recognize that outer space is not just a sole domain of any single country, but rather a shared frontier and that should be explored and used for the common good. In this regard, we are committed to working collaboratively with the international community to ensure that outer space remains a peaceful and cooperative domain. These principles are not just ideals, but rather cornerstones of responsible space activities. Our country is also committed to promoting transparency and confidence building measures in outer space. We advocate for the sharing of information, space activities and the development of norms and best practices to ensure that space and responsible use of outer space. We believe that by fostering trust and cooperation, we can collectively address the challenges and opportunities presented by the final frontier. In conclusion, Nicaragua emphasizes its commitment to international cooperation and the peaceful use of outer space to ensure that sustainable and beneficial exploration and utilization of this unique and valuable domain for the betterment of all humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of the Republic of Nicaragua. Now I call upon the distinguished delegate of Tunisia to come forward and present their statements.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, we, the delegate of Tunisia, would like to convey our stance on the agenda, international cooperation of peaceful uses of outer space. Tunisia is interested in the peaceful uses of outer space since the launch of first satellite in 1957. We have participation on different levels through positive contribution of specific networks and in major regional and international programs. Project space communication through the satellite system. In terms of cooperation and partnership in different levels, Tunisia chairs the board of directors of the African Organization of Cartography and Remote Sensing, and nationally we have had partnership in action and the project operator and enhancing the spatial data and operator in various application areas. And we also have several space-related projects and are currently being executed in Tunisia for academic research and conventional purpose. The Tunisian Space Association, TUNSA, is an organization that aims to promote the use of space technology for economic, social and environmental development of Tunisia. Tunisia is a non-profit organization that brings together individuals and organizations interested in space activities, including scientists, engineers and students. The peaceful uses of outer space has been a long-standing goal of the international community in 1959. The United Nations General Assembly adopted a resolution declaring that the exploration and use of outer space should be for the benefit of all mankind and should be carried out for peaceful purposes only. And in conclusion, the world's thoughts on the peaceful use of outer space are overwhelmingly positive. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Tanzania. Now I would like to call upon the distinguished delegate of Tajikistan.
Honorable President and my dear fellow delegates, we the delegate of Kazakhstan are honored to stand before you today. On behalf of Kazakhstan on the important topic of international cooperation for the peaceful uses of outer space. Outer space is a shared resource that we have immense potential for the benefit of all humanity. It's a furniture that we must explore that utilize for peaceful purpose, not for not for exclusionists. Kazakhstan has long histories in voluntary space exploration and with cooperation. In 1957, that first artificial satellite Punskin was launched on from what is known as Kazakhstan. That Kazakhstan stars played a key role in number of international space programs, including in International Space Station. We believe that international cooperation is listed for the sustainable and equitable useful for outer space. We must work together to ensure that space is used for peaceful purpose only. Then with the benefits in space exploration are shared by all countries. Kazakhstan is committed to work with all countries to ensure that outer space is used to peaceful and only. That we believe that international cooperation is essential for the sustainable and equitable for use the shared resources. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Kazakhstan. Srinivasan sir, can we close this speakers list? We have around 35 speakers left. Due to time constraints, can we close this list? Yes, sir. Should be voluntary. I'll put it out in the
No, there is a provision for closing the debate because of shortage of time. But that's not fair to people who have prepared speeches. So what you could do is if there are volunteers who want to go out of the speakers list, you can respect that. They can drop out. Otherwise, you must continue.
All right. Taking that into consideration, Preston, you may voluntarily ask the delegates.
Any delegates who have given their names in the general speakers list would like to withdraw their names? Any delegates, please raise your placard. Seeing none, the participants remain the same.
You continue then.
Yes.
All right. One second. Now, for the best interest of time, what we try to do is that first we had the moderated caucus. Sorry, my bad. First we had the formal consultation going on for 3 minutes where we addressed the questions followed by the impact and the solutions. Since we evolved with the debate, we cut short it to 2 minutes which we focused on impacts and solutions. Now we are coming to the last 30 speakers. What we need to focus is just the solutions. So will it be fine with the remaining speakers if we could take a minute of speech from everyone so that we can prioritize the formal informal consultation as well? Does that work? Can I, President, it's up to you. I'll leave it to you. So what do you think of that? Does that sound reasonable? We decided let's try to be around 1 minute matter. Like you can just overboard it. We are not able asking you to cut short on the speech. But at the same time, if you could just keep it around that time, it would be really nice. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would request the delegations of Uganda, Sierra Leone, Fiji, Socialist Republic of Vietnam to come forward and take the seats in the front. The next speaker is Thailand.
Yeah. Lend it.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, and fellow space enthusiasts, I stand before you today to address a matter of great significance, the imperative for international cooperation in pursuit of peace in outer space. As we navigate the complexity of our interconnected world, we must extend our collaboration collaboration beyond terrestrial boundaries, recognizing that the exploration and the use of outer space is a shared endeavor that transcends national boundaries. We, through our space agency, the Geoinformatic and Space Technology Development Agency (GISTA), have actively engaged in collaborative initiatives. We have worked hand in hand with international partners to develop and deploy Earth observation satellites, contributing to global efforts in disaster management, environmental monitoring, and sustainable development. As we embark on this journey, we acknowledge that challenges may arise, challenges that require open dialogues, understanding, and collaborative problem solving. Be it legal frameworks, resource management, or the prevention of militarization, we must address these issues collectively, ensuring that the benefits of space exploration are shared by all and that space remains a domain for peaceful endurance. Thailand aligns its space endurance with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals (SDGs). We recognize that the potential of space technology to address global challenges from monitoring climate changes to fascinating agriculture. Our commitment is not only to the exploration of outer space but to leverage its potential for betterment of humanity. In conclusion, we pledge to contribute for the development of international norms, the enhancement of legal framework, and the sharing of knowledge and resources to ensure that space remains a beacon of cooperation and understanding. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Thailand. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Uganda to come forward and make your statements. I also request the distinguished delegate of Algeria to come forward and take your seat in the front.
Esteemed delegates and Honorable President, we stand before you as a representative of Uganda to express our commitment to the international cooperation on outer space. We support every country to develop their technologies in the field of outer space in a way that benefits not only the country but the world as a whole. We request every country to focus on the factors such as development of educational facilities using satellites and improves the telecommunications worldwide. We also point out the need of space technology in the field of medicine, as medicine is a crucial factor in the present world with wars and diseases. The use of outer space technology in the countries including the moon and other celestial bodies must be for the betterment and interest for all the countries, regardless of what economic status they are in. It should always provide benefit in the positive manner to all human beings. Uganda is one of the few countries in Africa that has taken the initiative in the field of outer space. We are ideally sited for a spaceport to launch satellites into geostationary orbit, but this option has never been pursued because of lack of investment. We would like to request aid from the UN and our allies, France, US, UK, to help in the development of educational facilities in the field of satellites and telecommunications, which help us to contribute more in the field of outer space. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of the Republic of Uganda. Now, I would like to call upon the distinguished delegate of Algeria to make their statement. The distinguished delegate of Algeria, you have this floor now.
Respected President and distinguished delegate, we the delegate of Algeria. The Algeria Space Agency was established on January 16, 2002 in Bulgaria. The Algeria want to propose the government the element of a national strategy, space institution and monitor evolution in the field of space activities and ensure their implementation. The agency consists of a central structure and 4 operation centers. Center of Space Technologies, Space Application Center, Satellite Development in the Center and a telecommunication system. This agency has facilitated and multi-greater international cooperation with the developing countries. Since the agency of the Algeria in the committed position in uses of outer space of the nation in 2002, Algeria has defined 3 agreements, mainly the atmospheric territory, the space limited conservation and the registration conservation. Agency government has adopted national space program policy for the sustainable development and strengthening of national sovereignty. There resulted 86 projects as of 2023. 74 different government space agencies are instituted, including 68 national space agencies and 6 international agencies. Algeria, which is committed to complying with international laws, has adopted their 3 of 5 United Nations territories on outer space and supports the mention and the obligation regarding the peaceful uses of outer space. Internationally, limitation and the regression of the object launched into outer space. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Algeria. Now I call upon the distinguished delegate of Republic of Sierra Leone.
Thank you, Mr. President. Distinguished delegates, I stand before you today as the delegate of Sierra Leone to speak on the agenda International Cooperation on Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. Sierra Leone acknowledges the significance of outer space as a global common resource and the potential it holds for the sustainable development and advancement of all nations. Sierra Leone underscores the importance of international cooperation to ensure the responsible and peaceful use of outer space. We have initiated efforts to establish a national space agency and recognize the need for international collaboration to ensure the responsible use of space. Sierra Leone is committed to upholding international space law, including the Outer Space Treaty, the Rescue Agreement, the Liability Convention, Registration Convention. Sierra Leone encourages developed spacefaring nations and international organizations to provide technical assistance and support the developing countries. We propose the establishment of a multilateral platform within the United Nations to facilitate the exchange of data related to space activities and collision avoidance. Sierra Leone supports international efforts to ensure the responsible and equitable utilization of space resources. We prioritize the interests of all nations and adhere to international law. Sierra Leone firmly believes that international cooperation is the cornerstone of ensuring the peaceful and responsible use of outer space. Sierra Leone looks forward to collaborating with all nations to achieve and contribute to the peaceful exploration and utilization of outer space. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Sierra Leone. Now I call upon the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Fiji to put out their statements. I also request the delegations of Socialist Republic of Vietnam, the delegate of Barbados, the Republic of Chad, the Republic of Dominican Republic to come forward and take your seats in the front.
Honored Mr. President and distinguished delegate, we as the delegate of Fiji would like to tell about the Fiji perspective on the peaceful use of outer space. Fiji is a strong supporting of the international cooperation in the peaceful use of outer space. Fiji believes that space sharing resource that should be used for the benefit of humanity, for communicate to working with other nations to ensure that space is useful and sustainable. Fiji has number and resource for supporting international cooperation in the peaceful use of outer space. First, Fiji believe that space can be a powerful tool for development. Space-based can be used for improve communication, education and healthcare in the developing countries. Fiji has a long history for involving in the international cooperation in the peaceful use of outer space. Fiji is a member of the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Use of Outer Space, COPUS and its two subcommittees, the scientific and technical subcommittees and legal subcommittees. There is a board consumed among nations that international cooperation essential for the peaceful use of outer space. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Republic of Fiji. Now I call upon the distinguished delegate of Socialist Republic of Vietnam.
Honorable President, distinguished delegate, we, the delegate of Vietnam, is here to address the United Nations General Assembly on the agenda International Cooperation of Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. We are the committee to the peaceful exploration and use of outer space. We believe that outer space is common heritage for humankind, that its benefits should be shared by all. We, the member of Committee of the Peaceful Use of Outer Space and the United Nations Office to its affairs, we are the only party to the Outer Space Treaty, the Rescue Agreement, the Liability Convention, the Registration Convention. We are actively involved in the international cooperation on outer space. We have signed bilateral agreements on space cooperation. Several countries like China, France, India, Japan and United States. We also participate in multilateral space cooperation programs such as the International Space Stations and Copernic Earth Observation Programs. We are confident that the security of outer space, we believe that it is important to the private, to the militarization of outer space and to ensure that it is used for peaceful purposes only. We support the development on international norms and regulations on the outer space activities. We are confident that with the support of United Nations and its member states, we will able to overcome the challenges and build a better future for people. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. Now I call upon the distinguished delegate of Bolivia to come forward and present their statements. Seeing there is no distinguished delegate of Bolivia, now I call upon the distinguished delegate of Barbados to come forward and present their statement. I also would like to intimidate the next 5 speakers: the United Mexican States, the Republic of Malta, the Republic of Maldives, the Republic of Argentina. Please come forward and take your seats in the front.
Esteemed Presidents and respected delegates, we stand before you as the delegate of Barbados. We would like to congratulate Trinidad and Tobago as your appointment as representative for the UN General Assembly. We take the floor with a resolute commitment to fostering international collaboration in the peaceful utilization of outer space. We underscore the paramount importance of ensuring equitable access, promoting technology transfer, and cultivating capacity building. These principles form the bedrock of our belief that the benefits of space exploration should be inclusive, reaching nations of all sizes and resource capacities. In alignment with these convictions, we have actively contributed to collaborative initiatives, sharing expertise and resources to advance a collective approach to space exploration. Acknowledging the environmental impacts associated with space activities, our nation has implemented sustainable practices within our space program, underscoring our dedication to responsible exploration. We, Barbados, places great emphasis on the importance of international laws and treaties governing outer space activities. We advocate for strengthening of these legal frameworks to ensuring transparency, fairness, and universal applicability. As we navigate the complexities of space exploration, we stand strong on its commitment to upholding and recognizing their vital role in promoting responsible behaviors and fostering a shared understanding of peaceful users of outer space. Thank you and have a nice day.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Barbados. Now I would like to invite the distinguished delegate of Dominican Republic to come forward and put out their statements.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished delegates. As a delegate of Mexico, it's my honor to participate for the first time in the General Assembly, the highest symbol of unity among nations. The world today enjoys a great freedom which is more democratic and developed. In Mexico, it is firmly believed that UN has all the powers to be daring and renovate itself. My country presents the proposal of dialogue and peace for Israel and Palestine. The space domain is not controlled by international law. My country agrees with the vision. It was precisely this vision that led the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean to establish the first nuclear weapon zone in a densely populated area to the Treaty of Tlatelolco. Mexico has worked to develop different categories of membership. The proposal by Mexico and France to restrict the use of the veto to cause of mass atrocities has been supported by 106 member states. It is time to launch a joint global action. It is also leads to international space problems, and we can never stop space activities too. And lastly, ladies and gentlemen, this winter we saw a tragedy. We can abandon the millions of people whose rights are being trampled. Various UN organizations are doing all they can to provide that aid. We need to do it for the UN people. The people of the UN are our eyes and ears on the ground. Space activities and infrastructure today are critical to international security and global economy. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the United Mexican States. Now I would like to call upon the distinguished delegate of Bolivia.
All right, 1 second. Delegate by the name Ajaynath Prabhu, please report to the dais. Thank you.
Yes, the distinguished delegate of Bolivia, you have the floor.
Honorable President and distinguished delegates, we as the delegate of Bolivia would like to congratulate the country Trinidad and Tobago for your appointment as the President of UN Assembly. Regarding the international cooperation in the peaceful use of outer space, Bolivia acknowledges the enormous potential that space exploration holds for the benefit of humanity. Our nation supports collaborative efforts to ensure equitable access to space technology and resources, emphasizing the importance of responsible space practice such as waste mitigation and the sharing of knowledge and technology. Moreover, we emphasize the critical need for robust international space legislation, advocating for clear, just and universally applicable frameworks to govern activities in the outer space. As we tread into the future, we pledge our steadfast commitment to nurturing global partnerships for the shared progress of peaceful space endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Bolivia. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Republic of Malta to come forward and present their statements.
Mr. President, Excellencies, esteemed delegates and distinguished guests, I stand before you as a representative of the Republic of Malta, a nation that believes in the power of collaboration and international cooperation. In an era marked by technical advancement and exploration of cosmos, it is imperative that we come together to ensure the responsible and peaceful utilization of outer space for the benefit of all. Malta acknowledges the critical role that the outer space plays in the forensic scientific discovery, technological innovation, and international cooperation. As a small yet forward-thinking nation, we recognize the potential for space exploration to contribute to sustained development, economic growth, and well-being of humanity. However, with the great potential comes the shared responsibility to prevent the weaponization of the outer space and to address the challenges that may arise from the militarization. Furthermore, we emphasize the importance of inclusivity in space exploration and the equal distribution of its benefits. It is crucial that developing nations are given equal opportunity to the participants in the space activities, fostering a sense of shared responsibility for the peaceful usage of outer space. In conclusion, as we deliberate on the peaceful usage of outer space, let us remember that our actions today will shape the future of humanity in the So, Malta stands ready to, in the collaboration with all the member states of the Fortress collective commitment to the responsible and peaceful utilization of outer space for the betterment of a shared future. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Republic of Malta. Now I request the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Maldives to come forward and present their statements. I also request the delegations of Republic of Georgia, the distinguished delegation of Sultanate of Oman, Federal Democratic Republic of Nepal, Principality of Andorra to come forward and take your seat in the front.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished delegates. We, the distinguished delegate of Maldives, is honored to address this esteemed assembly and convey our stand on the agenda, the international cooperation on the peaceful uses of outer space. Maldives is one of the most vulnerable nations to change in climate, weather, sea level and ecosystem. Using Earth observation comprised of remote sensing and in situ data, we can build better models to monitor the risk we face. We have participated in a number of international initiatives to promote cooperation in space, including the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space and International Telecommunication Union. Institute for Global Success launched the first ever space program in the Maldives in November 2020 in partnership with the KSF Space Foundation of the United Kingdom. In addition to the applications space offers to solve a problem, it is also a source of inspiration to a local population. Through educational and outreach initiative alongside with business acceleration programs, we aim to help the local population better understand how to be a part of a future space economy. Being equatorial nation, we have many strategic advantages that can help build a strong space economy. We aim to empower and enable the creation of local startups based around these strategic advantages. The unique geography of Maldives gives us the opportunity to gather highly valuable data about our ocean. Through partnership with recognized institutions, MSRO aims to build a strong research and scientific culture around astronomy, microgravity and Earth observation. Maldives Space Research Organization has organized the Space for Island Nation Conference in 2023. The Maldives is committed to working with other countries to promote the peaceful use of outer space and other new UN for support. The country believes that international cooperation is essential to ensure that space is used for the benefit of all. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Maldives. Now I request the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Argentina to come forward and present their statements.
Honorable President and distinguished delegates, Argentina has a long history in space journey since the 1950s. Our mission as a space agency is to take part in international efforts in the field of space exploration and peaceful uses of outer space, and providing advanced scientific knowledge as well as job and education opportunities. The PEN constitutes Argentina's national space plan. The first PEN was adopted for the period 1995 to 2006, and revisions have been conducted for the subsequent period. The current vision covers the period from 2016 to 2027 and is focused on three main concepts: Earth observation, peaceful exploration and use of outer space, technological development for the space purposes. Our modern space program is accompanied by high-profile success. This past August 2020, Argentina's space agency, the National Space Activities Commission, launched SAOCOM-1B to provide an effective Earth observation and disaster monitoring capability. and the Sabia Ma mission, in which we collaborated with the Brazilian National Institute for Space Research for providing valuable data for a variety of applications like environmental monitoring and disaster mitigation. In conclusion, we are committed to our missions and the agenda, and it is being reflected in our active participation in international forums and the contributions that we have made for the development of international space law. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Argentina. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Republic of Georgia to come forward and present their statements.
Honorable Chairman, distinguished delegates, we the distinguished delegate of Georgia, we honor to address the United Nations Committee in the peaceful use of outer space on behalf of the people of Georgia. Georgia is committed to international cooperation in the peaceful uses of outer space. We believe that space is the global commons, that all countries have the right to benefit from its peaceful uses. We are particularly interested in the cooperation in the following areas: space technology for the sustainable development. Space technology can play a vital role in addressing some of the most pressing challenges facing by our planet, such as climate change, poverty, and hunger. Georgia is working with international partners to develop and apply space-based solutions to these problems. Capacity building. Georgia is committed to developing our own space capabilities. We are working with international partners to train our scientists and engineers in space technology and to establish space-related infrastructure. Space law. We believe that a strong and effective national space law engine is essential to ensure that the safe and responsible use of outer space. Georgia is actively participating in the development of space law at the United Nations. Georgia has already benefited from international cooperation in the peaceful use of outer space. For example, we are working with the United Nations Program on Space Application to use technology for disaster management. We are also working with European Space Agency to develop satellite applications for agriculture and environment monitoring. Georgia is committed to working with the international community to promote the peaceful uses of outer space. We believe that space can be a powerful force for good in the world, and we are committed to using it for the benefit of all humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of the Republic of Georgia. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Sultanate of Oman to come forward and present your statements.
Bismillah-Rahim, Honorable President, distinguished delegates. I, as the delegate of Oman, is pleased to address this General Assembly on the important topic of peaceful uses of outer space. Oman believes that international cooperation is essential for the peaceful exploration and use of outer space. We are committed to work with our partners including India, China and Russia to advance space science and technology for benefit of all humankind. Oman is actively engaged in a number of international and regional initiatives on the space cooperation. We are a member of the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space and the subcommittees, and we are the party to several international space treaties and agreements. The SSC was established in 2019. It is a key institution for the international cooperation on space. The SSC provides training and education on the space-related topics, and it conducts research on the human aspects of space exploration. We use outer space for variety of peace purposes, satellite data to monitor its natural resource and respond to natural or any disasters that takes place, and provide telecommunication service to its citizens and businesses. In conclusion, Oman is committed to work with the International Committee to promote the peaceful exploration and use of outer space. We believe that outer space has the potential to benefit all humanity, and we are determined to make that a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of the Sultanate of Oman. Now I request the Federal Democratic Republic of Nepal to come forward and present your statements. I also request the delegations of Hungary, Panama, Indonesia and Cabo Verde to come forward and occupy the seats in the front.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, on the agenda of peaceful uses of outer space, Nepal maintains its view that outer space is a common heritage. Its exploration and use should be carried out for wider benefit of humanity. We look forward to the endorsement as well as effective implementation of the proposed Space 2030 agenda and its implementation plan. We reiterate that all countries, big or small, developed or developing, should be given equal access to exploration and utilization of space resources. We call on spacefaring nations and UN Office for Outer Space Affairs, UNESA, to assist technology transfer and bridge capacity gaps by enhancing the capabilities of developing nations for the balance of their global common. Nepal has always supported militarism and rules-based world order where countries play by the agreed rules for the peaceful cooperation. Nepal supports the inalienable rights under the framework of NPT, where the state party for the space and peaceful use of nuclear science and technology. In the regard, Nepal expresses its full support for the full implementation of transparency and confidence building measures in outer space activities. We call for effective international cooperation to ensure safe and secure and sustainable use of space. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Federal Democratic Republic of Nepal. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Principality of Andorra to come forward and present your statements.
Honorable President, Secretary General and distinguished delegates, we, the distinguished delegate of Andorra, would like to represent our stand on the UNGA agenda, International Cooperation for the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. The European Union and its member states are actively engaged in promoting preservation of a safe and secure and sustainable space environment and the peaceful use of outer space on an equitable and mutually acceptable basis for all, for present and future generations. We remain strongly committed to the prevention of an arms base in outer space, PAROS, which is essential for strengthening international security and stability and for safeguarding the free exploration and long-term use of the space environment for peaceful purposes. Andorra has contributed 6,000 euros to future OPCW Center for Chemistry and Technology and 5,000 euros to Trust Fund for Victims. Outer space has witnessed a surge in security challenges over recent years, with threats and perceived threats multiplying and endangering the long-term sustainability of the space environment and the safe and secure delivering of essential services on which the global community rely on. Furthermore, we would also like to welcome the proposed UK resolution to establish a new OEWG, the Open-Ended Working Group, which aims to discuss concrete ways to strengthen the protection of our human rights as we age. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Principality of Andorra. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Hungary to come forward and present their statements.
Honorable President and distinguished delegates, we, as the delegate of Hungary, would like to congratulate the distinguished delegate of Trinidad and Tobago for the appointment as the President of UNGA. And we would also like to congratulate India for the successful soft landing of Chandrayaan-3. Space is becoming more and more available to state and non-state actors and is getting more congested, and competitive. Space must remain accessible to all humanity. Our country is a state party to the Outer Space Treaty and other fundamental international space treaties and strongly advocates the peaceful uses of outer space. Multinational cooperation, especially within the United Nations, remains essential in the global governance of space, promoting responsible behavior, establishing the mechanisms, setting standards and procedures, norms, codes of conduct, and confidence-building measures for all existing and emerging space actors. Our country supports the EU strategy for space security and defense for a stronger and more resilient European Union. The EU's individual space programs are aiming to achieve a more autonomous and resilient means in service, provisions and progressive development. Space will be a focal area for our country when it assumes the rotation of presidency of the Council of the European Union in the second half of 2024. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Hungary. Now I would like to invite the distinguished delegate of Panama to come forward and present their statements.
Honorable President and distinguished delegates, we as a delegate of Panama stand before you today to emphasize the importance of international cooperation for the peaceful use of outer space. We support the reinforcement and enhancement of existing international treaties such as Outer Space Treaty, which forms a cornerstone of space law, encouraging all nations to ratify and adhere to this agreement, ensures a common understanding and promotes peaceful use of outer space. We call for increased transparency and information sharing among nations regarding space activities. We advocate for equitable access to space resources while empathizing responsible and sustainable exploration and exploitation. We recognize the importance of providing assistance to developing nations in building their space capabilities. We stress the urgent need of collaborative efforts to address the growing issue of space debris and efficient management of space traffic. In conclusion, we, Panama, reframe our commitment to peaceful use of outer space, empathizes the need for strengthened international cooperation, fostering a collaborative environment where nations work together to unlock the full potential of space for the benefit of all mankind. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Panama. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Indonesia to come forward and speak. I also request the delegations of Guatemala, Serbia, the Republic of Korea, Slovak Republic, and Republic of Jamaica to come forward and occupy the seats in the front.
Respected President and distinguished delegates, we as the delegate of Indonesia underscores that the exploration and uses of outer space and other celestial bodies shall be for peaceful purposes only, and shall be carried out for the benefit and in the interest of all countries irrespective for the degree of economic or scientific development. Indonesia stands ready to constructively engage in the implementation of resolution on reducing space threats through norms and principles of responsible behaviors with a view to ensuring that will dine with Indonesia's desire to maintain outer space as a peaceful, safe, secure and sustainable environment. A number of Indonesian efforts have been done to maintain outer space as a peaceful, safe, secure and sustainable environment among others. The international law for space exploration and operation states main space activities were of the benefit of all nations, and any country is free to explore the orbit and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Indonesia. Now, I would like to request the distinguished delegate of Cabo Verde to come forward and present their statements.
Mr. President and distinguished delegate, we, the delegate of Cabo Verde, stands before you today. We, perspective on international cooperation in the peaceful use of outer space. We believe in the fundamental importance of international cooperation in the peaceful use of outer space. We recognize the potential benefits that collaboration in space activities can bring to humanity, forestry, scientific advancements, technological innovation and economic development. The global community as a whole increasingly acknowledges the significance of collaboration of outer space In an interconnected world, the peaceful exploration and the utilization of outer space have become shared goals transcending national boundaries. We have participated in joint research initiatives, shared satellite data for environmental monarchy, and collaborated with other nations on space-related projects. The international legal framework, most notably Outer Space Treaty of 1967, enhances the peaceful exploration and the outer space and calls the cooperation among the nations. The solution for enhancing the international cooperation in the peaceful use of outer space was establishing a transport mechanism for sharing the technology advancements, promoting capacity building in space-related activities and also formulating a spirit of inclusivity are key steps to most collaborative future in outer space. Let us continue work together to know the boundless opportunity that space offers forestry, a future where the benefits of outer space are shared by nation and also for far and wide. Thank you.
All right. A small bit of announcement here. For tomorrow, we just want Gauri Nanda from Cardinal Padira Public School and Harigovind ND from St. Sebastian's Public School, as well as Kirti Pais from Sanju's Public School, to please come to the dais. Thank you. I repeat, Gauri Nanda, Harigovind and Kirti Pais.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Cabo Verde. Now, I request the distinguished delegate of Guatemala to make the statement.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, on behalf of the government of Guatemala, I am pleased to address the General Assembly on the topic of international cooperation in peaceful uses of outer space. Guatemala is the strongest supporter of international cooperation in space. We believe that space is a global common resource that should be used for benefit of all humankind. We also believe that international cooperation is essential to address the challenges and opportunities of space exploitation and utilization. Guatemala believes the international cooperation in space is essential for achieve the sustainable development goals. Space technology and play a vital role in addressing wide range of global challenges such as climate change, food security, and disaster management. Guatemala calls the international community to address these challenges and strengthen the international cooperation in space. We believe that international cooperation is essential for ensuring that space is used for the benefit of all humankind. Guatemala is committed to working with this international community to achieve these goals. We believe that international cooperation is essential for ensuring that space is used for the benefit of all humankind. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Guatemala. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Serbia to come forward and present their statement.
In the meantime, Gauri Nanda, please report to the main dais. Delegate by the name Gauri Nanda from Cardinal Padira Public School.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we, the delegate of Serbia, would like to congratulate Trinidad and Tobago as their appointment as the President of United Nations General Assembly. Serbia is a strong supporter of the peaceful use of outer space for the benefit of all mankind. We believe that the space exploration and technology have to solve some world's most pressing challenges such as climate change, poverty and disease. Serbia has a long history of engagement in space activities. In 1961, we launched our first satellite U-1 into space. Since then, we have developed a strong space program with a focus on Earth observation, telecommunication and navigation. Today, Serbia has using a space technology to improve lives of our citizens in a number of ways. For example, we are using satellite data to monitor our forest, track air pollution and manage our water resources. We are also using space technology to provide telemedicine services to remote areas. and to develop educational programs. Serbia is also committed to international cooperation in the peaceful use of outer space. We are a member of United Nations Committee on the peaceful use of outer space, and we participate in a number of international space projects. We believe that the international cooperation is essential to ensuring the benefits of space are shared by all. We are committed to working with our partners to advance the peaceful use of outer space for the benefit of all mankind. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Serbia. Now, I request the distinguished delegate of Slovak Republic to come forward and put out your statements. I also request the delegations of Republic of Lesotho, Republic of Latvia, Republic of Saint Lucia, and the Kingdom of Bhutan to come forward and occupy the seats in the front.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegate, first, we the delegate of Slovak Republic would like to congratulate Trinidad and Tobago as your appointment as the President of UNGA. We are honored to stand before you to address the crucial issue of peaceful use of outer space. From satellite communication to space exploration mission, the benefits from space activities are undeniable. However, opportunities come with responsibilities. We must collectively establish guidelines that prevent countries from using space for their selfish purposes. We demand for the equal access and utilization of space research. Transparency is important in the peaceful use of outer space. Information sharing mechanisms should be strengthened, allowing nations to have a clear understanding of each other's activity in space. This transparency will contribute to the building trust and confidence, making the way for enhanced cooperation in the exploration and exploitation of space resources. Slovakia is committed to work with other members of UN to promote international cooperation in the peaceful use of outer space. Slovakia believes outer space should be used by all countries and that all countries have a right to benefit from its resources. International cooperation can help to ensure that the benefits from outer space are shared equitably and the space environment is protected. In 2014, the first national satellite SK-Cube of Earth observation and space communication was successfully launched by Indian rocket along with other 30 satellites on June 23 with Polar Satellite Launch Vehicle. In 2017, Slovak signed an agreement with Russian space agency Roscosmos to cooperate on the development of new satellite. The satellite, which is scheduled to be launched in 2025, will be used for Earth observation and disaster monitoring. Slovakia is also working to develop its own space launch capabilities. In 2022, the Slovak government announced plans to build a new spaceport in the eastern part of the country. The spaceport is scheduled to be operational by 2028. Slovak cooperation with other countries on space project is beneficial for both Slovak and its partners. Slovak gain access to new technologies and expertise, while its partners benefit from Slovakia's financial and political support. I hope that Slovakia will continue to play a leading role in the international space cooperation in the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegates of Slovak Republic. I request the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Zimbabwe to come forward and put out their statements.
Honorable President, Secretary General, and distinguished delegates. First of all, I would like to congratulate India on the successful mission Chandrayaan-3. We, the delegate of Zimbabwe, would like to convey our stance on the agenda, international cooperation, and peaceful uses of outer space. Zimbabwe has long been proponent of the peaceful uses of outer space. In particular, Zimbabwe has been active in promoting the use of outer space for sustainable development and disaster management. Since the launch of our first nano satellite into space in a bid to help collect data to monitor disasters, boost agriculture, and enhance mineral mapping, a rocket carrying the tiny satellite dubbed ZimSat-1 successfully launched from Virginia in the United States alongside Uganda's first satellite as a part of the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency multinational project. Since we don't have enough resources on our own to build a satellite, an agreement has already been signed with South Africa's Space Advisory Group to assist the country with satellite manufacturing and space sector knowledge. We join our hands with some countries like Uganda and Japan. Also, we need some more countries to tie up with us like India, USA, Russia, and Israel. Here, our nation's satellite internet can provide coverage to remote and rural areas where it is economically viable to deploy terrestrial infrastructure. This is particularly relevant in Zimbabwe, where vast distances and challenging terrain make it difficult and expensive to lay fiber optic cables or erect mobile towers. At last, the peaceful uses of outer space have been a long-standing goal of the international community. In 1959, the United Nations General Assembly adopted a resolution declaring that the exploration and use of outer space should be for the benefit of all mankind and should be carried out for peaceful purpose only. In conclusion, the world's thought on the peaceful use of outer space are overwhelmingly positive in state. Honorable President, Secretary General, and distinguished delegates, thank you for spending your valuable time on listening me. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Zimbabwe. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Republic of Jamaica to come forward and put out your statements.
Mr. President and distinguished delegate, we stand before you today to representing the island nation of Jamaica to our unwavering commitment to international cooperation in the peaceful uses of outer space. Jamaica, a land of a rich culture, heritage and a natural beauty, has long recognized the immense potential of space to engage our understanding of universal and improve the lives of people around the globe. From the earliest days of the space exploration, we have been active participants in international collaborating with our global partners to advance our knowledge and expand our reaches into the cosmos. Jamaica has also been active in promoting the uses of space technology from sustainable development. In 2015, the country launched the Jamaica Aerospace Research and Development Central, which is a national project of uses space technology. The JARCD is working on the number of projects to use the space technology to addressing challenges such as agriculture and climate change. Through our international engagement, we are committed to the promoting the following key principles for the peaceful uses of outer space. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Jamaica. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Republic of Lesotho to come forward and present your statements.
Honorable President and distinguished delegate, today we are honored to address you on behalf of the Kingdom of Lesotho, a small but proud nation located in the heart of Southern Africa. We gather here to emphasize the crucial importance of international cooperation in the peaceful uses of outer space. We firmly adhere to the principle enshrined in the Outer Space Treaty, which promotes the peaceful uses of space and prohibits the placement of nuclear weapons and orbits. Lesotho, as a responsible member of international community, call upon all nations to uphold this principle and work diligently. Outer space has the potential to offer solutions to some of the most pressing global challenges we face, including climate change, disaster management, and sustainable development. Lesotho, a country to the impact of climate change, recognizes the value of satellite technology for monitoring weather patterns, assessing crop health, and mitigating the effects of natural disaster. Lesotho also acknowledges the importance of outer space with an increasing number of satellite and space activities. The risk of the space debris and collisions is growing concern. Call upon all space farming nations to adhere the best practice in debris mitigating and engage cooperation and corrective effects to remove existing debris, ensuring the sustainable and safety of space activities. Through international cooperation, we can unlock the mysteries of the cosmos, addressing global challenge, and ensure the outer space remain a domain of peace, progress, and shared property. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Lesotho. I request the distinguished delegate of Republic of Latvia to come forward and present your statements. I also request the delegations of the Republic of Peru, Bosnia and Herzegovina, New Zealand, Somalia and Papua New Guinea to come forward and occupy your seats in the front.
Honorable President and distinguished delegates, I am honored to address on the topic on the peaceful uses of outer space. Latvia is a strong supporter on the international cooperation in the peaceful uses of outer space. We are a member of the United Nations Committee in the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, and we actively participate in its work. We have joined hands with a number of countries on bilateral and multilateral agreements on space cooperation. We have agreements with Estonia and Lithuania on joint space research projects. We, Latvia, believe that international cooperation is vital for the sustainable development of outer space, and by working together, we can make sure that outer space is used for the benefit of all and that is protected for the future generations. Here are some of the examples on how international cooperation is advancing the peaceful uses of outer space. Space exploration. International cooperation is needed for large-scale space exploration missions such as International Space Station and Artemis program. Earth's observation. Satellites are used to monitor our planet's environment and resources. International cooperation helps to ensure that the data is shared fairly and equitably. We, Latvia, is a relatively small country, but we can make significant contribution to the international cooperation in the peaceful uses of outer space. We have strong scientific and engineering community, and we are eager to share our expertise with others. I urge all countries to work together to ensure that space is used for the benefit of all, and by cooperation we can create a better future for ourselves and for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Latvia. Now I request the distinguished delegate of St. Lucia to come forward and put out your statements.
Honorable Chair, distinguished delegates, we as the delegate of St. Lucia hereby recognizes the importance of international cooperation in the peaceful uses of outer space. Given the growing impact of climate change, such as the hurricanes that had struck the Caribbean, using the satellite technology to monitor the weather patterns was one of the areas where space technology had been used peacefully with immediate benefits. Stressing that satellite technology and early warnings were essential tools which could reduce the impact of such disasters. We hope to highlight the perspective by actively taking part in the alliance of small island states. The island was pleased to know that the outer space was being used for the peaceful means, such as the Space Conferences of America, among the other regional initiatives. We look forward to the outcome of the 3rd African Leadership Conference on the Space Science and Technology for Sustainable Development. We wholeheartedly support the use of space-based systems in areas such as the agriculture, land use, and the disaster management. The issue of space debris remained a major concern for the planet, and the efforts must be redoubled to ensure the catastrophic collision and the re-entry of space debris must be avoided. That could only be done through the international cooperation. The current situation, if unchecked, can produce a serious consequence in many fields of international law. It therefore deserves a wide attention and discussion, which should not be confined merely to the specialists. St. Lucia stands ready to collaborate with all the other nations to achieve this objective and build a safer and more sustainable future in the outer space. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of St. Lucia. Now I request the distinguished delegate of the Kingdom of Bhutan to come forward and present their statements.
Greetings, respected delegates. We, the delegate of the Kingdom of Bhutan, would like to congratulate the delegate of Trinidad and Tobago for your appointment as president. First, we would like to emphasize on how our country's development plan does not correlate with the given agenda. Given we do not have the necessary resources to contribute directly. However, we completely support our allies like India, Australia, Thailand, as they have the capacity to contribute significantly towards the advancements made towards space. India and Australia already have space programs that are currently in action, and we, Bhutan, contribute towards the scientific development by providing scientists from our top universities to them. We have made official advancements like signing treaties with India and most recently creating a nano satellite with the help of ISRO. We look forward to continue working with them. The rest of the world does have views that align with us, most notably the United States of America, China, Japan and France, and provided that international law has remained unchanged since the introduction of the Outer Space Treaty in 1967, we think that the next best step for countries like us regarding the peaceful use of outer space would be to expand towards it collectively in order to use it for the betterment of humanity.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the Kingdom of Bhutan. Now I request the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Peru to come forward and present your statement.
We, as the delegate of Republic of Peru, would like to congratulate the delegate of Trinidad and Tobago as their appointment as the President of the United Nations General Assembly. Honorable delegates, distinguished guests, and fellow representatives, Peru is committed to the fostering international exploration for the peaceful use of outer space, recognizing its immense potential for the advancement of humanity and sustainable development. As we venture into the cosmos, it is vitally important that we ensure its peace and responsible exploration and utilization while upholding the principles of equality, sovereignty and cooperation. Peru firmly believes in the following key principles to guide our collective efforts in achieving a peaceful and collaborative utilization of outer space. First, International Alliance of Dissemination of Information. We, Peru, ask for the better international alliance in space activities as we do not think it's up to par yet. By promoting open dialogues and information exchange, we can collectively foster trust and strengthen the partnerships. Second, space debris regulation and space sustainability. Bringing to light the issue of space debris is of a great importance to sustain the long-term usability of outer space. Peru supports the initiatives aimed at minimizing the space debris through the responsible space projects like launches and end-of-life plans in adherence to the international guidelines and the standards only. Third, dispute settling plans. Peru urges the establishment of effective backup plans in case of any disputes related to space activities. We remain committed to the participating with the rest of the world to create an environment that is peaceful and cooperative. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Peru. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Bosnia and Herzegovina to come forward and present your statement.
Honorable President, distinguished delegates, we the delegates of Bosnia and Herzegovina stand before you to share the views on international cooperation in the peaceful use of outer space. Firstly, it's important to understand that space activities have forecasting implications for the advancement of science and technology. Satellite technology, for instance, has revolutionized communication, weather forecasting and navigation. It has also played a crucial role in disaster management, agriculture and environment monitoring. We acknowledge the importance of these applications and actively seeks to collaborate with other nations in harnessing the benefits of space technology. Moreover, space is not only about technology but also about diplomacy and cooperation. The peaceful use of outer space requires nations to work together, transcending political boundaries and ideologies. We committed to participate in international arguments and treaties that promote responsible space behavior. These agreements, such as the Outer Space Treaty, aim to prevent the militarization of space and ensure its use for the benefits of all humankind. Furthermore, Bosnia and Herzegovina recognizes the importance of education and capacity building in space-related fields by collaborating with international space science and technology. This in turn can stimulate economic development and create opportunities for our citizens. In conclusion, Bosnia and Herzegovina firmly believes in the principles of international cooperation in the peaceful use of outer space. By engaging in partnership with other nations, we can unlock the potential of space technology for the benefits of our society, while also collaborating to the global effort to preserve space as a peaceful and cooperative. Together we can reach for the stars and explore the boundless opportunities that outer space to offer. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Now I request the distinguished delegate of New Zealand to come forward and present your statements.
Honorable President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. We, as the delegate of New Zealand, would like to congratulate Trinidad and Tobago as your appointment as President of United Nations General Assembly. New Zealand stands before you today to reaffirm our commitment to the peaceful exploration and the use of outer space. We believe that outer space is the common heritage of humankind and that its benefits should be shared by all nations. We are committed to working with our international partners to promote international cooperation in the peaceful use of outer space. We believe that it is essential to ensuring that outer space is used for the benefits of all humanity and not for pursuit of military or other harmful purposes. We are also a strong supporter of Outer Space Treaty, which has been ratified by 195 states. The Outer Space Treaty is a cornerstone of international space law and it sets out the principle that should govern the exploration and use of outer space. In recent years, we have seen a rapid increase in the numbers of all nations that are developing and using space technology. This had led to a new era of space exploration and discovery. However, it has also led to new challenges and the potential for the militarization of outer space. We believe that it is more important than ever to work together to ensure that outer space remains a peaceful and cooperative domain. We call on all nations to reaffirm their commitment to the Outer Space Treaty and work together to develop new norms and guidelines for the responsible use of outer space. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of New Zealand, the delegates of the United Nations General Assembly. I request you all to maintain a certain decorum inside the United Nations General Assembly Hall. Saying that, we move on to the next speaker. I request the distinguished delegate of Somalia to come forward and present their statement. I also request the delegations of Slovenia, Kiribati, the Republic of Chile, the People's Republic of China to come forward and occupy your seats in the front.
Mr. President, Excellencies and distinguished delegate, we, the delegate of Federal Republic of Somalia, are honored to stand before you today. Somalia, like most countries in the world, support the peaceful uses of outer space. The country had stick to the principle outlined in the Outer Space Treaty of 1967, which states that outer space shall be used for peaceful purposes only. While Somalia have less extensive space program, it recognized the potential benefit of space technology for development and progress. International law established a framework for the peaceful uses of outer space, with the goal of ensuring that outer space is used to benefit of all humanity and not for any other purpose. Somalia has used satellite imagery to monitor the disaster, etc. The country has also used the satellite-based communication to coordinate disaster relief effort. Somalia has established a national space agency, the Somali Space Agency (SSA), and is working on a development for the national space program. The goal of Somali Space Agency is to develop satellite-based solution for agriculture, disaster management, etc. At last, I would like to conclude my speech by telling that Somalia is a country with a lot of potential. We are committed to using outer space to build a better future for our people. Thank you.
Thank you, the delegate of Somalia. Now I request the distinguished delegate of Papua New Guinea to come forward and present your statement.
Honorable President and distinguished delegate, we as the distinguished delegate of Papua New Guinea would like to congratulate Trinidad and Tobago as your appointment as the President of the United Nations General Assembly. Papua New Guinea, as a member of the United Nations, is committed to the peaceful uses of outer space. This commitment is in line with the Outer Space Treaty.
which emphasizes that space shall be used for the benefit of all countries and for peaceful purposes. We may seek international cooperation to gain access to space technology and satellite services for purposes such as environmental monitoring and disaster management. We boost unique biodiversity and natural wonders. These efforts can lead to discoveries that benefit not only our nation but all of humanity. Our country, despite its relatively small presence in the global space arena, has expressed its views and positions on space-related issues in various international forums. We participated in international forums and organizations related to space activities, such as Scoopus. Through international partnerships, we can access valuable data and expertise to address the complex issues we face, from climate change impacts to natural disasters. In conclusion, we are ready and willing to engage in international cooperation in outer space activities. Let us work together as a united global community, protect our planet, and build a future that benefits all nations. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Papua New Guinea. Now, I request the distinguished delegate of Slovenia to come forward and present their statements.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, we as a distinguished delegate of the Republic of Slovenia would like to express our gratitude to the delegate of Trinidad and Tobago as your appointment as the President of the United Nations General Assembly. For the international peaceful use of outer space, promoting space education and awareness by fostering public understanding of space science and technology and the importance of peaceful space exploration can generate broader support for international space activities. Educational programs, public outreach initiatives, and media engagement are effective tools. Strengthening international cooperation is also an important factor. By opening communication and collaboration among nations is essential to prevent misunderstandings, reduce tensions, and promote joint efforts to maintain outer space as a peaceful domain. Slovenia urges all to join hands in ensuring the peaceful uses of outer space. Let us transcend national boundaries and work collaboratively towards a future where the benefits of space exploration are shared by all. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished delegation. There is an expected decorum to be maintained in the United Nations General Assembly. By saying that, I request the distinguished delegate of Kiribati to come forward and put out your statements. The delegates are expected to maintain decorum during the speech.
Mr. President and distinguished delegate, good afternoon everyone present here. Today we stand behalf of everyone to speak the current agenda, that is international cooperation in the peaceful uses of outer space. Kiribati, despite its small size, is deeply in promoting peaceful and responsible uses of outer space for the benefit of all humankind. Kiribati is calling for the streamlined and sleek international process that allowed the partnership of aforementioned nations. Pronounced smooth approach to the Green Climate Fund was also wanted. Kiribati has entered on an energetic 20-year vision that has been planning towards active and secure outer space with its own government, established accelerated development and clever asset in human refined and enlightening. We have launched a satellite that has inheritance to spot, a handsat ongoing to provide comparable types of figure closure and providing to continuous multispectral observations. They are used to support present copper news containing land management, farming, silviculture, containments, and etc. Our response, Mr. President, Kiribati is requesting that outer space should be only used for peaceful, that is non-aggressive and beneficial purposes. The question of military activities in space cannot be divorced from the question of military activities on Earth. Moon and celestial bodies has to be free from exploitation according to the international law, and there shall be free access to all areas of celestial bodies. For conclusion, as leaders of this global family, we have a moral responsibility to focus on the outer space. That is, we serve, strive for peace and unity. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Kiribati. Now I request the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Chile to come forward and present their statements. Seeing the Republic of Chile is not present, I request the delegation of the People's Republic of China to come forward and put out your statements.
Greetings, Mr. President and distinguished delegates. Firstly, I would like to congratulate the delegation of Trinidad and Tobago for their appointment as the President of the General Assembly. Speaking about the space developments in our country, China has made substantial development in space research as we have various missions like Tianwen-1 and Chang'e 5 mission. We also express support for the creation of a working group within the Outer Space Committee's legal subcommittee to gradually develop international rules. The peaceful use of outer space and opposition to the militarization of outer space has been enshrined in Chinese law. China has introduced administrative measures on space debris mitigation and conducted active debris removal experiments, and would also like to expand this on an international basis. We, along with the Russian Federation, have released a joint roadmap for building the International Lunar Research Station, which will be the first structures built on Moon by 2036. We would also like to give full effect to resolution A/RES/69/32, which is done by China and Russia, which entitled No First Placements of Arms in Outer Space. When the US refuses to cooperate with China, taking the Wolf Amendment as an example, it gives the impression that US policymakers do not view space as a multilateral environment. A lack of bilateral cooperation prevents us to tell whether or not the United States is acting with malicious intent, and we also think that they have an incentive to further militarize space. The Wolf Amendment ultimately undermines an international culture of multilateralism in space by sowing distrust between major space superpowers. We strongly think that the amendment does not effectively do its job, as it encourages distrust with no real benefits to the US. The risk of a major conflict starting in space is real, and US-China cooperation could help alleviate tensions through transparency and diplomacy, ensuring a better chance of a mere peaceful development of humanity's final frontier. Thank you.
That was the last speaker in our speakers list. The delegate of Russia has requested to exercise their right of reply. I now request the distinguished delegate of the Russian Federation to make their statement.
Before the delegate of from your position. Before that, delegate from Cardinal Padiara Public School, you are supposed to report to me. Do we have students from the school here? Present. Cardinal Padiara, please raise your placards. Okay, they have left.
Good morning, world community. The right to reply for me is that the delegate of Yemen in his speech said that Russia's Luna 5 was a flop because of the incompetence of Russia's scientists and the Russian country as a whole, which is a direct remark to our national integrity and an insult to our scientists, because there have been many countries who are actually proficient in lunar expeditions and lunar explorations, who too had such incidents, which and they had also their crafts as well crash landed in the lunar surface. The example would be of Chandrayaan 2, which failed the same way and crashed in the surface due to anomalies in the braking system, which was trying to soft land on September 2019. So it was not an incompetence of Russia's scientists, but more of a natural anomaly which a country which has a good space program would understand, rather than a third world country which doesn't have a space program to show. Thank you.
Delegate 1 minute max, no exceeding. Thank you.
One last statement.
No, done. Thank you. Next, who is the one who is supposed to, who did you issue the right to reply?
That is the delegate of Yemen. The delegate of Yemen, you may respond to that statement.
What he accused on me, it's completely fault. I did not say anything on the integrity or questioned the integrity of your country. That is what I want to say. I just suggested that proper planning would be more peaceful for our world. That would be I told. That's
Thank
all.
you.
That is the delegates, no follow-ups.
Yeah. We're starting with the informal consultation. So the delegate who is supposed to come and present the draft resolution, President, it's up to you to now invite the delegate for it.
You've been asked to adjourn the formal session, and let's move on to the informal session.
The delegates of the United Nations General Assembly, greetings. General Assembly has concluded the debate on international cooperation in peaceful uses of outer space. Now, the General Assembly adjourns for informal consultation. You may move around and talk with your fellow delegates.
No, you can move. Hello. You can move around all right, but the informal session is an informal session, so anybody who wants to speak can speak on the draft resolution. Any comments on the draft resolution you can ask for. If there are many, then you'll have to go paragraph by paragraph. So first find out how many people want to discuss the draft resolution. And then on the basis of that, you can decide how you format it.
The delegates, as we have entered the informal consultation session, any delegate who wants to speak in the informal consultation about the draft resolution may raise their placards.
It's not speak, it's sponsor. Sponsor the draft resolution.
Yes. Yes, the delegate of the People's Republic of China.
Take a long time to read it. I'm saying that they can, if you want to talk about the resolution. No, not yet. That we'll see how it goes. So in the formal we can do it for the vote. Now please give the floor to those who want to speak about the resolution. Any comments, any amendments, anything, informally.
Yes. Okay, sir. Any delegates who wants to make comments or anything, speak anything about our draft resolution may raise their placards.
But you said you didn't want to.
The delegation.
You said you didn't want to.
Write down.
Okay. But if you sponsor, then you cannot put an amendment.
The delegate of Central African Republic, the delegate of People's Republic of China, the delegate of State of Israel, the delegate of Republic of India, the delegate of Gabon, any other delegates? The delegate of Federative Republic of Brazil.
Are you noting down those names?
Yes.
Okay, then start. Don't waste time.
We'll start with the delegate of People's Republic of China. You have the floor.
The People's Republic of China would like to bring an amendment to this particular draft resolution. In the operative paragraph 5, it mentions about all the present major space capabilities. So we think that it has to be amended to some rapidly expanding space programs. That is basically the space program which is coming up or emerging space programs should also be added to that particular operative paragraph. So rephrasing the entire operative paragraph, it will be like urges all member states, particularly those with rapidly expanding space programs, to actively promote the peaceful use of outer space and refrain from actions that could lead to an arms race.
Is that an amendment you are making?
So it's an amendment.
So please ask if there is anybody has any objection to his amendment, and we accept it.
Any delegate has objection?
Somebody there at the door, at the back.
Central African Republic. You have an objection?
No, I would like to modify what he said.
Okay.
What the delegate of China has said. I would like to modify.
Okay, read your modified text.
Modify that is, I just have to delete the word all. Just says urge member states. As all includes the entire states. Delete the word all. Just urge member states. No need of the word all. Because all states are not required. All 178 nations are not required, as not all nations have the resources for space.
Yes, delegate. The delegate of People's Republic of China. Do you agree with that?
Accepted.
Yes.
Okay, any other changes?
The delegate of Russian Federation. You have been recognized.
The Russian Federation would like to amend it by modifying it by and the final statement would be something like calls upon all the member states, in particular those with major space capabilities, to contribute actively and collaboratively to the goal of preventing arms race with maximum transparency in other space as essential condition for the promotion of international space cooperation and exploration and use of outer space for peaceful purposes. So it would mean that all the countries should show what all they are trying to do, and the maximum transparency should be there, so that other countries should know how they are trying to reduce this arms race.
No, that amendment you'll have to give it to you in writing, because how are you going to...
Yes. Delegate, do you have it in writing? Do you have it in a piece of paper?
And the Chinese delegation also, in consultation with the other delegate, can give you the text.
Yes. The delegations who have come to a pact should give it to the Secretariat in writing.
The Secretariat must have the amended text. If there is any objection to the amended text, you can raise it now. So go through your list. You have a list of people.
Are there any objections for the amendment made by the Russian Federation? Any objections? Yes, the People's Republic of China.
The Russian Federation just mentioned about the transparency measures, right? So it's like in the entire draft resolution there are other clauses which could mention which indirectly mentions about the transparency measures. So we don't think that it is the particular called transparency measures should be there in this particular operative paragraph 5.
The Russian Federation.
They can get together and give you a new draft.
Yes, collaboratively work on it and then give it in writing to the Secretariat.
Okay? So move on. Move on, please.
The delegates of Russian Federation, the delegate of China and the delegate of Central African country, Central African Republic can come together, make amendments to the operative paragraph and reach it to the Secretariat as soon as possible. Moving on, any other amendments that you...
Yes,
over to you.
the State of Israel, you have been recognized.
Also a note to the President, while you give recognition, give it to those delegates who couldn't make a formal statement today. This is something you have to take a note on. Thank you.
Noted.
May I please ask a doubt before making my amendments? So I have a few amendments, so should I say all of them together or one at a time?
How many amendments do you have? 4. Yes, please say all of that together.
Okay, so the first amendment that the State of Israel has is the first operative paragraph. We would like to add a statement after as the cornerstone of international space law and acknowledges its decision to ban the stationing of weapons of mass destruction in outer space, prohibiting military activities on celestial bodies, and the detailing of the legally binding rules governing the peaceful exploration and use of space. As it says that it recalls with appreciation, so just mentioning some of the purposes, functions that it has already performed would be quite beneficial.
Yes, delegate. Any other delegates, any objections to this amendment? Any objections? Yes, that amendment is in order. This delegate of State of Israel, please give it in writing to Secretariat. Your second amendment, yes.
Okay, so my second amendment is from the operative paragraph number 3. So in the 6th line of the operative paragraph, to implement through relevant national mechanisms, after that I would like to add a statement and various technological efforts, because technological efforts such as making reusable rockets and maneuverable satellites can limit space debris substantially. So if they perform and do some technological efforts, they can definitely go implement the different rules set by the committee.
Noted, delegate. Any objections? Any objections from any other delegates? Yes, that amendment is in order. Please give it in writing to the Secretary. Now your third amendment, yes.
Thank you. So the delegate of Israel would like to make the third amendment from the operative paragraph number 8. So I would like to modify one of the sentences which provide unique benefits for member states, in particular developing countries participating in those activities. The delegate of Israel feels that the sentence has not completely explained what is actually necessary and would like to modify it to, as well as acknowledges the provision of country capacity building, education, research and development, support and technical advisory services by the program, which has helped to reduce the gap between the industrialized and developing countries. Just so that we can explain it a bit more.
Noted, delegate. Any objections by other delegates? Yes, the People's Republic of China, you have been recognized.
The delegate just mentioned about it is operated paragraph 8. The delegate just mentioned about the gap between the industrialized country and the developing country to reduce the gap. So it's like if we implement such a bit of a controversial sentence in such a draft resolution, so couldn't it lead to a conflict between certain countries? It's like a conflict between some industrialized countries or the developing countries. So it's like
yes,
it's an extra amendment. So to just remove the part of reducing the gap between industrialized countries and developing countries. Instead, we'll just do it like encouraging developing countries. Cool.
May I respond to that, Mr. President?
Yes, the state of Israel.
While the delegate of Israel understands your amendment, can you please explain further how that would make some contradictions or somehow feel insulting to other nations?
Delegate is like it's like a possibility of maybe certain country it could certain countries might think as it would affect their sovereignty or integrity. So in order for a safer side, in order to avoid that, we could just bring about a small amendment in this. That's it.
Okay.
Yes, the delegate of state of Israel, it has come to a pact.
Yes.
Yes. Please give it in writing to the Secretariat.
Definitely.
We're expecting 3. One is from the Russian Federation, the People's Republic of China, then the state of Israel.
May I please say one more amendment? This is the last one.
Yes, the delegate of Israel.
Thank you. So my last modification is actually adding a clause or an operative paragraph to this already existing draft resolution as the operating paragraph number 13. So I would like to add appeals to the member states with major space capabilities to provide support to the developing countries to increase their space infrastructure by contributing resources and funds in order to maintain equality among various member states in the field of outer space.
Okay, delegate, you have to give it in writing to Secretariat. Can you just give it right now?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, delegate. Move on to the next speaker. The delegate of India wanted to speak. Yes. Seeing he doesn't want to, the delegate of Gabon, you have the floor now.
The delegate of Gabon would like to add another operative paragraph to the resolution, draft resolution.
Yes, delegate.
The operative paragraph goes, suggests the international authorities and member states to promote and invest in the space programs of the African member states, Africa being the continent that has been lagging when it comes to space technology development, and to initiate an outer space partnership which would help maintain peace in space.
Yes, noted, delegate. Could you just specify which paragraph, operative paragraph that is?
I said I wanted to add another...
A new amendment, as in the 14th.
Operative pro.
Okay. Yes, delegate. Can you give it in writing to Secretariat?
Yeah, I can.
Yes. Please give it right now. Yes, the delegate of Brazil.
Thank you, Mr. President. We as the delegate of Brazil would like to propose an additional amendment. In order to proliferate global harmony and to support the growing economies of developing countries, it would be ideal to encourage member nations to share information surrounding failed attempts and methods of space exploration strategies to other member nations of this agreement. This may be a far leap, but I believe it will help developing countries to decrease economic loss. When it comes to writing, it would go along the lines of encourages member nations with developed space organizations to share information regarding failed attempts and methods of space exploration strategies to member nations with developing space organization to support their growing economies and promote international cooperation.
Yes, noted, delegate. Could you send that writing across the Secretary?
Yes.
Yes, please. Now the delegate of Ghana, you have the floor. The delegate of Ghana. Kenya. The delegate of the Democratic...
So I'm the delegate of Ghana, and I have an addition amendment. As I've mentioned in my speech, we Ghana called for the formation of an international organization that controls and regulates all space programs worldwide. Now, I want that as an addition amendment to the draft resolution. It should be stated as approving the formation of an international organization responsible for controlling and the regulation of space programs worldwide, including private space agencies, in the hopes of preventing any violation of the Outer Space Treaty.
Noted, delegate. Could you please give that writing to Secretariat, that amendment to Secretariat?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes. Yes, the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, you have the floor now.
Mr. President, I want to make a deletion amendment to what the delegate of Gabon added. He mentioned the word for all African states, and this according to me it should not be for all African states, and it should be for good of all underdeveloped and developing countries.
The delegate of Gabon, you may speak.
Delegate of the Gabonese Republic attempted to make a new operative clause while mentioning only African countries because African continent has been lagging when it comes to development of space technology compared to all the other continents, and it was not about mentioning all the other underdeveloped countries because we have other operative paragraphs which mention about those countries. Thank you.
Yes, the delegate of Republic of Korea. I hope you understand what he said.
Yeah.
Yes. Are you agreeing with that? Are you agreeing with that amendment?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, delegate of Republic of Korea. The delegate of Ghana, you have been recognized.
So I have a modification amendment on operative paragraph number 4. Instead of the operatory clause considers, I would like to make it declaring, since instead of considering, declaring is a much stronger word, and we need to declare that all member states should pay more attention of the gradually increasing probability of collisions of space objects.
Okay, delegate. Could you give it in writing?
Yes, of course.
The delegate of Hungary, you have the floor.
I would like to modify the 9th amendment.
Yes, delegate of Hungary.
Emphasizes the regional and integral cooperations to remind that regional and integral cooperation.
Is that an amendment?
Yes.
Okay. Could you give it in writing?
Yes.
All the amendments could be given to the Secretariat in writing. All the amendments United Nations General Assembly has, please give it in writing to the Secretariat now itself.
Okay, Mr. President.
Any other than the amendments? Amendments you can give it in writing.
Mr. President, you need to exercise your own judgment as to whether an amendment proposed as a prima facie valuable. So you could exercise, I'm not saying that you are not, but you have the option when you hear that this part is good or this, that you could guide the session. Otherwise it will all be speeches. So you understand the amendment and see whether it is valuable or it can be added or not added, and then give the floor to the, otherwise it will be all too open. The President has to exercise some judgment as to the amendment is valuable in the first instance.
Okay, sir. Yes, the delegate of Kenya.
Mr. President and distinguished
distinguished. We, the delegate of Kenya, have an additional amendment to put forward, which is many low economic driven countries like Kenya face problems for space exploration due to expenditure factor. In order to encounter the trade and develop policy can be introduced. Low economic countries can trade their easily available and cheap resources with country of high economic status in exchange of high technology, top-notch machines, budget-friendly outer space exploration ideas. In writing, it will be encouraging low economic driven countries to trade and develop with high status economic countries as a cluster.
Yes, the delegate of the Republic of Kenya. This is similar to the amendment made by the delegate of Gabon.
Now, in this, we are actually trading and developing. We trade our cheap and easily available resources with high economic countries in order to with the exchange of higher.
Yes, the delegate of Kenya and Gabon. Would you like to come into a pact where both the reasons are met? Yes, you may speak.
The delegate of the Gabonese Republic firmly believes that the new operative clause that the delegate of Gabonese Republic proposed was actually the one which is going to be more effective. The delegate of Kenya, I believe, only just explained how global trade works.
The delegate, due to a lot of amendments coming into the in the draft resolution, we are not adding your amendment. All the amendments that wanted to be added in the draft resolution, I've only received one in writing. Yes, please send it across the secretariat through any volunteer. Yes, the delegate of Japan.
The delegate of Japan would like to make an amendment on operative paragraph number 6 and 12. On operative paragraph number 6, it says, requests the committee to continue to consider as a matter of priority ways and means of maintaining outer space of peaceful purposes and to report thereon to the General Assembly at its 78th session, and agrees that the committee should continue to consider broader perspectives of space security and associated matters. I would like to change that to urges the committee to committee to consider.
Okay, delegate, thank you.
Then also I would like to add an amendment on the operative paragraph number 12.
Yes, delegate, you could send it across as writing. Sir, can we look into all the amendments as writing and then decide which all to add? Due to time constraints.
Once you have agreed, ask for the text, then you don't need to comment on it.
Yes, sir.
Now that you have told them to submit a revised text on the basis of the discussions, then you don't have to take it up anymore. The Secretariat will include it in the final draft. All the amendments being given to the Secretariat under your instructions will go into the amendment, and it will go into the formal text. And that, of course, in the formal session, somebody can ask for change. That's also open, because this is very informal. Whatever we do has no legal commitment. Only when the text is in the formal session, then only it becomes official. So even in the formal session, amendments can be made. You see my point? Because this is just to help delegations to agree on certain things. But this all be approved only in the formal session when we vote on them. So the next step is for the Secretariat to put in all these these amendments into the text. And you can authorize it to be printed later, because we don't have the time to print it. And as long as there are no amendments which you think are not appropriate, then you can just let it go. Okay? So make whatever amendments they have and agree informally and give it to the Secretariat. Then the format is normally in the General Assembly is that next day the text will be produced by the Secretariat on the basis of the amendment. We don't have the time for that. So we authorize the Secretariat to include this, and unless there is any particular difficulty or something wrong, we will leave it at that and they will put it right.
So now, sir, we'll move into the voting of the draft resolution.
Well, that first you have to adjourn the informal session, then call the formal session, then the resolution has to be introduced by somebody. Okay? It doesn't have to read it. You can just say a few points that I am, happy to introduce the draft resolution which has been amended, and the Secretariat will accept that. Once that comes, we can presume that we can all, and then if everybody agrees, there is no need for any vote. So if by consensus everybody can agree, there is no need for a vote. But we have to adjourn the informal session and go into a formal session, have the resolution presented, and Japan wants to introduce a paragraph on India. We asked him to do it at the formal session, on which there will be no disagreement, just commending India for its system. So that can also be done in the formal session. So if there are no other informal suggestions, you can adjourn now and move on to the formal session.
Noted, sir. Yes, the delegate of Iran, you have been recognized.
The delegate of Islamic Republic of Iran would like to add to the draft resolution. We urge that all the member states to actively monitor private companies in space sector to prevent the misuse of power, promoting a vigilant stance that safeguards against any potential disruptions and guarantees the peaceful and responsible exploration and utilization of outer space.
That is an amendment, right, delegate?
Addition to the amendment.
Addition.
Addition to the draft, sir.
Okay, delegate, we already got your amendment, and this is an addition to that amendment. Yes. Yes, the People's Republic of China, you have been recognized.
1 second. Okay, go ahead. No worries.
Mr. President, it's an objection to the amendment raised by the delegation from Japan. The delegation from Japan has raised the amendment about starting the operative paragraph as adjust. But according to the UN, the operative paragraph mandate and all, we could not start with the word called adjust, right?
How would you suggest we start? Japan and the People's Republic of China.
I meant urges.
Urges, okay.
Yeah.
Delegate of Ghana, did you had something up? The delegate has been raising the hand for so long. Mr. President.
I would like to call up the delegate of Cyprus, as the delegate of Ghana already called up. Is that okay? Cyprus has been...
Were they recognized before?
Yeah, Ghana was recognized before, Cyprus not really. Yes.
Hello. The delegate of Cyprus would like to change the word capacity building into development, because it will be more understandable for the people who are reading. The word development.
Which operative paragraph?
Operative paragraph 8.
8. Okay, delegate. Any objections? Yes, the delegate of Central African Republic.
Capacity building and developed countries are two different terms. It cannot be substituted. Like two different terms. If you substitute that for this, it's wrong. You cannot substitute that. You have to use the word capacity building itself.
Yes, the delegate of Cyprus. Do you agree with that?
No, I think it should be more simpler.
We are the
Yes, the delegate of
we are UN, like we are like very educated people. We have the understanding. We have PhD, so there is no need of making it simpler. We are not dumb. We can understand.
Yes,
There's no need of
parliamentary
simple
language.
things. This is an official, like an international organization. There's no need of simple things. It should be complex.
Okay.
Okay, delegate. The amendment remains the same. The yes. The Republic of Ghana.
So Japan recommended a change in paragraph number 6 on request the committee will. I would like to make it that declares the committee will continue to consider as a matter of priority instead of requesting the committee. And I have one more modification amendment for
Yes, delegate. What is that? The modification?
So operative paragraph 6, I have an amendment. It's request the committee will continue to consider. I would like to make it to declares the committee will continue to consider, so that there is more emphasis on the considering part.
The operative paragraph 6th.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, delegate. Granted.
I have one more modification amendment.
Yes, delegate.
Operative paragraph 12. Instead
Yes.
of appeals to governments, I would like to change it to urges governments. And on the third line, I would like to erase the word voluntary, as the countries have to contribute to the trust fund in support of the United Nations program for the peaceful uses of outer space.
Delegate, your first request to change it, appeal to urge, has been approved, but the second request of making it voluntary is not really, delegate.
Not approved. Okay.
The secretary denies it.
Okay.
Yes, delegate, due to due to time constraint, and as we have had a long informal consultation, we are this meeting has been called to order. Now let us discuss the draft resolution. The delegate of Montenegro has volunteered to be a sponsor. I request the distinguished delegate of Montenegro to come forward and present the draft resolution before the committee. Yes, the delegate of Montenegro.
If he is presenting it, he must go to the podium. But that is only in the formal session. We are still in the informal session, right? So how is he presenting in the informal session? Only in the formal session.
So you should adjourn it. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
We should adjourn the informal session, but there are other people wanting to speak.
Yes,
China wanted to speak. Where is China?
Delegate of China, People's Republic of China. Why are you in Mexico?
We are about to adjourn the informal session. So if you have anything to say it now.
Yes, the People's Republic of China.
Just an objection to the Khana told about operator paragraph 6 changing it to declares, but changing it to declares. But UNGA is basically a recommendatory committee, so it's like the declares comes under the implementation, right? It could be done in the SC. So it's...
But General Assembly has no such restriction. You can say whatever you want. You want to say declare, it is not bad.
So it's like still a recommendatory committee, right?
Declare the?
Yes, still General Assembly is a recommendatory committee. So it's like how could we impose some...
No, you decide many things. It is not just recommendation. The resolution is recommendatory to the members.
Oh,
but
sir.
General Assembly can use any language they want.
Okay, like sir, what I meant was declares means it is implementing.
Yes, no. It's only declared, that's all. What does it mean?
Right. Declaring
Then the resolution is not obligatory. You're not bound.
Okay, like
so suppose this house agrees to the word declares, there is no taboo in that. Then overall resolution is not binding on the members. That is the only difference. But the language can be anything.
Okay, fine.
Okay? Alright, so no change is required.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else? Let us finish the informal session first.
Yes, the delegate of Afghanistan. Yes. Please make it quick.
The delegate of Afghanistan put forward a modification to the operative paragraph 10. We want to just strike off in that regard, and the other word is that such organization. Please, we have a modification that instead of such organization, organizations such as the Asia Pacific Space Organization and the European Space Agency, and instead of the word and by, as well as the conference and other mechanisms.
Yes, delegate. In the operative clause 12. 10.
So you have a look at it and see whether there is to be discussed or you can accept it.
Sir, I feel like that is not needed.
Sorry?
In the operative clause 10, for the delegate of Afghanistan.
No, but his recommendation is acceptable to you?
No, sir.
Then you have to put it to the House.
Okay. The delegate of the United Nations General Assembly. Any objections? Any seconds?
Whatever Afghanistan said, is there any objection to that? Otherwise it will go into the text. And are you going to object to that? Okay,
yes,
go ahead.
only the delegate of Brazil objects.
If it is on the Afghan amendment, you can speak.
Can the delegate repeat?
No, on the Afghan amendment, who is going to speak first? There is somebody here. Who are you?
The delegate of Brazil.
What country? I can't see your board.
Sir, the delegate of Brazil.
You're Nepal? Brazil, okay. Brazil has a view on Afghanistan amendment.
Yes,
so
yes.
Listen to her first.
Yes, sir. The Federated Republic of Brazil, you have the floor now.
Mr. President, I believe there is an unnecessary amendment. I believe that does not change the contents mentioned in the paragraph.
Yes, sir. Even the Secretariat feels like that. The delegates, any objections? Does anybody second what the Federative Republic of Brazil said? You could raise your placards if you second, if you support what the Federative Republic of Brazil said.
So Afghanistan,
Of Ghana,
there are several objections. So would you like to continue with it? Or you surrender, you give up? Okay, so he doesn't insist.
Thank you, Mr. President.
So it's all right.
I have a small doubt regarding the timing. Is it, are we supposed to go to the formal in consultation?
Yes,
or
but you have to exhaust all informal
all of
suggestions.
it? Okay.
These are
We have to
democratic
recognize
body.
everybody.
Till everybody finishes the amendments, you have to carry on in the informal.
Informal consultation. Okay, sir.
You can appeal to them not to make suggestions, but you cannot rule it out.
Yes, the delegate of Central African Republic. You have been recognized.
I would like to add 2 amendments as well as make little modifications. I have submitted both papers, the amendments I want to add as well as the changes I want to add in the amendments. Can I proceed?
Yes, please make it very fast.
Yes, I have given the papers, both papers.
Yes.
Okay. The amendments I would like to add is urges the UN and all member states with major space capabilities to assist in the creation of space programs for countries who have not yet made any advancement in the field of outer space. And the other one is strongly urges all member states that are developed to provide financial aid as well as support and guidance in the building of infrastructure of underdeveloped countries in order to contribute towards space, because basic infrastructure, education and health is required as a base for accomplishing something as complex as exploration of outer space. These are two amendments I would like to add, and I have like modifications. I have given the papers, both papers, two different papers, yeah, two about the amendments I want to pass, and others are the changes I have to, the modifications, the amendments I want to pass. Can I proceed the modifications?
Yes, Delegate, please tell your modifications to that amendment.
Okay, thank you, President. Second one is to add to provide information and resources to underdeveloped countries that lacks the resources to predict potential threats and disasters. And the fifth one, delete word all, as some member states have not taken any space initiative in the field of outer space and cannot contribute anything towards the desired goal. The eighth one is, the eighth amendment, add underdeveloped countries as they have the right for taking initiative in the field of outer space. Ninth also, add after member states, particularly underdeveloped and underdeveloped states. And then tenth, I would like to add, urges the African Leadership Conference on Space Science and Technology for Sustainable Development to contribute more, as there are many states in Africa with little to no development in terms of outer space. Then in paragraph 11, add underdeveloped countries as they are countries with no advancements made, and not providing support to such countries will create a monopoly of developed and underdeveloped and developing countries, as they will be the only countries that have access to space technology. The 12th amendment is add underdeveloped countries, because excluding underdeveloped countries would lead to contribution towards space being limited, as all countries would not be able to contribute towards space.
Yes, Delegate, the modification to your amendment number 11.
Yes.
That could be considered. Why do you say underdeveloped countries? That's never used.
No,
only developing countries.
Developing countries and underdeveloped countries are like two different terms. Developing as if they have some.
No. I'm sorry to cut you off there. It's least developed countries or economically low income nations, or this terminology which Sir said. Using the term underdeveloped countries is extremely mean, it's impolite, and it actually shows discrimination. So you're not supposed to use that term.
Okay,
Simple as that. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to change the underdeveloped to least developed. Like countries like Africa and like countries with the least.
Least developed countries has a definition. You cannot loosely use it.
Least as the countries which requires the most financial aid. That's what I
know, but the countries which are identified as least developed countries only can be used. So generally,
those are countries I want.
Generally, it is developed countries and developing countries. But if you want to emphasize on the least developed, then you must know which countries you are referring to.
So I should give the examples, like the countries that are least or underdeveloped as I want.
No,
just the least.
As long as you say least developed countries and you are willing to identify them, then it can go.
So I should make a change, that is like instead of underdeveloped, least, and then add.
No, there is no underdeveloped countries in this world.
Instead of underdeveloped, least developed.
Developed, developing, least developed. There's only three categories.
Okay, so what I want is, what I meant from underdeveloped, sorry, I was mistaken, least developed.
No underdeveloped.
Yeah, sorry, so least developed countries, that's what I meant. Can I make
unparliamentary. It's unparliamentary to say underdeveloped countries.
Okay, so can I make a change in what I said? Like what I meant was least developed.
So why don't you write it out and give it to him? He'll make a judgment.
I gave him that written as underdeveloped. Can I
No, the word underdeveloped should not be there.
So can I change and make it least?
Yeah.
Can I get the paper? I can modify. And should I give examples of which countries I want to
No. Listen. So only thing you have to do, Mr. President, and alright, Central African Republic. So the thing.
But the President, have you got the substance of his amendment? I haven't understood the substance of his amendment. Have you?
Sir, the amendment 11, add what he written.
No, but in substance, what happens?
Yes.
By that amendment, what is the change that he is seeking? I don't know.
Sir, I meant like least economically stable countries. That's what I meant. Not
No. But what is the objective?
objective so that all countries, developing and least developed,
Should do
so
what?
they should also be included, and they should also be given financial assistance as well as guidance. They should also should not have the status of least developed and promote to developing countries. That's what I want.
The delegate says that they want to promote the development in those countries.
Yes, promote,
And
yes.
It shouldn't be a monopoly of,
Yes.
developed countries.
Yeah, so I want the least developed countries in order to not be least developed and promote to developing countries. That's what I want.
No, so use the word just developing countries. That will cover everyone.
Okay, so that can
The developed countries have certain status and the others are all developing countries. So in this context, you don't need to identify them as the least developed, etc. You are merely saying that the developing countries must also have these benefits, right?
Developing as well as the least developed. That means which are the least.
No, least developed are developing countries.
Okay, so that's what I want. Okay, yes.
There is no need to spell it out.
So that's what I want. Developing countries. That's the clause I want. Special consideration to the least. That's what I want. Because developing, they will only regards to the better, higher developing countries. The other ones which are low in terms of developing countries, the lower one will be ignored as they are the least developed. I want to give special consideration for the least developed countries. That's what I want.
So then write it out like that.
Can I make change or should I start again?
Yeah.
Can I get the
And give it to the president or the secretary.
Thank you, delegate. Thank you.
No, the idea you got. The idea is that developing countries must also have the benefit. So that need not be spelt out differently.
Yes, sir.
So
Right.
you can use your discussion. Okay, others? Still people are raising their flag.
Yes.
Sir, so should I start a new page for amendments or should I just modify what I wrote?
No, you modify it the way you want it and then give it to the president. He will
So the
exercise.
paper I
Yes,
already
delegate. You modify the 11th amendment. You write it on your own.
stuff is from start, all the amendments.
Okay, I'll give you the paper. You write it on your own.
What I want,
Yes,
instead of,
only the 11th amendment.
what about other 2, 5? Those are not needed. What I meant was not underdeveloped.
Yes,
least-
delegate, understood. You can rephrase it and give it to me.
Yeah. Oh, can I rephrase all?
Delegate.
You need not
Listen. Listen. So, what the simple reason being is that if one talk about one talk over the another, we are not reaching a consensus. So, the delegate of Trinidad and Tobago, aka President, will give you which operative paragraph?
The 11th one.
So, the 11th one will be given to you. Just rewrite it and give it back to them.
Only 11.
Yeah.
Others won't be passed.
Done. Only 11. Thank you.
Others won't be passed.
Yes. Others won't be passed.
So 11, I should change to least. What should I change? Least economically.
Just like sir told, the developing nations.
The developing nation. No, no,
Mr. President, if I may, we'll iron out all the details later. We can reach out to the Under Secretary General to iron out the details. Let's not take up everyone else's time to do that. Thank you.
Yes, the delegate of Republic of Korea.
Mr. President, if I can, may I speak in my preferable language, if that is possible?
English is the mode of
If
language
that is
in the
possible.
United
And a
Nations.
transcript can be provided, if that is possible.
What is it?
I want to speak in a little bit more preferable language, and a transcript can be provided, if that is
You want to
possible.
speak in some other language?
If that is possible.
Not possible. It is written in the brochure. Only English is spoken.
So, as Mr. President, I want to make an addition amendment to the 5th paragraph. It states, urges all member states, in particular those with major space capabilities, to contribute actively to the goal of preventing an arms race in the outer space as an essential condition for the promotion of international cooperation in the exploration and use of outer space for the peaceful purposes.
Yes, delegate.
And I want to edit it as urges all member state I want to cut that in particular those with major space capabilities and make it to urges all member states, those with or without, all equally, that in particular those with major space capabilities should be changed. And sorry, it was not an addition amendment, it was a deletion amendment. It was my bad. It's a deletion amendment, and that fifth paragraph in
Yes,
particular.
Delegate. The fifth operative paragraph says urges all member states, in particular those with major space capabilities, in the arms race in outer space.
Yeah,
Hmm?
and
You
I
want to
want,
cha-
I
yeah, you
want
wa-
to change that. In particular, those with major space capabilities.
Yes, Delegate. But this arms race in outer space as an essential condition for promotion of Indian cooperation. Yes, other only the major players can do it. No, the other common, as in the other delegates or other countries cannot provide the reasons for that. Only the major players can do that or prevent arms race. Only the major players, because they are more into it. We cannot say that all the delegates can do, as in some countries are not very prominent in space exploration.
So, and one more addition, amendment to sixth operative paragraph. It makes requests the committee to continue consider as a matter of priority ways and means of maintaining outer space for peaceful purposes, and then report thereon to the General Assembly.
Yes, Delegate. Could you specify which part you want to make the amendment?
That requests should be changed to urges, because the General Assembly, like the matter of priority ways and means of maintaining outer space.
Yes, Delegate. The delegate of Japan already made that amendment.
No, that requests should be changed into urges.
Instead of
Yes,
request,
Delegate. Yes, the Japan already made it to urges.
that change has been made.
Already made, Delegate. Any other amendments, Delegate?
Let him finish.
Mr. President, one more, that in page number 2, there is a point where convinced that space science and technology and their applications, including satellite communication, earth observation system and satellite navigation technologies, provide indispensable tool for...
Delegate, those are the preambulatory passages. Sir,
sorry.
if I'm right, we cannot make amendments in the preambulatory.
Okay, you write it and give it to him.
Sure.
Now there is no time.
Sure, sir. Yes. I will do that as soon as possible. And
Okay, all right.
Sir, I'll recognize every speaker. Do we have time, sir?
No, you have to have time. How can you cut it out short? All amendments must be taken.
Yes. The delegation of Russian Federation. Try to make it very short. Yes.
So the last speaker, who was it? The Korean delegate, right? The Korean delegate said that there should be deletion on point 5, in particular with those major capabilities to contribute actively. It has already been amended by the Russian delegate, and it has been changed to calls upon all the member states with major space capability and developing countries with
Space exploration.
Yeah.
Yes, Delegate. That is already, you already gave it in writing. So that amendment is in order. Yes, Delegate. Thank you. Now, any more delegates? Yes, the Republic of Ghana.
We're just planning it.
Volunteers, please give a mic to him. Can the delegates pass the mic? Quickly, pass the mic.
You just presume that everything is with you. You will not do it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so
Can we conclude it? Can we conclude it and go very fast because we have no time?
Okay,
I
sir.
don't want to deny anybody the right to make comments in the informal session. Okay.
Okay, sir.
So, but you have to go fast.
So on paragraph number 6, you said Japan made the amendment, but after Japan made the amendment, I made a changing that declares the committee will, and it was accepted. Is there a confusion or was mine rejected?
That is in the amendment, the operative passage.
Six.
The operative paragraph 6.
Yes, 6 and 12 I did.
No, why don't you settle about 6 first?
Yes, Delegate.
There have been further changes, so the text you have to see.
On paragraph number 6, instead of request the committee, I made it into declares the committee will, and it was accepted at the time.
Yes, Delegate. As it was the informal consultation, after discussing with the Secretariat, we would like to keep it a request only.
Okay.
Thank you, Delegate. The Delegate of Gabon. Sorry. The Delegate of Sultanate of Oman. You have been recognized.
Why are you asking for the floor, Japan? Why? You have amendments. Sorry?
I would like to add an amendment.
Why don't you say it? Why are you just... I don't know what you are going to say, but say it. But somebody is speaking now.
I would like to make an amendment. Embraces the need of
which passage, Delegate?
No, I need to a new amendment, like a new paragraph.
New amendment.
Yes. Embraces the need for the Space Settlement Center for the International Cooperation on Space is essential for the peaceful exploration to all member states.
That's fine. You can add it. Just add it.
Delegate, in one of the amendments that we already received, it is mentioned already. So we'll be adding it in our draft resolution. It will be added.
Okay.
Thank you, Delegate.
Okay.
Now,
who else?
yes.
Who else?
Gabon, sir. Gabon. Yes, the Delegate of Gabon, you have been recognized.
Give him the mic.
Gabon, please make it very short.
But please amend only things which are very essential.
The delegates of Ghana and several other nations have made a mention about creating a separate body to look after space organizations, an international body. The delegate of Gabonese Republic believes that we already have UN-backed organizations like UNUSA and UN Corpus Committee, which looks into these issues, and these delegates are questioning the integrity and efficiency of these committees and organizations.
The Delegate of Gabon is recommending that we need one more organization to look after space exploration. Is that what you meant? I cannot hear you, sorry. Yes, Delegate.
The delegates I mentioned were saying that they require another organization. The Gabonese delegate is saying we don't need one. We don't need another one.
Yes, Delegate. That has been denied by the Secretariat. Yes. Seeing no other delegate raising their placard, we will adjourn this informal consultation.
Informal consultation.
Informal consultation.
Okay. Why
Yes.
are you hesitating? Bang the gavel.
Yes. The informal consultation has ended.
Then immediately reconvene in a formal session.
Yes, the United Nations General Assembly's formal consultation session is in order.
So do you know who is presenting the draft resolution? Who?
Yes, the delegate of Montenegro. I request the delegate of Montenegro, who has voluntarily accepted, who has requested to be the sponsor of our draft resolution, to come forward to the podium and present the draft resolution to the members of the United Nations General Assembly.
Subject to amendments being made later.
Yes, subject to amendments. All the amendments discussed being added to the draft resolution later.
So? Yeah. You don't have to read anything. You simply say the thrust of the resolution. This is what. Say that basically the draft is the same, but some amendments will be made. Don't read the text. Otherwise it will be total confusion.
Recalls with appreciation that 10th October 2022 marked 55 years since the entry into force of the Treaty on Principles Governing the Activities of States in the Exploration and Use of Outer Space, including the Moon and other celestial bodies, as the cornerstone of international space law. 2. Reiterates the importance of information sharing in discovering, monitoring, and physically characterizing potentially hazardous near-Earth objects to ensure that all countries, in particularly developing countries with limited capacity for predicting and mitigating a near-Earth object impact, response and disaster management in the event of a near-Earth object impact, and notes with the satisfaction the work carried out by International Asteroid Warning Network and the Space Mission Planning Advisory Group to strengthen international cooperation to mitigate the potential threat posed by the near-Earth objects. With the support of the office, serving as the permanent secretariat of the advisory group. Third, notes with appreciation that some member states are already implementing space debris mitigation measures on a voluntary basis through national mechanisms and consistent with space debris mitigation guidelines of the Interagency Space Debris Coordination Committee and with the Space Debris Mitigation Guidelines of the Committee on Peaceful Uses of the Outer Space. Endorsed by the General Assembly in its resolution 62/217 and invites other states to implement through relevant national mechanisms the Space Debris Mitigation Guidelines of the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. 4. Considers that it is an essential that the member states pay more attention to the problem of gradually increasing probability of collisions of space objects, especially those with nuclear power sources, with space debris and other aspects of space debris, calls for the continuation of national research on this question, for the development of improved technology for the monitoring of space debris and for the compilation of dissemination of data and space debris. Considers that to the extent possible information therein should be provided to the scientific and technical subcommittee and agrees the international cooperation is needed to expand appropriate and affordable strategies to minimize the impact of space debris on the future space missions. 5. Urges all member states...
Delegate of Montenegro, the Secretariat would urge you to not read the full resolution paragraph, just tell the summary of it so that we end it quickly.
5. Urges all member states, in particular those with major space capabilities, to contribute actively to the goal of preventing an arms race in outer space as an essential condition for the promotion of international cooperation in the exploration and use of outer space for peaceful purposes. 6. Requests the committee to continue to consider as a matter of priority ways and means of maintaining outer space for peaceful purposes and to report thereon on the General Assembly as its 78th session. And agrees the committee...
Yes, Delegate. Please move on to the 7th amendment.
7. Notes with satisfaction the program of work undertaken by the office in 2022 to strengthen international cooperations in the conduct of space activities for peaceful purposes and the use of science and technology and their application towards the achievement of internationally agreed sustainable development goals.
Yes, Delegate. Next.
8. Recognizes the capacity building activities under the United Nations Program on the Space Applications, which provides unique benefit for the member states, in particular of developing countries, participating in those activities. 9. Emphasizes the regional and inter-regional cooperation in the field of space activities is essential to strengthen the peaceful use of outer space, assist member states in the development of their space capabilities, and contribute to the implementation of 2030 Agenda for the Sustainable Development. 10. Recognizes in that regard the important role played by the organization as the Asia Pacific Space Cooperation Organization and the European Space Agency by the conferences and other mechanisms such as the African Leadership Conference on the Space Science and Technology for the Sustainable Development, the Asia Pacific Regional Space Agency Forum and the Space Conference of Americas in strengthening regional and international cooperation among states. 11. Emphasizes the need to increase the benefits of space technology and its application to contribute to an orderly growth of space activities, favorable to sustained economic growth and sustainable development in all countries. 12. Appeal to government, the relevant entities of United Nations system, intergovernmental and non-governmental organizations, institutions, industry and private sector industries and individuals to make voluntary contributions to the trust fund in support of United Nations program on the peaceful uses of outer space in order to support the efforts of the office to secure additional resources to facilitate the full implementation of its program of work. Thank you.
Yes, the delegate of Japan had an additional amendment in regard additional operative paragraphs. The delegate of Japan, you could come forward and talk about it, present it before the committee.
The delegate of Japan would like to add an operative paragraph that commends the Indian Space Research Organization ISRO on its remarkable achievements in recent years, particularly the most recent soft landing on the darker side of the moon. The data being obtained will be of immense value to space research. India has been a model for peaceful uses of outer space and international corporations. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate.
Now you ask a question as to whether the assembly is ready to accept the resolution by consensus.
Yes.
Okay.
Is
with the amendments added by Japan.
Yes. Is the United Nations General Assembly, the 78th session, ready to accept the draft resolution prepared with the additional operative paragraph added by the delegation of Japan? All that seconds this motion, all that supports this additional paragraph.
There's nothing to, nobody needs support. You're asking for the resolution to be adopted, but you should also mention the amendments already made into the Secretariat. So the ones which were read as amended by the Secretariat and added paragraph Japan. So now it's a comprehensive resolution. So is the General Assembly willing to accept it by consensus, and then we can close?
Okay.
All right, a quick thing. So delegates, I want everyone's attention in the room. So what we're going to do right now is that we are going to vote on the final documentation which makes the process of draft resolution a resolution and adopt a resolution. So I've explained to you in the morning the difference between a draft resolution and an adopted resolution. So this is the process that's going to be there. So the three options you can vote are for, against and abstention. Over to you, President. So, all right. So at this point of time, what we try to do, instead we try to take the procedure of adoption by consensus. So now what President has to do is that you have to all right. You can just ask consensus. If nobody else speaks, you can just bang with the gavel. That's it. We are over for today. That's a new procedure.
No need of voting.
No. Thank you.
Yes. The 78th session of the United Nations General Assembly, the draft resolution presented with all the amendments that we have talked in the informal consultation, also with the operative paragraph added in the formal consultation by the delegate of Japan. Are the delegates ready with a formal general consensus? Yes.
Bang the gavel.
Yes, we have officially adopted the draft resolution as the resolution of the United Nations General Assembly's 78th session. Yes, the delegates of the United Nations General Assembly. The General Assembly has concluded the debate on international cooperation in peaceful uses of outer space. Thank you.
The meeting has now been adjourned.
Thus, we are concluding day 1 of UN General Assembly, and I thank our Chief Mentor, Sri T.P. Srinivasan Sir, for your valuable present. And I request all the delegates to give a round of applause to our dear Sir.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, first of all, to Ambassador T.P. Srinivasan and my co-mentor, Rose, for the patience we had today. Before I officially allow you to disperse from today, couple of instructions to be noted. Tomorrow also we begin at the same timing. I promise we wouldn't extend to this far because today the competition became a lot fierce. And we would like to, we actually apologize for the inconvenience caused with regard to the schedule. But thank you so much for the great effort. I'm just repeating out, I'm just going to call out the names of the delegates who have to be present tomorrow. So please take this into consideration. So we have delegate of USA as Rohan from Labour India, China, Suhed Robin, Russia, Johan John, France, Anne-Marie Anthony, UK, Aditya Krishna, Albania, Ashik Matthew Thomas, Brazil, Maria George, Ecuador, Gauri Nanda, Gabon, Mohammad Ashfaq, Ghana, Farhan, Japan, Harold, Malta, Stalin Shabu, Mozambique, Harigovind Endi, Switzerland, George Joseph, UAE, Ajaynath Prabhu, Israel, Hanna Maria Mandros, and Palestine, Kirti Pais. All of you, all 17 of you are requested to be present for tomorrow. Rest everyone, we'll intimidate you about the awards. And so that's pretty much it. Every other information you'll receive in the WhatsApp group for the external delegate. Further, the schedule for tomorrow, again we start at sharp 9, so try to be on campus by 8:30, and it will go on till 4:30. So yeah, so the formal sessions is from 9 to 12, and after that we have the informal consultation from 1:30 to 3:30, following which we have the voting at 3:30, and the tomorrow session will end at 4:30. If you want to come in as general visitors, you are welcome to come, but at the same time, all the 17 of the people who were said should be there. Thanks a lot.
Thank you everyone. Thank you once again, and good night to all of you. See you tomorrow morning, fresh and bright in the morning. The Security Council will be held in the Administrative Block auditorium, which is in the first floor of the building that you see when you enter the campus. The registration team will be there to guide you. Have no worries. See you tomorrow.
Listen, now the Security Council is shaped as a Security Council. We have the whole horseshoe seating and setup ready. So keep your expectations high. This is something I'd like to add. Thanks so much.
Now I request the delegates of Labour India Public School to kindly stay back in your seats, and I request all the other delegates to kindly move to the back side of the convention center so that your teas and snacks are prepared there. So kindly get it and move out of the hall. Thank you all.